What's up, guys? Bruh, slow mode. Is my chat really in slow mode in YouTube? I don't even know how to change that. This is a debate with Nick. No, I don't think it's going to be a debate. I'm just finishing the documentary thing today. I don't think anybody's going to want to debate on this now. I think I just wasted a fuck ton of time. But it's been fun. Fuck it. We'll steal content from Kit Boga while I eat. Let's see, exclusivity clause is being removed. Does that mean you can stream with Twitch streamers if it's a live stream on YouTube or Facebook? They're not letting you live stream on YouTube. They blocked that one out, mysteriously enough. You can do scope. No, yeah, fuck. Oh god. Unless they want to just not stream on Twitch at all for that.
My brother gave his life hunting the enemy. His task is now mine.
Oh, modern music and everything.
Stand with me. Ours was no chance meeting. Not fate. Nor destiny. Ours was the work of something greater.
Wait, was that the Aragorn guy? Did I recognize the dude?
Each of us, everyone, must decide who we shall be.
I am not the hero you seek.
Whatever it was you did, be free of it.
One day this will be your kingdom.
Raise your sail and then let go.
Choose not the path of fear.
Wait, this actually looks like ass. Wait, what is happening? This isn't the show that was like fucking $100 million an episode or whatever, was it? Am I thinking of the Game of Thrones show?
But that of faith.
One thing we can do, better than any creature in all Middle-earth, we stay true to each other.
Oh, $1 billion budget for 10 seasons. Okay. So what, 10 million an episode?
With our hearts even bigger in our feet.
We can survive this. You and I.
Commander! Wait! No! We keep moving!
Why do you keep fighting?
There's a tempest in me.
You have fought long enough, Galadriel. Put up your sword.
Without it, what am I to be?
Why would you? Why? I'm so curious what the decision was to use like a modern soundtrack. I understand it's just the trailer. They're probably not, or maybe not going to do it for the show, but oof, this is a. It looks kind of shit. Is there a new trailer for this? Oh, I didn't even watch the first episode yet. That's the only trailer modern soundtrack? Oh, okay.
The virtual machine, which I find really weird. It's super strange. Okay, whatever.
Sorry. Okay, Are you there? Sorry about that.
Yes, I'm here, sir.
Okay, go ahead. What was the?
Yes, I'm here.
What were we talking about again? Sorry, my doctor. You know.
Well, okay, sir. Look at your computer screen, sir. At the bottom left-hand side, do you see a run box? Type the name of a program, folder, or document.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do I get
want
to
you
that?
to go ahead and type inside the box. First, you can let go the keys from your keyboard, sir, and inside the box there is a blank space next to open, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you see the blank space?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. I see what you're talking about.
Okay. So type over there, sir, in small letters. Please put over there, I explore. It's a one word, I explore.
Okay.
Then put a space, sir, one space. And after space, type www dot. After dot, put ultra, one word. Ultra. I'll spell this for you. After dot, it's U like uniform, the letter U, L as in Lima, T like Tango, R like Robert, A as in Apple. Ultra. So after A, it's V like Victor, I as in India, E as in yes. After I, then E, then W, W like whiskey, E as an echo, R like Romeo. Ultra viewer together, no space in between. And after viewer, put a dot, one dot, and now type net. N as in November, E as in echo, T as in tango.
Okay.
And by women had the right to scam. Feminism is a scam. A few years ago, I was an angry, blue-haired feminist. I once believed that male privilege was real and that I was a victim of the wage gap. Now that I understand the true motives of feminism, I know that this could not be further from the truth, and that modern-day feminism is a war on true masculinity. Before women had the right to vote, most were stay-at-home wives, which meant they weren't working jobs and couldn't be taxed. Our overlords didn't like that. Rockefeller started funding feminist campaigns in media.
And terrible as the dawn, treacherous as the seas, stronger than the foundations of the earth.
That's very nice, babe. Well done.
Soren Bam, the Soren Map, I'm the Middle Earth cuck.
And as a consequence of the movement, women started entering the workforce and leaving the home. Children would then be separated from their parents and sent to Rockefeller-funded schools to be indoctrinated by the state. All of this ultimately disrupting the family unit at its core. Feminism is defined as the belief in social, economic, and political equality of the sexes. But in the West, I must ask, what rights do men have defined as the belief in social, economic, and political equality of the sexes? But in the West, I must ask, what rights do men have that women don't? Modern feminists are convincing women that hookup culture, using hormonal birth control, and not shaving is liberation. That toxic masculinity is prevalent and the patriarchy must be dismantled. Through movies and media, we're taught that working for the man, climbing the corporate ladder, and paying tax is more empowering and valuable than raising the next generation. Women have lost touch with our natural loving instincts, and birth rates are plummeting. Men and women are not the same. And by protesting for equality of outcome rather than opportunity, feminists are demonizing and emasculating men.
Okay.
How much did you make last night, and does Nat get half?
I don't know how much I made last night. Nick got the wonderful company and friendship of me for a night, okay?
Soul Calibur 6.
Halo. The flood is spreading.
Andros won't have his way with me.
Building a sentry.
License? What for?
Damn it. I lose 10 rings every time I'm hit.
Pizza time.
I'm hit.
Don't. You'll be regretting yourself for walking white joints to bed.
I am in danger.
Ronald McDonald is now delivering smiles online.
Is this a real game? Or was it a real game?
Obama.
It's called Rival of Ether? There are fan modes?
Time to die! Jim!
The Monopoly guy.
Okay.
With abortion being a meta topic in the political world, could you use that same logic they use to also argue that child support is sexist to men too?
I don't know.
Mac reflexively called Tafshi. He can still be saved.
Oh shit. Guys, I'm not fucking paranoid like some of those guys. Some of those guys are super paranoid. Like, oh my god, the address leaked. Like, fuck that. Like, if the address gets leaked, the hotel address, who gives a fucking fuck? What are the people gonna do to me? I'm the fucking world's strongest man. You come here, I fuck you up.
Nice. True. Why? Okay, I don't want to be cringe, okay? And doing the Camp Canute or whatever is awesome, and that's cool, and I hope they continue on with it. It's always really good. But people are posting like these like insane transformations after like 2 or 3 or 4 weeks working out. There is no insane transformation in 4 weeks of working out. He probably just has better posture, and he's probably just flexing a little bit better because he knows how to use his muscles a little. You're not gonna have there is no such thing as a 4-week transformation. I'm seeing comments. I saw it. I think he even posted a 2 or 3 week thing where people are like, "Oh my god, it's insane! Holy shit! What, bro? You can't. You're not gonna have a transformation in 1 month. It's just not gonna happen." Holy shit! It is hot in here. I don't know if my AC's not on. Is our Mewtwo girl, she gone forever? Did you watch House of the Dragon? I have not yet. No pump versus pump is insane transformation. That's actually true. That's super true. This is one of my favorite pictures of all time. Oh, they like oiled him up for these pictures too. Yeah, geez. Lighting and pump are like huge. Lighting, pump, and posing are going to be huge too in terms of how you look and everything. But damn. Yeah, like I don't know if Lakari worked out before or if he's maybe just naturally pretty strong. Like his arms are like decently big here, right? But this is coming in with like he's slouching. He has no pump. He has no fucking, like the lighting is shit. He's not posing, right? He just like, it's like whatever. And then here, he's like fucking oiled up. You've got way better lighting. Maybe has a pump here. I don't know if he worked out a little bit before these pictures, but like, it's not like an, and I'm not trying to take away from anything too. It's more just like, it sucks if people go into things expecting like, oh shit, I'm gonna get shredded in like a month, right? I think it's like 3 to 4 months. You'll probably see changes. After 6 months, you definitely will. And then past that, you know, it was all diet. Cutting alone would give you a definition. First of all, they're doing an insane workout. There's no way that he's doing a massive cut while doing an insane workout. I don't believe that. And then number 2, over the course of a month, how much weight could you lose? In a month, realistically, you could probably lose 4 to 6 pounds of fat. 4 to 8 pounds if he's really heavy, maybe. And then maybe water weight. If he went from like a really high sodium diet to eating healthier, he could cut some water weight too, maybe. But like, nothing is going to be insane in 1 month. It's just not. If you go in with that expectation, you're like setting yourself up for failure. Unless you're going to do like, you learn how to pose, you do the lighting shit, and then you like, if you oil up too, obviously that helps as well, right? I lost 20 pounds in 2 months. If you're losing 20 pounds in 2 months, either one, you're starting off really, 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 really fat, or two, most likely. I think something that happens is you.
Has anyone looked into the ongoing white genocide in chat?
Yeah.
We are being replaced.
So something that happens when you start eating healthy is, if you're on a normal American diet, you are eating really, really high sodium diets. Things like French fries, things with tons of salt. You're eating a ton of fucking sodium. And when you have when you're eating like a really high sodium diet, you retain a lot of water. Something that happens, an unfortunate side effect, is when people start to lose weight, something that happens is they'll switch from a high sodium diet to something that's more healthy. And something that can happen is, let's say you weigh 200 pounds. This is like a thing that can happen with your diet. You weigh 200 pounds. In the first week, you lose like maybe a pound or two. And then like in the second week, or not even actually, in the first week, you might lose 5, 6, 7 pounds. Unironically, if you go from 200, you could be like, depending on when you weigh yourself during the day, you could be 192, 193 at the end of the week. And then next week, you're like, holy shit, I just lost like almost a pound a day. I'm unstoppable. And then the next week, you gain a pound, even though your diet hasn't fucking changed. And then the next week, maybe you lose that 1 pound and it feels like you stalled and everything is fucked, and then you give up because after 3 weeks, all of your progress in 1 week. But I think what's happening is on week 1, when you cut out a ton of that sodium, what's happening is your body's water levels are downward adjusting, and then the next week you kind of like rebalance, and then you're not losing much weight. Because realistically, you can only lose about a pound of fat a week. You can lose more if you do a more aggressive cut, but if a pound of fat is about 3,500 calories worth of energy, it is about 1 pound of fat. If you're on if your total daily estimated energy expenditure, your total daily energy expenditure is about like 2,400 calories. If you eat down to 1,900 calories for 7 days, 500 calories a day, 7 days a week, it's about 3,500 calories. On a 500 calorie cut, you're losing about a pound of fat a week. Anybody telling you they're losing 3 pounds of fat a week is lying to you. You're not losing 3 pounds of fat a week. You're not cutting 1,500 calories a day. Nobody's doing that. Unless you're insane. Unless you're a monster and you're like fucking Michael Phelps, you're doing some crazy shit. Chances are you're losing a ton of water weight is more often than not what's happening. Or if you're not losing a ton of water weight, you're really, 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 really fat. If you're like 400, 500, 600 pounds, your total daily estimated energy expenditure might be like 3,000 plus calories or whatever.
220 when I started, and about 210 right now. But I've never gained weight while cutting and counting calories.
Destiny, he could just be starving himself, 1 meal a day, 1,200 calories or not. Yeah, but the reason why I don't think he's doing that is because they're doing hardcore Camp Canute workouts. There's no way that they're like burning their bodies out like that on 1,200 calories a day. Like, you would... 21-day weight loss can be wild. Oh, nice. This is our boy. Oh, shit. Hold on. Okay, we're not doing this topic for long, so I'm going to kill myself. What you speak of is true, but it's still possible to lose 20 pounds in 2 months. The body can use up to 22 calories per pound of body fat per day before it will resort to burning muscle. So whether or not your body burns muscle, I think has to do with two things. One has to do with how much protein you're consuming. If you don't eat enough protein, I think your body will start breaking down muscles for protein. But the second thing has to do with resistance training. If you just diet and you stop working out, your body will slowly begin to break down the muscles. The way that you avoid losing muscle is to train while you're cutting or while you're on a diet. If you don't train, your muscles will eventually get broken down. Or if you're on a huge protein deficit, which you never should ever be on, your body will break down muscle as well. I lost roughly 100 pounds in around 14 months on a modified keto diet. If you're starting off pretty fat, I could believe that. If you're hardcore dieting, sure, that's almost like 7 pounds a month. You could do that. So that's a big cut though, right? Like that's going to be like what, 700-ish calories a day. It's possible. That's not impossible. It's doable. I think like 2 pounds a week is like aggressive. That's like you're doing pretty aggressive. But the more than 2 pounds a week is like, I don't believe that's possible unless you're really, really, really fat, or you're like a hardcore athlete that can cut professionally because your body can endure. You can do like a lot of training to burn calories and shit too. Keto, you'll lose a ton of water weight too. Yeah, I think doesn't going on a keto diet make you pee more or something too? I don't know. I don't know because I don't do keto shit. But I don't know the interaction between carbs and water. I know there's some interaction there, but is keto a meme? I think keto is a huge meme. But some people like swear by the holy grail of the ketones. I think keto is just good because most foods that are high in carbs are dog shit foods. So if you're cutting those foods out of your diet, you're almost certainly massively improving your diet, in my uneducated opinion. Carbs are usually like some of the densest, most processed, most fucking, or not densest, the least dense, high calorie density. I don't know what you would say it, but like breads and pastas and pizzas and all of this shit and like tons of sugary stuff. Like when you do keto, you're cutting all that out. You're cutting out necessarily like a ton of dog shit food. But some people are they're on like some weird kick where they're like burning ketones is actually better.
Jordan Peterson claimed to have lost 50 pounds in 7 months after switching to a carnivore diet.
Burning ketones is healthy for your brain or like weird shit or whatever. I don't know. What do you eat before gym? If you're eating a full meal, it's supposed to be 2 hours before gym. If you're eating a mixed meal snack thing, then it's supposed to be about an hour before. And if it's simple carbs, I think it could be 15 to 30 minutes before. I usually take like a Gatorade with me because you can just drink. It's just liquid sugar. You just drink it while you're working out to make sure you have energy. But I think you can eat a full meal about 2 hours before the gym, and then you're usually pretty good to go. Did you see Darius' stream? Nope. Did you see 4chan threads on you and Nick yesterday? Nope. Link them.
Was it a mistake?
My mother lost 60 pounds on a keto diet.
A calorie, kcal, is the amount of energy needed to raise the temperature of 1 kilogram of steel beam 1 degree Celsius.
Nice. My mother lost 60 pounds on a keto diet. Seemed to work great. She was never hungry either. Yeah, the thing is that when you're eating like vegetables and fruits and meats, they're way more satiating than like ultra highly processed carbohydrate foods, right? I think we all know this. I want to say, I should just have these memorized. I don't know why I always look it up. I'm pretty sure like a chicken breast, a full chicken breast, I think is as many calories as a croissant, right? Eating 5 chicken breasts, at least for me, would be impossible. But I could eat 5 croissants like nobody's business. Like in 10 minutes. I could eat 5 croissants in 10 minutes, easily. And I would still be hungry. I'll eat more. I could eat 10 croissants in one sitting, 100%. So yeah, the highly processed, high carbohydrate foods are usually, you can eat very, very quickly. You can eat them super easily, and you'll be hungry in like, 30, 40, 50, 60 minutes. The fact that I don't even, how much have you been linking this? Okay, I'll look at your bread. Okay. Jesus Christ. Here you go, bread. I think just calories per weight / volume, right? Like you physically can't fill your stomach with broccoli the same way you can fill it with pastries. I think I think that when it comes to, okay, we're getting into bullshit diet science that I don't know anything about, okay? This is my rough understanding of it, okay? Highly processed foods have already had like most of the big digestive steps done for you. They're super processed. A lot of the fibers and stuff have been stripped away. When you drop one of these things into your stomach, highly processed food, you eat it, it goes in your stomach, your body, it digests it instantaneously. It doesn't have to do very much work to break it down. Your blood sugar is going to spike like crazy, correct? Because it's probably high on the glycemic index, meaning that it's absorbed incredibly quickly. It's just very quick and easy to eat. And then you're done, you digest it, boom, you're good to go. When you talk about like raw foods or unprocessed foods, so, you know, things like vegetables or fruits or whatever, and you eat these or meats or proteins or whatever, it takes a little bit longer for your body to kind of like break it down. The whole metabolization process from start to finish is going to be a lot longer than in an ultra processed food. And in service of doing all of that, you feel more full for a longer period of time, I think is the difference. But you can tell this too, if you go to work out, if you're working out and you're like really shaky, you don't have enough energy, not like you're tired, like your muscles are tired, but like you actually just feel like your glycogen is low. I don't know what the fuck you would say, but you feel like you're shaky and you can't do it. If you eat like a steak, you're not going to go in and feel like really strong. But if you drink like a sugary drink or you eat like a simple carb, you can feel like pretty energized pretty quickly because your body breaks it down and you're ready to go like pretty fast. Something I've never understood is that people tell me to have lots of chicken and rice for diet food, but isn't rice like literally pure carbs? Rice might have more fiber, but I think also different types of rice are processed differently. Like I think you can strip away a lot of the stuff from rice and make it like really, I don't want to say like unhealthy or like quickly digestible. It's not that all carbs are necessarily bad for you, but some carbs are like highly processed such that you eat them and digest them instantly. I don't know if rice is one of those. I think rice is generally okay on the grand scheme of like all like the super simple, highly processed carbs. Let me see how much on a cup of rice. How much is? Hold on, I'm not reading this right, am I? Wait, hold on. Fuck, I forgot how to read. It's been so, my diet is like, I said it and forgot it like 2 months ago, so I don't like redo all this shit. So when it says total carbs, 45 grams, and the dietary fiber is 0.6 grams, and it's only 0.1 grams of sugar, does that mean it's 44 grams of starch? Is that the rest of it? Where's my gym bros at? Okay. Okay, so if that's the case, your body can't digest fiber. Can your body digest starch? It's not just starch? I thought starch and fiber were like the two complex carbs. Are there more than that? Hold on, I have to look this up. Starch might be digestible. Humans digest starch readily. Okay, gotcha. I think when you're going to look for okay, remember, dietitian stuff is I'm way less knowledgeable about, okay? So take everything I say with a grain of salt. But I think that when you go to look at food and you see the carbohydrates, I think the two really important things you're looking at are like, and you should look at more, obviously. It's not just about carbs. But if it'll say like 45 grams of carbs, it'll say down here how much of that are simple sugars. I think it'll almost always list that. Okay, so here's a guess, and I might be wrong, but like if I go to look up like a can of Red Bull, it's probably going to say like how many carbs it has, like 15 or 20 grams. And for sugars, it'll say like 15 or 20 grams. That's my guess. Let's check. I could be wrong. Who knows? I don't know how many grams right now. Okay, 27 grams. Okay, so see, so if okay, more, 40 grams. Or no, wait, for the little ones I drank. Okay, so here you can see the total carbs on a Red Bull, it's 28 grams. For sugar, it's 26 grams. When you see sugar here, I believe this is is this the monosaccharide version? It's the very simple, instantaneous, like touches your stomach and instantly in your bloodstream sugar. Like very, very quick to digest, very high glycemic index. So if we look at like any quote unquote unhealthy food, what's another thing? Like chocolate, cake, nutrition. Oh, it doesn't list it here. I wonder why. But I would expect that like if you were looking at like a thing, like a nutrition thing on a, hold on, what did it show me here? Okay, yeah. So like here I can see for cake, it's 242 calories, 44 grams of carbohydrates, 26 grams of that are simple sugars, right? But then if we go back to the rice thing, it's 45 grams of carbohydrates, very, very, very low on like the ultra simple sugars. So roughly speaking, wait, table sugar or sucrose is a disaccharide. Okay, well, fuck me then. So like very, very, very roughly, if you're looking at like hard carbohydrate foods, you also want to see like what the sugar content is. It'll tell you here. But there's more that goes into this than just that. Like foods that are high in the glycemic index aren't necessarily worse for you than foods that are low in the glycemic index. Foods that are high in simple sugars aren't necessarily worse for you than foods that are low in sugar. These are all just kind of like rules of thumb. Not even rules of thumb. It's just like things to be aware of, I guess. Yeah. What do you think of one meal a day? For someone who is massively obese, 430 pounds, it helped a lot. I don't know. I think the best diet is the one you can keep. The best anything is one you keep. The best gym routine, the best practice routine for your instrument, the best whatever diet. They're always whatever you can keep. The one thing that I've never seen worked ever, and I've seen a lot of people try and break these, and if anybody smarter or bigger or more healthy than me says something different, then feel free to contradict me and feel free to ignore everything I'm saying. But in my personal opinion, any diet that ever involves any form of like cheat day is a trash dog shit diet, and you should never, ever, ever do those. That would be my only suggestion for diets. If you want to do anything else, I think it's good, but like anything that involves like cheat meals or cheat days, that has two huge problems. One, I think you can undo a lot of progress with a cheat day or a cheat meal. And two, it trains you into thinking the normal food that you're eating is dog shit, and you have to survive until Saturday, Sunday in order to have like a good meal. Like it's so like you can eat healthy food that tastes really good and is good for you. There's lots of that food out there. And the idea that you're like suffering every day with your horrible diet, and then you have finally your cheat day where you can eat all this dog shit, and I don't know. Personally, I think it's really bad, but Destiny, a lot of bodybuilders do cheat days. People that are highly trained are different because these people know their bodies well enough that they can do whatever the fuck they want. And if you're a bodybuilder, you're not taking advice from fucking me on your diet. Dario said he's scared to confront you on this.
Even going on stream, like Destiny going on stream, and like the one thing he's saying about it is like, lol, Darius, you're fucking up, dude, your dog's gonna die. It's like, dog, like, I don't know, man. It just makes everyone else kind of like be a dick and like dismiss it as well. And it's like, that's not really what I wanted out of that. It was a pretty serious post that was supposed to be like kind of handled seriously instead of just like a meme. And I get like, I do memes, but like,
it's just like, bro, like he's literally, his life is like getting fucked up completely. He just lost his job. And now you're showing me you have a puppy that you adopted 5 months ago that now needs thousands of dollars in vet bills? Like, bro, what the fuck? I disagree. The healthiest I've ever been, I always had a cheat day. The key, though, is that I didn't eat hot garbage on the cheat day. I used to go to a restaurant and get a bit more food than normal. If you treat a cheat day, there are times where, like, I'm hungry and I'll grab, like, a Kit Kat bar from the gas station. It'll be, like, 200 or 300 calories. I think that's okay. What I've seen historically, if that's your way of engaging with a cheat day or whatever, I think that's fine. I've seen people, though, I remember my aunt and my mom used to do this, where they would have a cheat day, and cheat day for them was, like, going out to a restaurant, getting huge appetizers, cheesecakes, fuck tons of shit. And I'm like, bro, you're putting away like 4,000 calories today. Like, how much of that shit is like, you've like erased the last like 4 or 5 days of fucking dieting? What the fuck is even the point of what you're doing? Like, I don't know, yeah. If you can engage with it like in a healthy manner, if you want like a candy bar every now and then, I think stuff like that is okay. I think that's fine. I eat a 1,500 calorie deficit on my cheat day. I eat 2,000. Oh, you mean like a 500 calorie deficit? Yeah, sure, that's fine. What is your diet right now? It's a half cup of oats, full cup of milk, scoop of casein protein, and an 1/8 cup of chocolate chips every morning. That's my oatmeal that we did to start a stream. I've got like these. Oh, then I drink 1 Red Bull at 2 to 3. And then I eat one of these prepackaged meals. It's about 400 to 450 calories. And then I'll drink a Soylent that's about 400 calories. Then I work out, and then I drink a protein shake that's about 400 calories. But I've been having to fit like a second meal in because I'm getting like way hungrier. Now that I'm running every other day, I get like so much hungry. I can't do it. I have to rework or refigure my diet. I'm not sure because I'm getting hungry all the time. So I'm drinking like 2 Red Bulls a day now too. Stop drinking regular Red Bulls and switch to sugar-free. Those things suck, okay? How important is water intake throughout the day? I don't know, probably more important. I probably should take water intake more seriously, especially with the creatine. Because when I go to work out, in between almost every single set, I have to go to the water fountain and I drink like a fucking gallon of water. I think, fuck, I should check. I think one time there was like a 1.5 pound difference between how much I weighed when I went to the gym and then when I got back upstairs because of how much water I was drinking between fucking sets. I probably should drink more water throughout the day. Or maybe not, I don't know. I might just be sweating a lot when I work out, who knows. It might be the creatine stuff too, or it might just be working out because the gym's been kind of hot recently too. I don't know. Bring a gallon jug with you. Yeah, that's how you always know what the real bodybuilders are. They have the milk jugs with water. How often do you weigh yourself? Every single morning. What? So many people write so much gay fanfic about me. It's actually unreal. It's gay fanfic about me and Nick. It's gay fanfic about me watching my wife getting bowled or whatever, me getting cucked, the bull fucking my wife. There's an unbelievable amount. It's like kind of weird. Read some on stream. Oh yeah, I'm reading the 4chan thread, which is funny. Snacking constantly is also a hard habit to break, even if your main meals are good food. Snacking is such an easy thing to eliminate, or an impossible thing to eliminate. I'll always say this, okay? If you have snacks around the house, you will always fail. You're not a strong enough man, okay? That shit is more addicting than fucking heroin. You cannot do it. You will not succeed. Remove snacks from the house, and you won't snack. But if you have snacks around the house, you will eat them. Don't do it. You'll never resist it. You're always setting yourself up for fucking failure, okay? Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. It's cringe to talk about how hot I think my wife is because I think it's super fucking cringe. But it's so funny. Somebody posted a picture like this in the thread. And they're like, Jesus Christ, her legs are so fucking hairy. It's just funny to me. I don't know. I'm sorry. Blonde women are really lucky in that they can usually get away with not shaving their legs because the hair is usually very fine and very light. If you're like Italian or if you're Hispanic, it's a lot harder as a woman to get away with not shaving your legs because it's usually immediately noticeable. But if you have any female friends that are blonde, if you take close notice, start staring at their legs, they can go a while without shaving sometimes. Nick will be radicalizing Destiny. Because Destiny can do nothing besides talk fast and set official government and media statistics. Why do you keep spamming? This meme was so unfunny so long ago. Take random picture of a person and then put this 4chan text here. This meme got old like 3 years ago. I don't know how people will still spam it on every single picture. It's old memes, dude. I will not give up. All right, what meme do you have?
Right. So,
30-minute video? Good one. Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson? I'm good on that one. Did you go out to eat with Nick and Melina for stream? Nope. I slept a lot last night. I got good sleep. Sorry, here. Have donuts.
Is intermittent fasting a meme?
I think IF can be good. It just helps you moderate your calorie intake, so you're not like snack. Here's the reality, okay? You know how I said protesting past 10 o'clock usually never good?
Well, dude.
Like, you're always asking for trouble when people are protesting at night. It's just not a good thing to do. Protest in the day. Same thing applies to eating, okay? Very rarely in your life are you eating good things past 10 o'clock. So if intermittent fasting helps you cut that shit out, I eat from fucking noon to 10, or I eat from fucking 2 to 10 or 4 to 10. You know, anything that keeps you eating past fucking 10 o'clock, probably good for you, okay? Because you're not eating healthy food past 10 o'clock. Nobody says at, midnight, I made myself like a healthy tray of vegetables and a vinaigrette sauce or some shit. No, you're not eating good stuff past 10 o'clock. You're eating dog shit food, all right? You're getting a big ass bowl of cereal. You're eating candy bars. You're going out late to get some fast food. Nobody eats good food past 10 o'clock. So if intermittent fasting helps you cut that shit out, then it's probably good for you. I don't know about all the claims about manages your blood sugar better. It makes your brain pump faster. I don't know. There's like weird shit people claim with every diet, but I think IF is probably good if it keeps you from eating at weird times, because it's usually never good.
I did a diet called the Snake Diet. There was ketosis with fasting for 2 weeks at a time. You drink Roman 4 fluid every day. I could lose 3 pounds a day by doing an elliptical with no assistance in the morning and shivering in an ice bath at night. I have pictures.
Called the Snake Diet? It was ketosis with fasting for 2 weeks at a time. You drink IV fluid every day. I could lose.
What's up, Destiny? Your appearance on F was legendary. Are you planning on going back for a round 2? Maybe bring a group of girls yourself.
Erudite's trying to get her passport so she can come down for an episode. That'll be fun. It'll probably be me, Erudite, and Melina on one. Hopefully within the next 3 weeks is the goal.
How would you feel if your F appearance made fans start putting their feet to the fire with questions and led to them rapidly falling off?
I don't know. Damn. The ideal thing would be that they moderate their views
Love the
a little bit,
content.
not that they are like destroyed.
I'm a Vada Indian, not active in chat, but I love your content and decides to support you. DGGL.
Jesus Christ.
Alex Johns predicted 911. 3 months before it happened. Listen to his explanation. The anthrax at the post offices.
Wow.
UK/Australia attack on 911.
Wild, dude. Passport shit is fucked in Canada? Yeah, apparently you can pay to get it.
I don't know if you've talked about this yet. But are you going to talk about the What is a Woman documentary? Also, I love you.
At some point. Cut down version, trust, bro. What?
I want to get into this.
10 minutes?
This is,
bro, we've already watched shit about this before. Why do you want me to watch it?
No
We've seen it. Peterson is crazy.
During a shroom trip with the wife Tilda, in her opinion best to plan activities before the trip or just free ball it.
There probably is some truth in you being able to there's probably some truth in you being able to do an all-meat diet, but it means you have to eat all sorts of organs. It can't just be steaks all day. You gotta eat like fucking weird like livers and eyes and like other weird shit as well. Or maybe not eyes, but...
It's and
does Nax conservatism remind you of the kind you grew up around? Chicago suburbs are blue as heck.
Maybe.
I told these guys it.
Or wait, no. Nick's conservatism has nothing to... Nick is a radical conservative. That's not typical of any part of the United States. What do you mean? No.
GQ. There isn't any question that I won't answer. Except this one. What's up, GQ? I am UFC President Dana White, and I...
Wait, why do I care about this? I don't care about this. Hold on, I'm almost done with my food. One sec. Do you think kiwi farmers got shut down? Probably not.
Here comes of the House of Capulet. Coral.
Oh shit, this movie was old. They did a modern take on Romeo and Juliet, but I'm pretty sure they kept all of the original dialogue, right? This movie is horrible. I hated this, but I also hate Romeo and Juliet. Or am I thinking of the right thing? It's such a good movie, is it? I don't know. This has DiCaprio too? Yeah, it does.
I will bite my thumb at them, which is a disgrace to them if they bear it. Huh?
Go forth, I will back thee!
Do you bite your thumb at us, sir? I do bite my thumb, sir! Do you bite your thumb at us? Sir. Is the law of our side if I say aye? No! No, sir, I do not bite my thumb at you, sir, but I bite my thumb, sir! Do you quarrel, sir? Quarrel, son? No, son! But if you do, sir, and for you I serve as good a man as you! No, better? Here comes our kinsman, say better! Yes, sir, better! You lie! Two of you be men! Poor fools, you know no way!
Jesus.
Off topic, but have you been to the Ultra Music Festival?
Nope.
So what does this all mean for the industry and the growth of music online? Well, Guy Cuny is the editor of the technology website News Wireless. Hello, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Were you surprised by this verdict today?
I'm very surprised to see this verdict to come on me, because I was not expecting that. When I came, they told me something else, and I'm coming. You got an interview there, so it's a big surprise anyway.
A big surprise.
Exactly.
Yes, yeah. With regards to the cost that's involved,
I did the carnivore diet for 2 months. I found that the diet did a good job regulating my hunger. I was able to go from 260 pounds to 240 pounds in those 2 months. I am 6'3" for reference. I didn't feel anything magical.
Wow, thanks.
Cost that's involved. Do you think now more people will be downloading online?
Actually, if you can go everywhere, you're gonna see a lot of people downloading to the internet and the website everything they want. but I think it's much better for the development and to improve people what they want and to get on the easy way and so fast the things they're looking for.
This does really seem to be the way the music industry is progressing now, that people want to go onto the website and download music.
Well, I'm a Blister. Welcome to Tier 4 Super Clever.
Exactly.
I love you, Destiny, and when I become a millionaire, I will buy you a gold Cuban chain.
Thanks.
Go everywhere on the cyber cafe and you can check. You can go easy. It's gonna be very easy way for everyone to get something to the internet.
CUNY, thanks very much indeed. I think we can now also speak.
Didn't get the job.
Well. Let me guess. Spring cleaning.
Jesus.
Nice shot.
Did you and Nick reschedule the 9/11 debate? Well, apparently I agreed to do it with Sneeko, not Nick. Although I thought kind of both of them were there for it, but Sneeko's not going to want to do it. There's no shot. And Nick backed off of everything. It's very frustrating because, like,
how does Nick reconcile with the fact that he wouldn't be considered white, or at least he would be discriminated against 100 years ago because he isn't English, French, or German?
I don't know. We've argued about this a million times. He always has excuses for it. One thing that's very frustrating is people will come up and they will put forth like a ton of really strong claims. And if I don't know, I always look so conciliatory and weak. I'll be like, okay, well, we can schedule this debate in a week or two if you want, or okay. And they're like, oh, well, this happened, and they'll go like so hard when they don't know the information. But because they're willing to assert things they don't know and I'm not, it always makes me look weak. But then when I come back later, it's like, all right, well, I did all the research. Let's talk. And they're like, oh, I don't know about that. And, maybe, who knows, and I didn't come here for that, and I don't know about this thing, and I'm not sure about it, and it's like, bro, come on. Now I have to figure out if I want to do the JFK thing, because it's like, because I feel like the JFK thing is gonna, Stephen P, I love you, and I love your tier 4-ness, okay? I'm not throwing out random 40-minute videos right now, okay? But when if I do the JFK thing, we'll probably watch or read a bunch of stuff on that. Okay, I'm gonna be totally honest. I don't know fucking anything about the JFK assassination. I truly don't. Other than he got shot by a dude in the head and his brains were on his wife. I think the Lee Harvey Oswald dude, I think, was the guy that shot him. I don't know anything about the JFK assassination, so that would be a thing I look up. But the if I wait, what? What was I gonna say? I don't remember. But anyway. Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna do this because, yeah. Ooh. Clip you can show. Why does this guy think I don't even know what I'm talking about today? I agree, somebody made like a documentary or some movie on Nick. I don't know if they think I'm like here to promote it or what. I'm not actually sure what we're talking about today. Did the rational male answer you? That guy will never talk to me, okay? He's the bluest red pill I've ever seen, okay? You might as well round out your conspiracy knowledge on the big four: JFK, moon landing, 9/11.
Just went to the gym for the first time yesterday and enjoyed it as much as you can enjoy starting. But I really don't want to die. Am I just wasting my time working out without a solid diet?
Yes. No, that's not true. It's better than nothing. But you really should. You should figure out something. Destiny argues like half a guy and half a woman. I didn't even read that comment before. Thank you, Jackabaka Booty. I see it. Oh, okay. Time for my Red Bull. One sec. Wait, sorry. Oh! I'm hot as fuck in here. Hold on. Chill. Oh, everybody say hi, hamster. Destiny, the trans actress from Euphoria is getting beat for allegedly being a trans medicalist. Try to get her on? Yeah, dude, I'm sure she'll hop onto my stream, okay? Joe Biden's getting rinsed in the press. Try to get him on. True. Hunter Schaefer. There's no way she would ever...
Any update on the Martinez H. Crowley situation?
No, he's just... he's a guy doing his thing, okay? All right, if she has less than 1 million Instagram followers, I'll reach out to her. She has 7.2 million. No shot. Boom. Do you think these are real accounts? No, that and Lesby PhD, I almost got baited by it earlier too. I don't think that's
Hey
a real
chat,
account.
there's a lot of Pepe posters. I hope you know. Pepe is a symbol of racism and hate. Don't be like Mac Fuentes. Embrace the Dino.
Oh,
Ye
are we
wins.
going to do the Vosh religion debate arc? Damn, their subreddit is so mad. Poor Vosh, not doing too hot right now, guys. This community's falling apart. Somebody showed me this yesterday. I thought this was really funny. Vosh did a debate against a I'm not gonna be able to find it. Fuck. Vosh did a debate against that religious dude, the No Agua one. I didn't realize this, but his debate video got 100,000 views. I don't think Vosh. I didn't know that my video of this blew up so much. I got over 500,000 views on, on watching him do that debate. Oh no. I don't know. I think it was kind of funny. Oh yeah, this was his video. Trans water. Gender debate gets scientific. Okay. What am I even doing right now? Oh. I don't like my phone here. I should have moved it here. If you try that plugin that lets you see dislikes on YouTube videos, no, that is toxic, okay?
Daily dose of Yarvin spamming. Sank from TYT interviewed him yesterday. Was nice to see someone push back against his SH stick, but he did end up scoring some decent points. Looking forward to your future discussion with him if it's still in the books.
Yeah, we'll see. What do you reply to female that replies with one words like haha, is it over with her? If a woman is starting to give you like one word replies like that, I'll usually go for like hello? You just like go for a big ask, you shoot your shot, and then you're done. You don't want to draw it out too much farther. Okay, let's just finish.
That evidence alone would indicate that the official story doesn't hold water.
Question. Can you explain how freefall, which requires the almost simultaneous removal of the supporting structure, can be achieved without a controlled demolition?
No.
This very question was posed to Senator John McCain by a 9/11 researcher in April 2013 during a C-SPAN broadcast.
Senator McCain, the National Institute of Standards and Technology asserts that the collapse of Building 7 was caused by fire, yet they acknowledge that the first 100 feet of that collapse took place at free fall acceleration. Now, engineers will tell you that fire cannot do this, and that the only method by which it can be accomplished is the use of pre-planted explosives.
Your question is what?
Well, how do you explain this discrepancy of 100 feet of free fall without the use of explosives?
To tell you the truth, this is an area that I am not very familiar, and if you would drop me a note and mention that we talked on C-SPAN, I'd be glad to get you a more complete answer, but
It is unfortunate that Senator McCain could not answer.
If you think that
as
Knack
he
and
is the
Sneeko
person
probably won't engage on 9/11, sucks to let that research go to waste. Thought about looking for someone else to debate on the topic.
Fuck no. This is not a topic that I would be interested in, like, because if I had to guess, there's probably like 20 other documentaries that you can get into the weeds on shit on, and it's such an old conspiracy. Like, I would rather focus on more modern ones, like related to mRNA vaccines and stuff, rather than like all of the weird shit that would be hard to explain for every single coincidence on 9/11. It's just not interested in that.
who wrote the foreword to the popular mechanics book, Debunking 9/11 Myths. In the foreword, McCain stated,
Wait, what?
Any explanation for 9/11 must start and end with the facts. The evidence must be gathered and analyzed. Then, only then, can conclusions be drawn. But now that the evidence has been gathered and conclusions can be drawn, he claims ignorance on the whole matter. This brings us to the last question, which is not only for the debunkers, but for anyone who cares about freedom, democracy, and an honest government.
That's us, guys!
If you were aware of solid evidence disproving the official version and suggesting the involvement of some rogue elements of the government in the terrorist attacks, would it be more unpatriotic and anti-American to ask for a new investigation?
Sorry for interruption. Former security chief of Twitter has come out as whistleblower claiming that Twitter lies about its bot numbers. Hope or nope?
I have no idea. I haven't followed that or know about that at all.
Blind eye to it and pretend such evidence doesn't exist. Given that the people's trust in institutions is of paramount importance for a nation's well-being, would that trust be better served by denying the evidence of a conspiracy or by bringing those suspected to accountability in a court of law? We leave the last word to the first responders, who have been dying by the dozens after having inhaled the poisonous air from Ground Zero in the total silence of the media.
I want to tell you tonight about the people we call heroes and are still in growing numbers living in terrible physical and economic circumstances as they struggle with the carcinogenic effects of the toxic chemical soup Ground Zero became. Can this side of the room, everybody stand up? Everybody on this side, if you're all rescue workers, will be dead in 4 years. Thank you. You'd all be dead in 4 years. That's our statistics. That's what's happening. In 7 years, it doubles. And every time Popular Mechanics calls the people of this movement nuts, these propagandists, professional liars and tools who cannot even by any stretch of the imagination be considered journalists, strike another nail into the coffin of another rescue worker. I don't think we're crazy. Conspiracies are only evidence the courts won't hear. We who are still dying from 9/11, who went into the towers and into that pile, now live with those buildings in our lungs and digestive systems and our blood. For myself and far too many of us, research and the effective treatment is going to arrive far too late. I have double metastasizations in both lungs. That's just a reality. We were also killed on 9/11. Avenge us.
Wow. He died 4 years later. What a wild ride, guys. Oh, that is a really famous Philip Glass song, isn't it? This one. God, I hate how fucking hot this woman is. Fuck! I think it's one of these songs, right? overrated. Calm down. There's just something about blonde women that disagree politically with me that just gets the engine turning. If you know what I mean. It might be metamorphoses. Oh, yeah, maybe. I sent you an email on World Trade Center 7 sound recordings that you asked for, by the way. Yeah, I listened to it. It's just one thing. Hello? Whoa! Whoa! Did they just change what Gmail looks like? Oh no. Oh God. Oh, actually, you know what? This is actually okay. This is pretty cool. I'll take it. I like it. I like it. Okay. It's cool. It works. Oh fuck! I might have deleted your email, but I saw your email, but it was not the explosions I was looking for. It was like a little rumble before it started to collapse.
You should watch Wendigoon's video on the JFK conspiracy. It is the strongest circumstantial evidence. The most compelling talking points, nice and succinct.
I'll get to that, okay, for sure. Are you actually awake?
Wait, yeah?
What do you want?
Oh, sorry, I was behind in the butt. Basically, I had a question about AGP.
Oh boy, what about it?
Yeah. Basically, is it ethical for...
Wait, are you trans?
Someone... No.
Okay.
I'm not. But I have a friend that has AGP, and they're wondering if it's ethical to be trans.
Why would it not be ethical? It's a personal decision. If you feel trans, you're trans. I don't know if I necessarily think that like AGP means that you're not a real trans person or whatever. Like people probably masturbate to themselves sometimes. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I just have you read anything about it or?
Yeah, a bit. What about it?
Well, there's this one guy from the 1990s that was the main guy that...
Yeah, but that guy's probably pretty transphobic because he thought that all trans people literally just were people that wanted to fetishize. He had AGP and there was the other one for men too, right?
I think it's the same, but I could be wrong about that.
No, there's a different name because gyno doesn't that refer to female? It's autogynephilia and there's another one for gay people too. I don't remember it, but... Yeah, Blanchard, I think, is the person or whatever. Or Blanchard? Is it Blanchard or Blanchard? Blanchard?
I'm not sure. I'm not very good at...
Okay, but anyway, yeah, go for it. What about it?
But yeah. I was just wondering if it was unethical, because I can't look it up online because the trans community just doesn't recognize it as a thing.
Oh,
really.
Talk to Taj about it. She's got interesting takes on it, if you can.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mean to throw shade, but does she have AGP or?
I think the joke that she told me was she thinks that every trans woman that thinks hard enough has AGP or something. I don't know, something like that.
That's, yeah.
But like,
okay.
Like, this would be really, really hard to dig into, and really only you could truly know the answer. But like, part of seeing yourself as a person that is a certain gender or sex is probably going to carry with it some type of sexual feeling. That's probably not abnormal. Like, I feel good, like, looking in the mirror now and seeing, like, shoulders and arms and stuff like that feels good. I don't think I'd ever masturbated myself, but, like, it's a nice thing to look at. I'm sure there are a lot of women that when they wear certain outfits, they're like, oh, like, I feel like I like my legs, or I feel like I look good, or my ass looks good in this outfit. I'm sure there are probably some people that masturbate thinking of, like, their own sexual activities and stuff. I don't know how you get into the weeds on that. But if you're, like, obsessed with the idea of just masturbating, thinking about yourself as a different gender, that might be a little bit more of a fetish, but it's going to be really hard to delineate between those two thoughts from an outside perspective, you know?
Right. What if, imagine a situation in which that was all you thought about when it came to sexual encounters, was yourself. Kind of like, yeah, what's that one movie where that guy is like a serial killer? Yeah. And he like stares in the mirror just to see himself. What if that was your entire sexual identity? It's just that. Would that still be?
That'd be
because that's what I understand from the reading. Yeah, from the reading I understand is literally AGP is just that. Well, I don't know. I've also read a lot of that guy that apparently is transphobic because he says that there are no homosexual trans AGP people because it's literally them just thinking about themselves as women while they're getting, while they're in the act. It's just a really hard question that my friend has to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, being trans is already like a really hard question. And yeah, that definitely complicates things, but I'm not going to be able to give you like a super good answer on that. That's a really tough line of inquiry.
All right. Well, thanks. I appreciate you answering it. I couldn't get it anywhere else. No one else wants to even acknowledge it. So.
Yeah, it's a tough one. If you can ever hop on Taftazer's stream, I know that she has thoughts on it. So
yeah, she doesn't stream as much as you, but yeah, I'll definitely try.
Okay.
All right. I'll see you later. Buddy.
Have fun. Bye.
Love you.
What?
Hey.
Hi.
Let me just mute the stream. Just a second.
Good idea, dude. Do you want to surface as well, or are you going to talk to me underwater the whole time?
I'm still underwater. I just have a quick question.
Okay,
did you comment on the Andrew Tate getting banned? And that's it. Okay.
There's not really much to say. I mean, I don't like the idea of like banning everybody that we don't like. I still think it's bad. I think it speaks poorly of your ideology if you can't like justify it, and you kind of have to just ban everybody. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, if he's breaking TOS or if he said things that are like TOS breaking, then I guess I'd support it. But I don't know what he did. I don't know what the actual specific ban reasons given were, so it's hard to say.
I think we're still waiting for everything to
white names
for
need
him
salvation.
to release stuff, and yeah. And did you see that he got banned on TikTok as well?
Yeah, I think he got banned on everything.
Yeah, very fucked. Okay, that's it. Bye.
Bye.
Good luck.
Except for Twitch, because he deleted his account. I have like a talk in like 25 minutes, so there's not much I can do. Slavic Donut. What is up?
Okay, I'm totally willing to be wrong on this because I don't.
You probably are.
At the risk of derailing the Collins already, it's not what you think it is. I don't know enough vegans or vegetarians to know this. Okay, but do you think they're morally lucky? And by that I mean, all of the vegans and vegetarians that I know seem like. As like a personal preference, they don't really care for meat that much anyways. Like they could just take it or leave it. I don't really know, like, are there just a bunch of them out there that are like, oh fuck, I just love meat so much, but I just can't eat it because it's wrong. Is that a thing?
I'm sure there are some, but some of them might be morally lucky as well. Yeah, just depends.
It would be kind of like me saying like my moral system is that I have to eat donuts and get blowjobs.
Sure.
Like it kind of takes away from the virtue of it if it's like.
No, yeah, I mean I understand what you're saying. It's possible. I don't know enough to really say, but I'm sure there are some that are like, I'm sure there are a decent amount that have moral convictions about it.
The real question would be if tomorrow, if lab grown meat gets perfected, right? Like it's cheaper, it tastes the same or better, whatever. It's just better in every single way. If I snap my fingers and completely replace the meat supply chain with lab grown meat, would the vegans and vegetarians change? Yeah. If it was purely just a moral problem, that should be no problem, right? Like they would be a huge conversion right there.
Correct.
But I bet there wouldn't be.
Maybe, dude. Maybe.
I don't know. That's all I had. Okay. Also, I'll never complain about women on your stream again after the Fresh and Fit battle. I've seen the other side. Okay, I've been.
Yeah, the women on my stream are awesome. You guys just don't have enough life experience, okay, to know how good they are. You guys didn't know how good you had it. All right. In a world of Miami bitches, all right, Labs and Laurens and Britneys, okay, are treasures. They're queens, okay.
Just keep them off the Xanax.
What?
Is Xan 1 Xan 2? It's a joke.
Oh shit. Okay, never mind. I got you. Okay. All right.
All right. That's all I had. Thanks.
Have fun. Be careful, babe.
Hey, the lights. They must be expelled from.
Let's chill on that, okay? FBI, don't come here. Hello, Leo. You're in. Leo. You're wasting everybody's time. They're all looking at you, making fun of you right now, Leo. Marigor, you're in while Leo figures out his show. Oh, he left. Nice.
Yo.
What up?
Okay, so when are you gonna learn to play a real champion? Like this Tristana trash? It's gotta end.
Okay, what's a real champion to you?
Zeri. Alright.
Jewish Giga Chad, you're in. What's up?
Oh, will you ever play Synthetic? With Mr. Mutin?
Someday. Maybe.
Someday. Cringe.
What?
Cringe.
Why is that cringe? Outsider miniatures. Okay. James.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
what's up?
I'm horribly distraught after listening to Nick talk about the instrument that he plays. I just want to say that euphoniums are now ontologically evil.
He kind of seems like a euphonium kid, right?
A little bit. He's like super awkward.
Yeah, they're like euphonium kids don't even really have stereotypes because it seems like they just kind of like sit there and nobody like euphoniums and baritones are just like the two. Like a lot of people don't even know what those instruments are.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, hey, but don't say we're not important. We're the fucking baseline. You know, we're right there with the tubas. You know, the trombones get a little bit more action, but
that's true. You're like, you show up to band and it's like, oh no, like I lost all my sheet music, and it's like, oh well, here's the tuba, just like read it up an octave. It's like, okay.
Oh wait, I was just playing BFA in fucking eighth notes the entire time, anyways. Who the fuck cares?
You know, it's all good. Do you
except for Jupiter?
Except for
fucking
Jupiter, one of Gustav.
Yeah,
yeah.
Gustav Holst's Jupiter. Ooh, that was a good shit.
He's a very low brass friendly gentleman.
True. I got the solo for that. That was I loved it.
Congratulations, nice job. Was this must have been in college, right?
No, that was senior high school.
Damn. Wait, are you from Texas? Where are you from?
No, Florida, Orlando.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I went to a really good school. We had a really good music department, except for the fucking music teacher ended up being found out that he like misappropriated funds and was getting himself like iPads and shit with the band.
Absolutely base.
Band funds. I know, right?
Damn.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay. Well, have fun. Be careful.
See.
Tough nerd.
What's up?
You tell me.
Not much, man. Just saw you was taking calls. Just wanted to see what's up, see how he's doing today.
I'm doing great today.
That's great. That's good to hear. And I got a question for you, real quick.
You come to the right place. What's up?
Did you know that females have more genetic material than males?
Females have more genetic material than males.
Yeah.
I would know that. If you're telling me that's true, I maybe, but I don't know why.
So
what
like,
about it? Yeah.
So to make our Y chromosome, we have to drop an X. I mean, we have to drop a leg off of one of our X's.
Okay.
So that means females have like 3% more genetic material available than males.
Okay, interesting.
So is it safe to say that females are more human than males?
I don't think that's how we would define human, but
I mean, they got more of the stuff that makes humans humans.
Does that mean that like people with Down syndrome are the most human people because they got like a whole extra chromosome? I don't think it works that way, Chief. No.
Good question. I don't know either. I don't know shit about genetics.
Oh, well.
All right. Well, that's all I want to ask. Hope you have a great day, boss.
All right, have a good one, dude.
You too.
Bye. MrGirl, you're back in for round 2.
Okay.
Oh, you're working this time. Good job, dude. We're all proud of you. We're all here. We're all pogging for you.
Well, all right. What? So when can we get more league content?
Outside miniatures. Wait, didn't I just have you in here? Did your mic not work? No, it didn't work. Reki, you're here.
Wait, let me mute the stream. Salam alaikum, my brother.
Jesus. Hello. Oh shit, never mind. Hold on. I don't make a shot. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. I had to clear my throat.
Okay, no,
Jesus
okay,
Christ.
I get it. There was
Okay.
nothing, I get it.
Yeah,
I get
okay,
it,
what's up?
Okay, alhamdulillah. Okay. So, why...
Wait, where are you from? Which Gulf country? Saudi Arabia, UAE, or Qatar?
I'm half Moroccan. Okay.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
I'm not Arabic. I'm a Berber.
Okay. All right. What's up? I feel like every friend I've had on stream that's ever been from one of those countries has always been from like one of those 3 countries. But okay, Moroccan. What's up?
Yeah, it's the most of them come from there. So the Yi and Pepe Olympics, where the fuck are they?
They're in the works. You know, we've had to talk to some organizers.
It's been
graphics.
2 years. It's actually, remember the last fun event we had? It was our place. And it was, we unleashed our inner wolves, but we're hungry for battle.
I'll work on it. The problem is that Yi versus Pepe Olympics is, here's the challenge of it, okay? It is a very inside joke thing. Like, even my whole community doesn't know what the fuck it is. Like, I was actually kind of surprised because I thought, like, the overall fun of, like, the community participating in each other and everything would be kind of funny or whatever. You can go back and look up views on the YouTube video. Somebody can link. They actually did really poorly. My stream numbers weren't that good either. So I can do it. It's just, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, I need to, like, I'm doing, like, a road bump for my, or a speed bump for my content right now. We're gonna, chill for a bit, but.
Okay, that's true, but you have to respect the real one's destiny, you know?
Yeah.
We're hungry
for
battle.
I got
Okay, but okay, that's it. Thank you for having the chat.
Okay.
Love you, buddy.
Have fun. Outside miniatures. I'm just gonna leave you in here until you figure your shit out, okay? Who knows?
Yeah. Do you think we should raise the retirement age?
Man, that sucks.
Yeah, I know.
Because it feels like you're like punishing people like, well, we don't have enough benefits to pay out shit, like work hard or work longer. Man,
I'm just saying, like,
what is it right now? Isn't it like
like
64 or 65 or max social security? What is it?
I don't know, it was like 63 or something like that.
Man, fuck that. What, you have to work till you're 70? That's fucked.
I was thinking like 68.
Fuck, that sucks.
I know it sucks.
I feel like the retirement age should be going down. No, we got so much money and wealth and power and all this shit.
But we have the average like in China and Japan, and you're gonna see that in America too soon, I guess, where you have like you know, the average like age of people, it's getting higher. So you need people to work longer so that they're paying into Social Security and make benefits and taxes.
Fuck that. No, fuck that shit. We can figure it out. We gotta be able to figure it out, okay? We gotta be able to figure it out.
All right.
You don't want to have to work till you're 70, right? Isn't that kind of fucked?
Well, me personally, it's different, but...
What do you mean by that? What, are you on disability or something? Or are you like a millionaire?
No, just genetic conditions are I'm probably gonna die when I'm fucking 60 years old or something.
Oh, well, look at this guy. Mr. Parkinson's or whatever over here. Mr. Huntington's disease over here. Fucking, wants to raise the retirement age. Well, fuck you, okay? Some of us are going to live longer than 60 years old, and we don't want to have to work the entire fucking time, all right?
All right. Thank you.
Damn, all right. Well, hey, thanks a lot. Have a good one, dude. Good luck. Unbelievable, dude. Answer.
What's good?
What do you got?
Hold up on me. Mute the stream.
Yeah, pull up, dude.
I'm here to attack your 2 most, probably the strongest opinions you have in your life. Easily.
Wait, you're gonna debate the 2 strongest opinions I have, or you're asking me what the 2 strongest opinions are?
No, I'm gonna debate the 2 strongest opinions you have.
Okay. What do you got?
First, ADCs aren't that bad right now, brother. You need to chill the fuck out. I'm freaking out every time you...
Sly, what you got for us? Joe Madi 2, what you got for us?
What's up? What is the topic of the call-ins today, or is it just free
Whatever
for
the
all?
fuck you want, dude.
Epic. I don't know. What do you think about Nick Fuentes' earlier in his career's his statements on the whole Holocaust thing?
It's 67.5 now, and it only goes up for the younger generation.
What am I supposed to think about it? Obviously, I think the Holocaust happened. I think Holocaust revisionism is cringe.
Yeah.
What kind of opinions are you looking for here?
No, yeah, I should have worded that better. Do you think it was just for memes and for fun, or do you think it was like...
No, I think a lot of them
legit
probably don't
focus
100% believe in the official story. That'd be my
right.
guess.
I think the same, because the stuff he mentioned, a lot of it was very clearly matching the stuff that very prominent Holocaust deniers have said. Like,
Yeah, of course.
For example,
Yeah, they're super Holocaust critical. Even today, he probably doesn't believe that. My guess is if you would ask him, he's like, yeah, the Holocaust probably happened. But he'd say the number of Jews killed is probably less than 1 million. And he would say that other tragic events that happened, like the bombings of, what's the big one they always bring up? Oh my God, I can't believe I'm forgetting it.
Dresden?
The Dresden fire bombings and everything. He would say like these things, like everybody was committing atrocities during the war, and the Holocaust wasn't like a big deal compared to everything else. It was just part of like being in war. That's probably what they would say.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's it's a bit weird to see what he said earlier in his career, because it was always said through jokes. But as somebody who understands Holocaust deniers and who has like kind of read up on that stuff, it's it's wild, man. But anyways, thanks for having me. Have a good one.
Yeah, good luck, dude. Shower, what you got?
Yeah, you
oh
know.
my God, are you okay?
Yep. Hello?
Hello.
What?
Okay,
Did I sound like I was gonna die?
Well, you were like slamming your desk, like you were hella mad.
Yeah. Yeah, I was mad because last time I couldn't talk.
Okay.
I wasn't able to speak.
Well, now you're here, okay? And you
Yep.
can speak. I'm not going to Agent Smith you. What you got?
Okay.
Wait.
Have you played what?
Have you ever played Factorio?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Can you help me figure this out real quick?
Yep.
Okay. Cargo pods take 30 seconds to craft.
Yeah.
And you need 4 iron chests per cargo pod, right?
Yeah.
So that means every 7.5 seconds you need 1 iron chest, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I've got 2 factories making iron chests and they make an iron chest in 0.5 seconds, how many of these assemblers can I feed at once?
Okay, do you want to know the best way to play Factorio? Is you
You're
just build like 700
Shut
iron
up.
chests.
Okay, never mind. Forget it. All right, what was your question?
It was a Factorio question.
Okay, what's your Factorio question?
Have you played Bob's Angels?
No,
or Bob's
not yet. I'm
Angels,
doing
whatever
space
the fuck?
exploration now. I might do the Bob's Angels next. Maybe we'll see. I know it's like 1,000
really,
hours.
yeah, it's really in
Involved.
depth.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, I was breeding fish to get speed modules.
That's awesome. Okay.
Yeah, it's great. You should try it out. Okay, and then wait. When you build your underground belts, you always like try to just eye it out. Instead, just build it from the other side and then just rotate with R, so that you don't have to like eye it out. Does that make sense?
No.
It's like when you're trying to build them perfectly, so it's the like max distance, but it
Yeah.
also like comes out on the other
No,
side.
yeah, I know what
you
you
can just build it from the other side and then just press R real quick, and it'll switch the direction. So you can stop like replacing like 3 or 4 times. It
Wait,
kinda
I don't know if
hurts.
that's true.
Yeah, it is. Just build it from the other side. So like, if you
Like,
want to
hold
come
on.
out
Let's
the
say
other
that I want to
side-
build. I want to build a thing. Oh wait, can I R? Oh, I can R the whole thing. Oh, maybe.
Yeah, you R it, and then it just instantly switches the whole belt.
Yeah, I'll think about it.
It's
okay?
way faster.
Don't worry
It's
about
nice.
it. Okay.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye. Okay, hold on. I need to figure out hold on, I have to figure this out. Okay. Cargo pods. Okay. Okay, every 7.5 seconds I need 1. No, I need 4 iron chests every 7.5 seconds. No, because I need 4, I need 1 every 7.5 seconds. So if I'm making 1 per second, no, I'm making 4 per second. Oh, because I've got 2 of these. Okay, I'm making 4 per second. And these need 4 every 30 seconds. 1 every 7.5. So these 2 should be able to feed like 8 of these, right? At least. Oh my god, hold on. Let me just... I think they could feed 30 of these. Oh, they could feed 30 of these. Every 30 seconds, I need 4 iron chests. And I'm making 4 iron chests per second. So I could feed 30 of those machines. Okay, that's good. Okay, all right. Okay. So I can do like 15 of each. That'll be good. All right, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I think so. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. What up, G?
Oh, not much, man. Hey, when are you retiring? When are you kicking up those feet, letting the world burn?
Probably whenever I get banned off everything. If YouTube ever goes the way of Twitch, then I'm fucked. But.
All right, cool. And a follow-up question. Let's say you retire. Have you ever considered writing a book with all your prescriptive beliefs and thought processes?
If I ever write a book, it would be probably well into my 40s would be my guess, or maybe 50s. Yeah, because my beliefs and everything change so much so often from shit that I learn about and everything that I feel uncomfortable being like, oh, like let me tell you how to live.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. And also, do you have a favorite D&D moment?
Favorite D&D moment, and man, the last, honestly, it sounds lame because there was only 2 of us, but the that fireworm fight was pretty wild.
Got you. And what arc was that? Because I'm still like at like.
Oh shit! It happened like 2 episodes ago. It was some it was pretty wild shit.
Cool. And as a player, what makes for a good D&D? Because I'm a DM at the moment.
Here's what I would say. I think that you should do campaigns. I think it should be 2 player characters and 1 DM. That's what I think.
Okay.
I think 2 player characters and 1 DM would be perfect. But
yeah, I have been noticing that a lot. The less players, I find it's a lot better.
Yeah, because like it feels like if you want to roleplay a lot, or if you want to do a lot of things,
You're going to be streaming Rust again anytime soon.
Probably not Hoodie, but thanks to Tier 4 Subber. It's just hard to do it with. It's impossible with 4 people. It's hard to do it with 3 people. And I feel like 2 is a good number to where both people could like be inputting a ton without like anybody stepping over anybody else or anything. But yeah, probably 2 to 3 people at the most, I think.
All right, great. And the last time I came on here, I talked about like 0101 death shit, and you sort of debunked that. So thank you very much.
Wait, 0101 what shit?
There was a 0101 like death. Like I was the guy who said like I was the schizo. It was like okay, so before I was born, it was a 0.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thanks for that, buddy. It made a lot of sense.
Oh, well, cool.
And I also asked you a question about the restaurant shit, and you gave me like this like niche fucking Japanese restaurant. I tried doing research into it, couldn't find jack.
Wait, what restaurant? Oh, that noodle thing.
Yeah, I couldn't find it, man.
Wait.
And even if I did, that sounds like some super like 10 weight shit. That's like no, like I ain't getting in that. But do you have anything else? Like maybe you went to Italy.
How can you claim to be anti-communism when you spend 11 hours a day making nothing in a factory that nobody cares about the existence of? Curious.
Nice. Sorry, somebody donating jokes. Okay, what was the question you just asked?
Just some like a fucking amazing restaurant you went to like in Italy or like some maybe Sweden, just in your travels. Anything?
I don't. No, I can't think of anything.
That's okay, man.
Damn. Like legendary restaurants I've been to while traveling. No, I can't really think of anything.
All right, I'll switch it up. Like, what's some cool shit you did while traveling? Just some like real memorable shit. Because I'm like a sailor, man. I wanna like explore the world, you know, not just like fly over to it and shit. I really wanna enhance my visits. I'm even learning some languages and shit. So yeah.
Well,
Anything
damn.
would be appreciated.
I'm not sure. Damn. The favorite vacation okay. So when you travel, how well you do in an area is going to depend on what you plan for. I think if you travel to some country or city or place and all you do is like stay in the main city all day and then go to a few restaurants, you're probably missing a lot of what you could potentially do. The best vacation I've ever been on, this probably isn't even the best place to go, but the best vacation I've ever been on was when I went to Aruba, bar none. But it's because me and Melina had planned out like a ton of stuff to do. It was like super, super, super fun. Like we did like these things called UTVs where you go driving all over the island. That was insane. Like I don't know if you've ever done like off-roading stuff before, but it's pretty crazy how vertical you can get on some of those vehicles. We did like snorkeling where it's actually like beautiful. It's like a Disney movie. You go underwater and there's like a million ultra colorful fish that are swimming around you. There was like an Italian restaurant on like the tip of this island that looks out over like the sunset and everything. Yeah, that was super, super, super fun. If you plan for fun events, you'll have a fun time, but you have to like actually like seek things out and plan for it. It's really good if you can try to find people that are native to the area that can tell you like the fun things to do too.
Okay, yeah, so planning is key essentially. Yeah, that speaks to me.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, man. That's all I had.
Yeah, no problem. Have fun. Oh, he left, loser. I must have fixed this, I think. Okay. Fuck, I'm not going to be able to make this. Was it Japanese? Was it Chinese? Japanese people are generally known for the noodle things, right? Not Chinese people, right? Fuck, I'm not going to be able to find this. What happened to the interview? It should be happening pretty soon or now, I think. Traditional.
Show my camera. There we go. Yeah, I do got wrinkles on my green screen.
Yeah, you got to get those wrinkles handled before you. I mean, it's fine. You're a young guy.
Yeah. There we go. It's Destiny. How you doing, big guy?
Hey, pretty good. How you doing?
How was the big stream last night?
It was so much fun.
Was the sandwich good, or are you still upset it wasn't Nutella?
You know, it was tolerable.
Tolerable. So do you have any idea what we're discussing right now?
I'm gonna be totally honest.
Yeah.
What
is it?
I have no
You
idea.
know?
I just
So
agreed
Paul-
to chat. You did a documentary/film thing relating to Fuentes, and you wanted to chat about stuff relating to that, I think, right?
Yeah, well, we both have, but Paul, he just spent like 5 figures on this big Nick Fuentes documentary. He premiered it in Vegas, and I thought it'd be interesting if we could all talk about it.
Okay.
All right, so Paul, you want to kick it off?
Hey, it's nice to meet you, Destiny. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
It's good to finally meet you. We're meeting for the first time here, and you're talking to like 2 of the most preeminent like documentarians on this particular world of celebrities and politics. So I do want to give a shout out to Michael Alberto. And what I will say is when I started this process of doing a documentary on Nick, during the research phase, which was probably like a full month of figuring out like what is there to talk about, what do we want to do, I found his iceberg video, which have you seen that, Destiny? His iceberg video?
Fuentes' iceberg video? I don't think so.
What? Oh, that's a Michael Alberto insult right there. I thought you guys were clowns. Anyway, he put together a really cool, YouTube documentary, since you guys are both not banned on YouTube, which is awesome for you two. And so I started down that path and created this documentary that at first was just going to be like, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes short. I just interviewed Nick on one day talking about the no-fly list, and during that process, I saw that he had his bank account seized, and I was like, well, that's another chapter of this story, and it sort of just progressed from there. A lot of cancellations along the way, and anyway, the reason probably that we're talking about it this week is it launches on Friday. It was announced yesterday, and it's going to come out on Friday. And there's a lot of bit of interest, as you can imagine, from Nick's audience out there. But I want the world to see it, not just the Groiper friendly people. So
okay, gotcha.
I want you to see it.
How long is it?
It's 47 minutes.
Okay,
so it's not terribly long. It started as a short. The first cut of it that we tried to get into a film festival was 21 minutes long. So it was clearly a nice little short piece. And then there's a second 26 minutes that I appended to it in the last couple months that really takes a broader look of America First. We went to AFPAC, very much like Louis Theroux went to AFPAC 2 to do a documentary in the UK. We went to AFPAC 3 to do a documentary here. And so, you know, since Nick calls you his best friend, I know you don't call him your best friend. I think you owe it to him to at least take a little look at that.
Okay, I'll consider it, okay?
That's all I need, just a consideration. Just a consideration.
Yeah, so that's how you got interested in Nick. I think, didn't you say you met him at like a event, right?
Well, you know, what we were doing was we were doing a documentary on the election in 2020. And so we were going to a lot of the protests, the election protests that were happening around the country, and just filming. We didn't really know anybody at the start. We were just two guys that were trying to figure out like what the heck's going on. And since we're documentarians, we're like, well, let's just go film it and talk to people. That's
for election protests. You're talking January 6th?
Yeah, like, well, before January 6th. So after the election, when they did protests in DC, and they did some in Atlanta, Georgia, and they did some in Michigan and Florida, and kind of all over the place. So we were following that story.
Okay.
That culminated in January 6th. So I was there on the ellipse because we were with people that were that was kind of like their last hurrah, their last day.
Okay.
So I was like, we're gonna go do this last one, and you know, it didn't work, but you know, we drew some attention to the issue, and that's it, right? And then January 6th happens, and we're like, wait a second, we got a whole other movie now because of the events around that. So yeah, we actually have two documentaries in the pipeline that both look at post-election January 6th issues. But this little short Nick Fuentes thing we just kind of pumped out in the meantime, and now it's our first release. So yeah.
Well, what do you want to chat about it?
Well, Michael, how do you want to bring that? Michael said he had a lot of questions, and I just you know, it's not out yet, so we can't really you're not able to see it yet, but I think your audience might be interested. You know, I guess I would just ask you, like, what do you think about the idea of there being a documentary about somebody like that? That's, you know, I treat him fairly. Like, I let him tell his story in his own words, so that whether you like him or you hate him or somewhere in between, I think it's important to answer the question, like, what do these guys see themselves as, you know? Not what does the media tell you, not how does the Anti-Defamation League write about him, but like, what does Nick think he's up to? And I think there's some value in just exploring that, even if you think it's authentic or he's full of shit or he's a subversive or whatever it is, you know? So does that sound like something that would interest you?
All of these things are interesting to me as a political figure. My challenge at the end of the day, because as friendly as we are on stream, and personally, we're personable to each other. Like, I can do that. I can be personable to anybody. But ultimately, end of the day, I do want to minimize like these types of like ideologies. Like, I would consider them to be like harmful. Like, I think they're bad. Like, I have real substantive disagreements with his view of the world and the prescriptions that he makes and everything. So it's kind of a challenge to like skirt the line of like what is too friendly, what is too aggressive. Like, if I'm too aggressive, then obviously I turn his whole fan base off and I just look like a screeching liberal. If I'm too friendly, then I kind of like humanize it and too much, and I make it look all like too kind of funny and not a big deal. And those are the same types of challenges that I would imagine. Well, I don't know how much you care about the political side of things, but when looking at like political documentaries, those are the types of challenges that I imagine on those end, where it's like, you know, I think documenting things and knowing what people really think, I think is important. It's very important to know what people really think, because if you don't know what they really think, you can't combat it, or you can't argue against it, or you're lost, you're at sea. And so I think there's a value in that. I guess the only worry I ever have, obviously, is that it's like it's too kids glovesy, and then somebody ends up like looking better than they should, or people get the wrong idea about like so for instance, like, I believe that there's probably some pretty real anti-Semitism that exists in Nick's movement, obviously, I would say, but he does a really good job at kind of presenting everything as jokes and obfuscating, and it's really easy for randoms to kind of get taken in by that. And you know, when people are like, oh, does he think the Holocaust really happened? And, you know, people are like, oh, he just jokes about that. Like, it's just memes. And it's like, yeah, he does meme about it, but he's not joking about it. Like, he does think that the Holocaust is severely overplayed. So, yeah, I don't know. That's always the challenge when I look at stuff like that for me.
You know, you're a unique person on sort of that side, because you're willing to engage with him. You had him in your house yesterday. And I'm guessing you probably take a lot of criticism from people that say, why do you even have him on? Why do you even give him the chance to look like a personable guy with you, who's like just another guy with ideas, right? Which like you said, you think he's dangerous and you want to minimize that. So How hard is that for you? I guess I would say, and then I'd love to tell you my experiences. But like, is that it? Obviously, you're always going to get criticism, but do you feel like maybe Nick looked too good there, and he's too the people's laughing at him, or how do you feel about that with your own audience?
Yeah, I think about stuff like that a lot. It's a huge consideration I make. But like, if the ideas that I believe in can be defeated with humor and irony, then my ideas must be dog shit. So like, at the end of the day, I should be able to step into the metaphorical ring with anybody and defend the things that I believe in. And if I can't, I think that's just more about my ideas than anybody that I oppose. So I used to be more of like kind of the, we've got to hide these people and we can't let people engage with their ideas. Maybe like 2, 3, or 4 years ago, I was more on that train of thought. But these days, I kind of see that as being a little bit pathetic. It's like, I believe very strongly in the things that I believe in, and I think I believe in good things, and I think I can argue those things. And the idea that I would have to hide from anybody or hide my audience from anybody that they might hear a thing and all of a sudden they become corrupted, I don't agree with that position as much. So yeah.
Well, that's what I asked myself too when we were making this film, and I realized nobody was really covering the story about him being put on the no-fly list without ever being accused of a crime. Nobody was really, even on the right, even on the conservative. I'm like, Tucker kind of missed it.
To be fair, that's part of the big deal about the no-fly list is that I don't think there have to be formal charges or anything brought against you for it to.
Sure, no, yeah, definitely, but it's still a fact, that
sure.
like they put them on. They don't tell you that you're on, and so you just find yourself on it, and they don't really even tell you what they're investigating. The movie kind of explores how he discovered that, but it was like. Most people, I feel like in this world that we're in right now, they still take that approach that you did a couple years ago, and they're like, we can't even let the guy ever be seen. Deplatformed, canceled off everything. And you show a lot of courage. Obviously, you'd come from a different worldview and a different perspective, and you're trying to knock those ideas down. And I kind of read the internet and the chatter and the Reddit. Some people say, oh, you crushed them. And then other people on the Groyper side are like, no, Destiny's always coming up with those tricks. And it's like, that's a healthy way of interacting, I think. And so what I do, I guess, is, I'm not going to say I did the same thing, but, there's something similar there in that I'm not going to go talk to him like a Louis Theroux and just try to get him in a gotcha question. Or, oh, what about this joke you made 2 years ago when you said that? It's like, there's value in just like letting them talk and letting those ideas out, and like you can like wrestle with them once they're out. But right now, if you Google his name, when you Google his name and you look at like the 5 top results, do you think you're getting a fair picture of who he is now that you know him a little bit more?
No, everybody in the internet plays up into caricatures of everybody else. So that's just kind of politics 101, right? Like if I Google like who is Joe Biden, if I'm getting like right-leaning results, I'm not getting an accurate picture. If I Google who is Donald Trump and I'm getting left-leaning results, I'm not getting an accurate picture. Like I think people are pretty bad when it comes to fairly representing political opposition. That's just kind of but like I said, it's just kind of par for the course when it comes to politics, unfortunately.
Do you think more people? I keep wanting to say like on your side. So, however you interpret that, do you think more people that are closer to where you're at politically and how you see the world, do you think they're opening up more to like platforming or engaging with guys like Nick, or do you think you're still unique in that most people are like, don't talk to him, absolutely not, never watching you again, or have you seen any shift in that?
Depends on what you consider my side. Like I would still say that my political views are like pretty progressive, and progressives are not on board with ever dealing with somebody like Nick ever. So, but when it comes to like center leftish people, like the kind of like the typical, I don't know, like a Biden Democrat, I think that those people are starting to open up more and more to like saying that we need to be able to talk to people and engage with people because like the cancel culture shit has gotten a little bit crazy. It's going a little bit too far. That's the current kind of read I'm on right now, but maybe that's not true. Maybe that'll change in the future. We'll see. But I think people are starting to say it's a little bit cringe.
You've been canceled, right, off some platforms?
Yeah, I'm banned on Twitch.
Weren't you banned on Twitter too? You used to have like a verified Twitter account.
Yeah, I'm banned on Twitter for fighting with alt-righters, and I'm banned on Twitch for fighting with trans people. So.
Wait, how do I super follow you on Twitter if you're banned? Did I just?
That's not his account. That's his friend.
It's my friend's account, but I mean, somehow I survived so far. Yeah.
Did you know I'm a super follower? Did you at least know that? Michael did not prep you if he did not tell you that I'm a super follower.
Michael, are you serious?
I think I did tell you he was a super follower. You can go through the DMs.
Hey, I'm always willing to throw Michael Alberto under the bus. I love the guy, but I will throw him under the bus as quick as anybody because he can take it, and I need a foil. So we could do that.
Okay. He was shitting on me at the Vegas event because he premiered it.
Yeah. The only time I cussed was at your Q&A question.
Wow.
Thank you. So happy I set this up with you and Dustin.
Well, no, this is good, Destiny. I wanted to tell you, since you brought up cancel culture and how it's kind of getting out of control, I just want to tell you quickly that we created this film and we submitted it to Freedom Fest, which is a libertarian film festival, and we thought, hey, okay, it's not a topic that talks about it's not a movie that's like, what is Nick's view on the Holocaust or what is his view on Jewish power? It wasn't like that. It's like, it was specifically about the no-fly list and his bank account being seized, and we just explored that in 20 minutes. So we thought, Freedom Fest, libertarians, they're going to be open to something like this, and they accepted it. And then a couple days later, they made an announcement that Nick was going to be on a panel, which was a premature announcement. We had only had a conversation about the possibility. And as soon as that email went out, they got so much heat from the right, or the libertarians and the right, and they had to pull it. And not only did they pull it, they disinvited us from the event, and our hotel rooms that we independently booked got canceled. So we're like, okay, well, we're just going to show the event on our own. And so we worked with Nick to try to put a screen together, and we were able to do that. And that's what Michael talked about. But we got there, and we booked at the Venetian Hotel across the street. So we're like, okay, it's our money, it's private. We're not doing we're not engaging in any sort of destructive way. We're not causing trouble. And the Venetian put us on a list. They canceled our room reservation while we're in the cab to the airport. And we tried to check in anyway, because we're like, the documentarians in us were like, hey, let's record this and see what happens. And the head of security comes down and says, yeah, you guys are on our do not book list. We're like, what? What is that? They're like, yeah, we can't really tell. You're not banned forever, but right now we just can't like give you a room. And so our association with Nick, and again, I called you courageous earlier because you're willing to talk to him. Our association with Nick got us banned from multiple hotels in a city for nothing other than we created a film that we were intending to show in the city. I mean, and I'm just a documentary filmmaker, it's insane.
They also wouldn't let anybody in they thought were groypers, because we tried to go and Kai went up to them and was like, how much is a ticket? And they said a one-day ticket's like $150, which they were just bullshitting us. There's no way they were charging that much for a one-day ticket, and I think they gave other people issues too.
Well, damn.
I mean, that's crazy, right? I mean, that's
it is crazy. Assuming everything you're telling me is true is crazy. Or assuming everything you're saying is true, then yeah, that is pretty crazy. But
yeah, I know you can't
a lot of people make a lot of crazy shit up. But assuming everything you're saying is true, yeah, that's pretty insane. I would agree.
we actually did a whole. I think it ended up being a 4-part article on our Substack. It's cancelproof.substack.com. Jason Rink was the producer of the film. He had hands off on the production of it, but he like financed it, and he helped me. He's my production partner, and a lot of the rooms were in his name. And we were spending like $5,000-$6,000 at these hotels because we had booked a suite. We go to these events and we book like the nicest room because the idea is like it's easier to draw people in to do interviews. It looks nicer. And
of course.
We're always making the next film, and so it's the question of who had the power to like make the call to a hotel that was not even affiliated with the event and say, this is a list of people that you can't book, and it's us. It's not Nick Fuentes. I understand if like Nick Fuentes' name is just gets on lists, but it's like Paul Escondone, like director with like a lot of credits and like normie sports television. It's just so weird. But that's kind of where we're headed, I think. So anyway, that gets me back to like the fact that you're willing to engage with them and take criticism on your side or on our side, I guess, on the more political right is I'm glad you do that. I'm glad people do that, and that's how I know about you is because Nick is talking about you, and that's how I learned about you.
Yeah, nice. What other documentary related stuff have you guys worked on?
I've done. Or do you want? You go first. You go first.
Go.
Okay. I'm doing. I mean, I interviewed Destiny a few months ago for one on JonTron. That one. Hopefully someday I can get it out.
Are you dropping that, by the way? I just keep.
It's like 3 hours long. I have like an hour done, but it's like it's just blackpilling because I'll work on it for days, but then it's like, oh, this isn't coming out forever, and then I get depressed. I made a video about Destiny actually, and his beef with Keffels. I've done a few things.
That's still ongoing, right? Or has that ended?
It never ends with Keffels. I mean, right now they're fighting with Kiwi Farms and Josh Moon, but normally the target's Destiny. They were going after him last night because you did that show with Nick. It's like, wow, I wonder why Destiny would rather invite, Nick Fuentes to his house rather than, Keffels, right?
Yeah, although, I mean, ever since I kind of broke off from that community after my big manifesto like a month ago, so I haven't been involved too much with them, and they haven't been involved too much with me, so it's been interesting.
I think that's probably the smart move to go instead of kicking the hornet's nest.
Yeah, probably. It seems like it probably isn't a good idea to keep kicking the hornet's nest on some things, huh?
Yeah, I agree. So, Paul, what else have you been working on?
Well, we got 2 movies in the pipeline. One is called Q Sent Me. It's about the QAnon shaman, Jake Angeli, who we interviewed after January 6th. He was a guy in the Capitol. We're the only people to have interviewed him. We were able to have access to him after January 6th because of a connection that we had previously made, and we were in D.C. at the time. So that's QSentMeMovie.com. And then there's one called The Steal that was the original movie that we were kind of in the process of making after the election. That's a 2023 release, but that's at thesteal.com. So you guys could check those out, and hopefully they're out soon. The Nick movie, this documentary that we were talking about earlier, that's going to be on Movies Plus. So that's mymoviesplus.com, and that's going to air on Friday. It's going to come out on Friday, and it's a subscription service, like $6 a month. It's not much to buy it. But Destiny, I wanted to ask you. I was reading a little bit in like Nick's community, and there was definitely some criticism when he started engaging with you. A lot of people are like, "What is he?" Even online, even when I super followed you, and I made a tweet about, "Hey, everybody should super follow this guy." A lot of people were like, "He's like a fucking liberal. Why would you super follow him?" And it's like, well, I don't want to explain that, So, what do you think Nick's goal is? What do you think he's up to when he's in your house and he's engaging with you and he calls you his best friend? How do you see that? How do you interpret that? I'm curious.
On Nick's fan base, I mean, the dance that I have to do is I'm trying to look reasonable to alternative audiences or audiences that would never traditionally engage with somebody with my political point of view, while also maintaining a firm grasp of and good representation of the things that I believe in. And to some extent, Nick is trying to do the same. Like, when we're both talking to each other, we're really kind of sort of aiming for audiences. Like, I'm not an idiot. Fuentes stands to gain a lot from his relationship with me, obviously. I open him up to audiences that he has never had before. Theoretically, maybe I could have been the one that connected him to Sneeko. Maybe that wouldn't have happened without being me. So Nick stands to gain a lot from talking to those audiences. And then I think that I stand to gain a lot by talking to his audience. And we're kind of both in this back and forth exercise where he's trying to present ideas that don't come off as radical as he really is, so he obscures a lot with humor and irony, but he can't cuck out too much because then his audience is going to shit on him for well, why did Nick let Destiny get away with this, or why didn't he go hard on that? And then I'm kind of playing the same game on the other end, where I'm trying to give a firm representation of my progressive and liberal beliefs, but I don't want to look like a screeching blue-haired banshee that people are immediately turned off by listening to. So yeah, that's kind of the back and forth that we're doing. Yeah.
So have you spent enough time sort of engaged with him over this Destiny Fuentes friendship arc to get a sense of if you're winning over hearts and minds from that side, or if he's maybe doing more damage, or is it hard to even figure that out since it's all happening outside of you in communities? And how do you even get metrics on that? Or
it's a really hard thing. It's just like a feel thing. Typically what I'll have to do is I try to read a lot of other communities' perceptions of me. So when we're talking, I'll usually have his cozy chat up. Sometimes you'll see me typing in there. I'll be checking 4chan threads afterwards. I'll be checking Twitter threads. I'll be checking subreddit posts. And I'll be checking my YouTube comment section. And then I can kind of get a feel for how I think I'm doing based on how people are responding in those threads. So when I go to other communities, the types of comments that I'm usually looking for are wow, this Destiny guy is a huge cuck that preps the bull for his wife, but he seems at least a little bit reasonable. He's one of the cooler liberals. If I'm seeing comments like that where they're trying to shit on me, but at the very least they see me as reasonable, I consider that to be a really good success. If it's not all hostility, but it's kind of people who are yeah, this guy's a loser, but I guess he's at least kind of reasonable. If I see stuff like that, I feel like I'm kind of getting in a little bit. That's basically generally what I'm looking for. And then,
are you worried? Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that, and then as long as I'm not making horribly, if the reception is too friendly, then I have to be a little bit careful. So obviously I've gone through a woman-hating arc because I'm a man, and we spend half our lives in women-hating arcs. It's just part of being a man. But if I go to Nick's sub afterwards, it's Destiny's base as fuck. I love how much he hates women. If I see stuff like that a lot, and it's okay, I need to change my approach a little bit. I probably don't want to be selling this message too much. I want them to like me, but not too much. So yeah, it's kind of there's a back and forth there that I play. And
you want them to be respectful towards you, have some sort of respect, but not think you're like Nick's top guy or something.
Yeah, I just want them to be able to
right?
listen to me. They don't have to agree with everything I say, but I don't want them to immediately outhandedly like just discount me. Oh, and then the really positive comments I'm looking for are ones that are attacking Nick because they don't think he did well. That's good. If I can arouse that doubt, or make that doubt arise in their mind, where people are like, man, Nick really fucked up this conversation. You know, he should have had this ready, or why did Nick do this? Blah 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 blah. Those types of criticisms are probably good as well. And this isn't just for Nick. This is like every figure I engage with. I'm kind of like looking for these things to see how I do it. Yeah.
So let me ask you a question. When I've seen you debate Nick or been on panels where you guys go head to head, I never feel like it's a clear L for one of you guys or a clear W. I mean, there's L's and W's within. Here's what I want to know. How did you feel about when you debated Alex Stein and that thing just went off the rails instantly? Like, did you come away from that being like, you know, I wish I could get a do-over? Because it seemed like you were a little rattled, but he approached you in a way that maybe you weren't expecting. I don't know. I'm just curious how you saw that.
Unfortunately, it went about as I expected. So I had a policy where after I did my big manifesto and I broke away from kind of these crazy people on the left, I wanted to try to engage with more like not high IQ, like high idea, like people that are more fun and fruitful to engage with. But I'd already agreed to do that Alex Stein debate, so I knew that was going to be a toss-up on whether it was going to be like crazy meme shit or not. And it ended up being crazy meme shit. And I think I realized after, it was probably like 20 minutes in, I'm like, oh, this is not going anywhere. So I go full meme mode, he goes full meme mode, and it's like, whatever. It was just, I don't think there was any way to do it. It's for somebody like him, he's not like a serious political figure, and he's only there to like stir shit up. So when it comes to people like that, there's not really a positive way that you can ever engage with them. You just kind of like, you have to laugh at them from afar, and you actually can't engage. He's the actual embodiment of like some people are so bad faith you can't engage with them. Now people will say that about everybody on the other political side, but he's one of those people where, like, imagine you've got like a baby in a restaurant that's just like grabbing shit out of its diaper and smearing it and throwing it everywhere. Like, you can't go and touch that baby in any way or hug that person or interact with them without getting shit all over yourself. There's just no way to do it. So in that sense, you just kind of like look at it, laugh at it, and move on, I think. And Alex Stein is definitely one of those figures.
So when you talk about him not being a serious political figure, I would assume you feel like Nick is most of your debates maybe.
I try to be serious on my ideas, and then Nick, I super disagree with Nick, but I would consider him a serious political figure. He has serious political ideas, and he'll engage with things on like he's got AFPAC, he engages with things on a deep level. Even if I super disagree with him, he's still like interesting to talk to and argue with.
Let me ask you this, Destiny. Who do you think's winning this like war? Because it seems like both of you. I know people do the spiritual battle joke for Sneeko, but who do you think's winning over whose audience more, or do you think this is just all like for the content and really nobody's minds are really being changed? It's just like for fun, for entertainment.
I mean, it's really hard to say. It's hard to track Nick's metrics because the only one that exists is on Cozy in terms of viewership, and I don't know how accurate those viewership numbers are. So it's hard to track because I don't know.
You can read in the forums.
But I mean, also, I would do it. It's hard to measure like his success versus lack of success in terms of what he's doing. For my success, I mean, I can see my viewership numbers growing. I can look at community engagement. I don't know. I think that in some ways, I have the harder battle, but in other ways I have the easier battle. Defending the establishment right now is really hard today when anti-establishment is like the trend all across the internet, and Nick can play into that really well. You see that when he engages with especially black people or people like Sneeko. Like, these are people that are already kind of like primed to be very anti-establishment, so he has like a big edge there. But I think I have a big edge, and that this is so cringe to say and everybody says it, but I think I'm the only one that actually means it. I'm not really like a very politically ideologically driven person. I'm kind of like epistemically driven, in that like I really do look for positions that are the most truthful positions, and that's what I go for. And when I say that, and when I mean that, is that like I'll change my position on things really radically if new data comes out to show something is like radically different. Like, I've had a radical evolution in my beliefs on things like Citizens United or on things related to Supreme Court cases because I've got like new information, and I'm willing to like be open-minded and change my mind about it. Nick is in a much harder position though. And by the way, I'm not trying to say that I'm better or worse because of this. I'm just saying I have the advantage. Nick is in a harder position because he's kind of like the ideological figurehead of a movement, and he doesn't really have the flexibility to change his mind or opinions on things as much, because he's America first. He has to do this like Christian, like, let's say that he has a coming of age whatever moment and he like wants to be an atheist, or let's say that he radically changes his mind on stuff related to democracy or whatever. He can't really do that because now he's created a political movement around a certain ideology So in a way, he kind of suffers from this ideological capture that he himself has set up. Whereas I can be far more flexible. If you compare my positions now to where I was 5 years ago, holy shit, it's radically different. 10 years ago, I was a Ron Paul supporter. In the 2008 election, I was a big Ron Paul fan.
You said that last night. I didn't know that.
Yeah, huge Ron Paul fan, dude. We watched if you think Bernie bros were delusional, you should have seen the Ron Paul us dudes in 2008 when we were like, he can do it, he can do it.
I know.
Yeah.
You just didn't know. You just didn't know how corrupt the system was, or at least you hoped it could. You hoped there was a chance he could overcome it through some voting.
Course, yeah. And like abolish the Fed and all of that. We need to go back to the gold standard. Yeah. So I have the advantage there that I can be far more flexible and open, and I can appear open-minded. I am open-minded, but I can appear open-minded and open to reason and fact. Whereas for Nick, he has far less flexibility because I'm an individual on the internet and I can be an individual, whereas he's kind of like the leader of the movement, and to some ways he kind of has to maintain faith and fidelity to that movement. It's a difficult position for him.
Another side of that is just kind of like age and just natural growth that you do in your life, because like how old are you, Destiny? Like
I'm 33. That's another thing that feels really shitty too. And I try never to bring it up in conversations because I do it to my wife sometimes because she's really young too. She's 24 and it sucks to use that in an argument. But like sometimes there are people that I talk to. It happens with Sneeko, I'd say. It happens a little bit with Nick, but it's like, man, like you're 24 years old. Like I've had so much more time in life to figure things out. It's almost like not fair. Or it almost feels like bullying because I know that you're going to change. Nobody. How old are you? You're older than me, I think, right?
I'm 41,
yeah. Nobody is the same at 30 as they were at 24. It just never happens, you know.
Truth, yeah. And so you don't want to throw it at somebody's face and be like, "Oh, I know everything. I'm older."
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
If you will change, he could change. He could be more radical. I mean, who knows?
He could,
right?
yeah. He could, yeah.
How he's going to change, but I think like. When you're 24, 25, and you're strong in your opinions, like maybe you were, how I was, we were sure we were right.
I did. I knew everything about the world when I was 16. Yeah. Okay. When I was a teenager, I was like, oh, I got all this shit figured out. Yeah. Of course.
I know everything about the world.
Yeah.
Now, this young kid right here, he has no idea. So we're two older guys talking about it, and it's like with Nick, I feel like even over the course of doing this documentary, it's almost been a year and a half since I had the idea. I've seen some shifts in rhetoric and tone, nothing major, nothing where you're like, man, he's jettisoned that idea or he's changed this for optics. But you could just sort of see it on the edges, how he thinks about an issue or the time that he gives things. And, you know, I think you acknowledge, maybe that's why you engage with him so much, because you're like, hey, this is a guy who's got a lot of pull. Maybe if he's going to shift, maybe if I just pull him a little over here, shift him on this topic over here. I don't know if you're...
I think about it a little bit, yeah. My fan base gets really triggered because so like for instance, and I'll say this, and I even see in his chat they'll all call me wrong, but I know I'm right on this just because I've listened to enough and had enough people email me things. But like one example would be like Jewish related shit.
He just wept.
Like I think that 4 or 5 years ago, like Jew stuff was it was like the talking point for every alt-writer, like Nick included. There was a lot of shit related to Jews that we're talking about commonly. Now, I'm not going to go as far as to like, I think that Nick is pro-Jew now or he's not anti-Semitic anymore, but it's definitely taken a backseat to other types of rhetoric, whereas like before and I'm not saying that they love Jews or they believe in the Holocaust or some shit, but like you can definitely see more tactful changes in rhetoric in terms of focusing more on like a positive building of a movement and focusing more on like this kind of like Christian nationality thing and like attacking other conservative figures rather than like this hyperfixation on kind of the weird vitriolic racism and anti-Semitism that I think was embodied in the alt-right, you know, like before Charlottesville. Yeah, for sure. I think Nick has definitely changed, and the alt-right, or not the alt-right, and the America First movement has definitely changed in regards to that. Even if the chat doesn't agree, and even if Nick's chat doesn't agree, I think they have.
Destiny, so you were talking about how you... What?
No, I was just gonna say Nick's chat's upset that I just like we lil bro'd you, Michael. Yeah, me and that's.
It's all right. It's all right. I'm not complaining. I don't have that many questions, but one question I wanted to. Because Destiny was saying, well, Nick really can't change because he has this movement. But a few years ago, he was like a Yang Gang guy. Like he was taking pictures with Andrew Yang, and I think his rhetoric has changed. So what do you think about that?
It's shifted a little bit, but it's very, very, very hard. Like he can change a bit. Like I just said, like in some ways I think he has changed, but it's very, very, very hard. It's very, very, very hard because he has to contend with being the ideological head of a movement. Like 4 years ago, when I spent so much time debating with conservatives and alt-writers and shit, I didn't realize this, but I actually grew a sizable fan base of like communists and socialists. I didn't know that. I thought they were all joking and memeing when they said that shit. And when I found that out, I axed half my fan base. I was like, listen, if you guys are here for socialism and communism, you guys are fucking cringe. I don't do that shit here. And I literally lost half my fan base to Vosh and Hassan. I don't know if Nick would be willing to chop the size of his movement if he radically changed. Like he's like, listen guys, I've thought about this a lot. I don't really know how I feel about this Christianity shit. like, I don't know how much of his movement would instantly bleed off if he said that. So I don't know if he has the same flexibility to be as forthcoming with huge personal revelations, is what I mean, yeah. He can change a little bit for sure, and he will over time, and he'll continue to. He has to. He's a growing young man.
Well, why would you chop off your audience in that situation if, you know, the reason you're engaging with Nick the way you are is to sort of like, you know, affect some change in those people's mindsets or their ideology? Couldn't you have done that there, or were you just like, these guys are too close to me, they need to know where I stand on this stuff right now?
That's what I mean. I'm sorry. I'm presenting that a bit dramatically, but that's really what I mean when I say chop off my fan base. What I really mean is that I had to like make people understand like very clearly, guys, I am not a communist. If you think this about me, like, you're totally wrong. And it was in the process of, in the service of that, people got really, really, really mad, and I lost a pretty huge chunk of my fan base.
Would you have done anything differently, or do you think it was you did it the way you had to do it?
Oof. I was stuck in a really, really, really hard place because I had two people that were at the same time that were probably more radical than they were letting on, that were fighting me at the same time. So it was very, very difficult to navigate that. And like, because Hassan was presenting himself as a social democrat, and he wasn't. He was far more radical, but he didn't want to reveal that. And then Vosh was always kind of like in a weird place where he was kind of a fan of me, but he would attack me on like the worst like misinformation points. So to contend with those two, like kind of like nibbling at the edges of my fan base at the same time while I'm trying to figure out like where my fan base even is, because I'm getting like, to this day, you can go back and read, there were posts on my subreddit were like, oh, like, it's so funny, guys, like Destiny's like so close to being a communist, he's basically already a socialist, lol. Like, people were making posts like this, like, you guys are fucking crazy. So I probably could have handled it differently. I'm older, I'm smarter now, I've got more wisdom. I'm sure I could have navigated it more effectively, but man, it's a very, very, very difficult thing to do. Yeah.
Are there any particular issues that are important to you that you and Nick are close on, and you could potentially like share a stage about a topic and not just be like you're on one side and he's on the other side? Or is there like, what's the closest thing that you guys see some alignment on?
The problem is, on the things that we see alignment on, I don't know if we really see alignment on it or if he just sees opportunity. So like, for instance, today we would probably agree quite a bit on stuff related to freedom of speech, that like we shouldn't be deplatforming actors and shit just because we don't agree with them. But I feel like he probably only thinks that because he gets super deplatformed. And I'm pretty sure in like a Christian, like theocratic, monarchic world or whatever, he would probably want to deplatform like the gays and the LGBTs and everything as well. I don't think he would be a free speech advocate in his ideal world because everybody would be Catholic and shit. So yeah, I'm not really sure. I'd have to think a lot about that to see like, would there be things that we would actually like have an agreement on? I'm sure there's probably something. I'm sure we can find things out
That could be an interesting conversation for you guys to have.
Well, maybe, but I don't know if I want to build ideological agreement bridges with somebody that I'm so ideologically opposed to on so many other levels. I don't know if that's like something that I would consider to be a good thing.
Yeah. People in my chat are giving me a hard time because I said Nick was Yang Gang, and they're saying it was a complete meme. I don't think so. I think it was like half meme, half serious. Maybe I could be wrong.
I think there were two candidates that were, people could like support them, but the really reason they supported them is because they were anti-establishment, and that was Tulsi Gabbard and Yang Gang. Like these are two candidates got a lot of support people, and they would pretend it was because their ideas or some bullshit, but the reality is just that these guys were like wicked anti-establishment people, so people supported them for that reason.
Yeah, I know. Like a lot of it was like a meme, but I don't know. I feel like for it to become a meme, there had to be some things there because Yang had the like 1K a month thing, and that was like the big thing. I remember on 4chan back in 2019 or whatever.
The freedom dividend, yeah.
So the reason I asked that question, Destiny, is I was just thinking like in this crazy world where Destiny and Nick are both at AFPAC 4 together, or AFPAC 5, you know, what would you talk about? What if he said, hey, I'm going to give you 30 to 40 minutes to just make your pitch to my people. We'll try to win them over. Do whatever it takes. Would you take that offer?
That's a really hard one. I had to think a lot about that. I'm not sure.
The optics are you're at AFPAC, right?
The optics, yeah, obviously that I'm at AFPAC. I'd be bringing my whole audience into it, so now they're all exposed to it. I'd have the opportunity to talk to his audience. I feel like I would gravitate towards no, because like they're in like such a highly charged environment to do their thing that I don't think I'm ever convincing anybody in that environment that I've got like better ideas. Yeah, so I don't know. I'd have to think about that one.
You don't think you could do that? You don't think you could convince them over? Or?
At AFPAC? Could I go to a Trump rally and pull fans away from Trump? Probably not, right?
Dude, that's a good question, though, right?
Nah, it would be.
You should go to AFPAC. You and Nick could have like an on-stage debate.
If he were to set up a debate, I would consider it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What if he expands it? What if he expands it? And so, one day is like the traditional AFPAC speeches, and then
Mhm.
there's like a debate panel day or something like that. Like a 2-day thing.
Yeah, if he
I
did the
could see
debate
that.
thing, I would consider it. I'd have to know the topic and everything in advance, but we could do 9/11 maybe. But no. But yeah, if I knew the topic and everything in advance, I would consider it.
Hey, so about that, when you guys talked about watching that documentary, I thought you guys were gonna like watch it live and react, but you like studied it, right? You're like,
Yeah,
gotta be
well, I
able to-
wanted time to study first because obviously, if there's any like documentary like that, the guys are going to have a ton of information in the background, and I need to be prepared.
Do you see any value in live reacting to content like for the first time and just hashing it out right there? Is that just not your style? Would that not have been your style?
Given a sufficiently effective rhetorician, I think that's a real word, somebody that can prepare everything in advance and have like a film, it would be very arrogant of me to assume that I could just like on the fly combat every single point. I might consider doing that with like the mRNA vaccines because I've studied them so much. But even that, I don't know if I feel 100% confident on because, yeah, just given time to prepare, like it's a hard battle, yeah. And I've you know what? No, actually, I wouldn't. I've actually been too arrogant in the past, and I've had that happen to me, even in personal matters. There's a whole Bob 7 saga on my stream, and I've done things it's like, you know what, this is like so wrong. Like, I can do this on the fly. Like, I'll just show everybody why this guy's wrong. And then you end up when you're doing it live and you're not prepared, you stumble too much, and then you like undermine your own credibility. And it's like, no, I think I would need time to prepare. I need to like figure out like what a good response to everything is. The person that I'm watching, they took time to prepare, so I should assume, unless they're a total dumb fuck, that it's going to take me time to prepare a good response. But yeah.
How much of your brain power right now is in your video game, and how much are you giving to us in this conversation? I just want to get a sense of that.
It's all, you've got all of it right now. this is like menial tasks I'm doing right now. So
you're just like, it's a what game is that? I don't even know what that is.
It's called Factorio. You build factories to build more factories to build more factories. It's
like a tycoon.
You and Nick, you play games like this, and he plays like Valorant crap, and that's just a whole different world.
Nick plays Valorant
in Minecraft, right? You do a little Minecrafting.
Yeah, I do.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I do.
Oh, him.
Well, everybody does
plays Minecraft. Yeah.
I've been playing this game called Frog Gun. It's like a platform. It's slow paced. I like it. It's a lot of fun. But
did you know Michael Alberto is like a legit celebrity? Like the first time I met him at AFPAC 2 the first time. Sorry, AFPAC 3, and there was like a line of dudes trying to get his autograph and meet him. Like he had the biggest line of people.
You're trying to interview me because you were going to take me to the hotel to do the interview originally, right?
The way you say that is you say that in the worst possible way.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, I was going to take this young man.
I was 18.
Teenager to my hotel room and put a camera in front of him. That's true.
Hey, the camera's what makes it legal, right?
Yeah. I'm sorry. But yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, my favorite thing was the first interview thing that I did with him. It was funny because he was trying to convince me, I'm not a groiper, and he literally talks fucking exactly like Nick verbatim. I thought that was really funny, but okay. Not as much as that Kai Clips guy does, though, or the Kai Clips guy does.
Kai's awesome. Kai's a good
Michael's a chameleon because he definitely can be a not groiper sometimes, and the community, the community is
they
like
hate me. Sometimes.
They want you to take a stand. They want you to defend Nick. Be on firm position, a pro America First position. And sometimes you got the Medicare thing, and you wear.
They want me to burn the Medicare hat.
You burn the hat.
I hosted that debate, and everybody I guess wants me to like take Nick's side with it or whatever, and like burn the hat.
Be in chat if you want him to burn the hat. I just want to see how crazy your chat go. Be in chat in Alberto's chat if you want him to burn the hat. Does it mean anything to you, Destiny, or is this like just crazy lore that you don't even get involved with? Because he is the king of lore.
Yeah, unfortunately, I shouldn't say unfortunately, I made more conservative friends, so I know more about this stuff than I'd care to. I listened to that debate that you guys did. I was almost going to jump in when it was Medicare and Nick about Ralph.
Yeah, I forgot to let you in.
Yeah, I think I was just waiting.
At a bad time.
Yeah,
you were in the parking lot, the Wendy's parking lot.
Yeah, a parking lot with a friend, and we're just like listening to your fucking debate, and I'm trying to explain to them like, okay, well, you don't understand, like, I'm trying to catch like a normie friend up on like the crazy, stupid fucking drama that's going on. I realized like halfway through I started saying like, listen, just sit here for a moment, I'll be done in a second, okay? But eventually, I had to take off. I couldn't sit there forever.
Michael, this is crazy, man. Your chat is full of bees. Destiny's chat is full of bees. This is like.
They want me to burn the hat. They want me to burn the Medicare bridge.
Let's build that bridge. It's all bees in chat on both chats. I think it needs to happen.
I said if they fill out my monthly goal, I'll do it.
Oh,
What's your monthly goal?
If they get me to $18,000 this month, not 18,000, 1,800, I'll burn it. But I don't think we're gonna get there, so I think my hat's safe for this.
Well,
month.
hold on. What does burning the bridge look like?
Burning the hat. I actually don't think MrGirl would care. I think he would find it funny because.
Well, I want to know, would it be like bringing him on stream and ambushing him with somebody, or like?
Not a literal.
No, they want me to like.
Not
I
a
have a
literal.
hat, and they want me to burn it outside of my driveway.
Oh,
That's what they want me to do.
I want you to burn it inside. I want you to burn it right there, right on camera. There's
Right on
nothing
camera.
from burning it right now.
I don't know where it is. I think it's downstairs.
Okay,
Or it might
maybe
be
that.
over there. I don't know. All I have is the Let's Go Brandon hat right here. That's all I have in my
So
arms
you do.
reach.
So you are kind of a chameleon. He said he didn't know you. You presented yourself as not a groiper, and you show up and you're like talking just like Nick. That's a
that what he
problem.
I could tell he was a
this was-
griper. He was trying
This
to.
was like a fight me and Nick had because he's like, "Oh, you don't call yourself a groiper." But the reason why I don't call myself that is I don't do political commentary. I do my documentaries and I cover e-drama. So
Oh, I
that's
understand
that's
that.
why I don't call myself that.
Well, that's my same position. You kind of want to be an independent outsider, observer looking in. So even if you share some ideas, it's like
Yeah,
you
that's what I
wanna
try to
go
do.
all
but
in.
I don't even get what's the point of doing it at this point because everybody in Destiny's audience sees me as like some right wing guy or whatever, and then everybody who might like me is mad because I don't know because I guess I'm a fence sitter or whatever, and I'm not a furry to that guy in the chat. That's slander, total slander in the chat.
Destiny, what are you gonna stream with Nick more, or what's your plans this week? Because I know he's out there.
We might do one more. I'm trying to do more real life stuff with people. So I think
Yeah.
Sneako's moving down here. We'll see how long until that bridge burns. He's a really cool dude. And then if Nick moves down here, maybe. But again, I have to be careful because like I don't want to just like intermingle my community with his too much. So.
Listen, is it fair to say that you have these concerns, and you're trying to be strategic about them, but like as a person, you like Nick, like he's friend, like you guys are friends? Or
Yeah, I mean, I'll always get along more just because of my background is too set in stone in terms of how much time I've spent on edgy parts of the internet growing up. Like, I'm always going to get along more with conservatives than fucking progressives who are crying and have 52 mental illnesses and are complaining about every single fucking thing, like, under the sun. It's harder to get along with those people, unfortunately, even if we're more politically aligned. So, yeah, I'm always going to be probably more friendly with conservatives in that sense, but, yeah.
Are you friendly with like the trans crowd, or do they have issues?
My
with
community, yeah. I've got a lot of awesome fucking trans people in my community. There are a lot of cool trans people out there. There are a lot of trans people that make a lot of really fucking edgy jokes about being trans, about like progressives and shit. But the problem is you just don't ever see them on the internet because for a lot of these trans people, man, if you think you're persecuted on the internet for being like a groiper or a right winger, try being a trans person that doesn't 100% toe the progressive line. Like you get destroyed from these communities, and you have like no other community that you can associate with because being trans in and of itself already puts you in another category. So there's a ton of like awesome trans people in my community and on the internet, but they have to stealth. They can't like out who they are because if they disagree with any of the progressive orthodoxy, they get fucking slaughtered online. It's brutal.
So are they only kind of hush hush about it, but they interact with anonymous names in your community and they find community, or is it like in their real life they just don't?
Well, in my community, they're all open. Well, some of them are open, I mean. But, like, people that associate in my community get called, like, transphobic and horrible people by other communities. So if you're, like, a known trans person that's part of the DGG community, people will just, like, call you transphobic even if you are trans. So it's, like, a rough...
Call you that, too?
Yeah, of course. Well, that's why I'm banned from Twitch, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's what it was?
Yeah.
Was that the Keffels thing, or is that something else?
That's the Keffels thing.
Oh, okay.
Made a whole video about it. Paul, you should have seen it by now.
I can't watch everything, my man. I want to.
And now I got to respond to some people in my chat because I said they see me as this right-wing guy, and they're like, Michael's disavowing the right wing. What I mean by that is I don't do right-wing commentary. That's all I mean. Like, I have right-wing views. I don't do right-wing political commentary. I'm not like Nick. That's all that meant.
Disavow right now, Michael. What will you disavow right now?
Well, I don't know. What do you want me to disavow?
I don't know. I just want, disavowals are important. What is that? What do you disavow? Other than
Disavow
Nick?
murder. Disavow that. It's pretty bad.
What do I disavow? What does that mean?
I don't know. We're just talking about disavowals, You're too open-minded. I don't think you disavow anything. I definitely think you disavow parts of cancel culture and the deplatforming that you see, even if it's guys you disagree with, right? Very leading question. I'm sorry. That was a very leading question.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like cancel culture, of course. Yeah. I would disavow that. I disavow like murdering people and raping people. Does that count? Like, yeah, these aren't very brave positions to disavow, but yeah.
You know, now you'd be surprised.
Sure.
You'd be surprised. That's all I'll say. I'm a little bro you here.
Yeah,
7 years older. Yeah, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. How did is it your wife or your girlfriend and Nick get along? How was that?
My wife, I mean, she gets along with almost anybody, and then he left pretty quickly after we finished our thing, so we didn't hang out or anything. So.
Well, that's disappointing.
We might do food or something in a day or two. I don't know. We'll see.
When you talk about the IRL content, is that like just bringing people into your studio, or are you going to go out and do some shit?
Probably a little of both would be fun. It just streaming in America is really hard because our fucking infrastructure for cell phones is dog shit.
Oh,
it's like if you go in Europe, you can be in the fucking random dude. I remember I went to some random fuck mountain area with a giant lake in Sweden with a free driver and with Melina, and we were like diving in this. It was like in the middle of fucking nowhere, and we had perfect cell phone connection. We streamed the whole thing. And in America, I don't get good reception in any major city. In Miami, LA, San Francisco, New York, Seattle, I can't get a consistent connection anywhere. It's unbelievable. Even with a full 5 bars on my phone, I have no bandwidth. I don't know what the fuck is going on with cell phone shit. If all the towers are just overloaded, they don't have enough infrastructure, or what the fuck it is. But it's so irritating. I hate it. For the United States.
You know how annoying you probably sound to your audience when you're like, Sweden is so much better at cell infrastructure.
Well, that's one of the reasons why we need to support better infrastructure in the United States. We can do it. We have the money. We just don't have the political will for it.
There's the liberal big government prescription to that problem. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there is. There absolutely is. And if you go use phones or public transport in any fucking European country, you will come back so public pilled. Okay, you'll be like, holy. But at least, at the very least, like Nick is America first. These guys should be like close-ish, like relatively like third positionists, right? Like they should be okay with big public spending and stuff. They just don't want it to be wasted on black and brown people, right? So at the very least, we're kind of agreeing on one part, right?
Whoa, yeah, man. So can I give you some names and you just tell me like based or cringe or what you think about them? Because I want you to get on the record on some of these America First streamers.
Oh no, I can try, but I'm not gonna know a lot of these guys. I'll do my best.
You'll know a few of them, okay?
Okay.
Baked Alaska.
Friendly guy, but yikes, pretty cringe. But he's a friendly dude.
Okay. What about Tyler Russell, Canada First guy? Do you know who that is?
Don't know anybody like that.
Okay. What about Laura Loomer? She's got an election today.
Cringe because I didn't get invited to go up and hang out with them. So fuck her.
No, you're not at the victory party.
Nope, Nick is up there, and he didn't even think to invite me. So fuck.
Would you go?
Yeah.
Would you have gone? I guess.
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
It's a federal seat. Wait, hold on. It's a federal.
It's the House. Yeah.
Yeah, the House of Representatives, right? Not a Florida bullshit.
Correct.
Yeah, so
Correct,
fuck yeah. Why would I not? Yeah, of course.
Like she'll be the Jewish AOC, the Jewish right-wing AOC if she wins.
Yeah. Is she better or worse than Marjorie Taylor Greene? Or is she in a similar vein to that?
Well, you know.
Okay, she is. You're telling me. That's what I'm getting. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, you mentioned Kai earlier. Kai Clips, based or cringe?
He's a friendly dude. He's halfway. I'll go halfway with him. Based / cringe.
Kai's based. Kai's like literally like the best.
Yeah, but you guys are also all fucking America Firsters, okay? So.
Well, I'm talking in terms of like his personality. He's just a nice guy to hang out with. Very, very polite, very kind guy.
I'll give him 51% base because he wants women to be ripped too. Okay.
Base.
He's not scared. He's not scared of shredded women.
Okay. Gang, I agree. I agree with him on the muscular woman question.
You're Suckle Gang?
Yeah.
Justin, have you heard about this Suckle Gang business?
What is Suckle Gang? Do I want to know?
You don't want to know. You don't, I wonder if chat. Hey, Destiny's chat. I'm going to make a direct appeal. Destiny's chat. Do you know about this Suckle Gang? I hope not. I hope that hasn't crossed over. It's a
Suckle Gang. Do you want me to explain it?
I'm not going to do it.
Basically, Kai is into the idea of drinking breast milk to help get gains. That's what it's about. That's what it's about.
Damn. Boost your immune system, gives you higher IQ, gives you a hot MILF to suck on. I don't know, man. That sounds like I've seen a lot of pros. Where are the cons?
Yeah.
Well,
there is none.
Here's the only time I'm going to actually give my position on Suckle Gang. There is the question of whether that is something one should do, and then there's a question of like that being part of your identity, okay? Am I into consuming human breast milk? Of course. Why wouldn't I be? Am I going to like put that hashtag on my profile and talk about it incessantly? Hell no, I'm not. This is the only clip that will ever exist where I come out in favor of it, but that's it, okay? Since we're talking about it.
You see, Kai's into it because he has this cope that's like, oh, it's just for health. It's like, dude, it's like you just like tits. It's like, why do you gotta like have this weird cope to like justify? I don't get it.
Well,
he's unmarried, so it's a little weird, right?
No.
Or is he married? He's not married, right?
He's not married, but I don't think it's weird.
Oh, well, how do you? All right, that's it. I'm sorry for bringing it up. I apologize for bringing it up. It's
I wouldn't have brought it up. It wasn't even a super chat. I mean, I had some weird questions.
Oh yeah, do you have super chat? Yeah, I mean, we're kind of getting to the end of the hour. Is there some stuff that you need to read to your?
Well, I have I guess one question for Destiny. This is like one I wrote down, but what do you think about like what happened with Nick with after like January 6th, and do you think it was deserved? What was?
I would have to know what the particular. Was he charged with anything?
He was not, but there was the no-fly list. He had his bank account seized, or one of them seized.
I don't want to give a strong statement on that because you know, and I know that there's been a lot of different things talked about in terms of what actually happened. So I don't have any strong. I haven't done enough research to have a strong opinion on any of that. I don't know what's real or what's not real or whatever. No-fly lists are tricky. I'll say that, but I think we kind of touched on that earlier because no-fly lists are something being taken from you without any formal charge being brought ever. There is no due process for a no-fly list. I don't even know if you can challenge it. So I don't know how I feel about those, but yeah, but that has nothing to do with Nick. That's just the concept of a no-fly list in general is challenging.
Yeah, let's talk about the concept. In this concept of being on the no-fly list, they don't tell you that you're on it. So the only way you ever find out that you're on it is you go to the airport and you try to get on a plane, and they tell you that you can't get on the plane. And then if you try to book with multiple airlines, it's going to be the same thing. So they'll never tell you you're on it. You just kind of have to infer it. And then there's a formal way that you can have them review your case to get off of it, but they won't tell you that you're on it. So you kind of just have to guess through circumstances that you're on it. And then you can have your lawyer, or I guess you could do it yourself if you want, file this paperwork that they'll get to eventually because it's a national security issue. And so, yeah, that, no due process at all. It's just taken from you until the point it's not. And they don't tell you when you're off. So you have to sort of just like book every once in a while to see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say they're great. It's a challenging one. I would have to see like how many people I know fly listed where it ends up being like a good thing. Well, yeah, it's a hard one. From what I know of a no-fly list, I'm not really in favor of it, but I could be easily persuaded one way or the other with certain facts being brought to my attention. So it just depends.
Yeah. Any super chat? I
got a bunch of questions. We can do them at the end, so you just keep going until you're done. I can read them.
Flow. Give us another one.
That wasn't a super chat. That was a question I wrote down.
Well, give us another. That's the superest of chats, dude. It came from your own brain. It's your channel.
Real. This one I can't read the name, but for $10. Now that the drama has died down and both Ralph and Nick won against the A-Logs, spending their days dabbing on the haters, it's time for Destiny's first cozy stream. Bring on more drama, please.
I need to do that Matt Walsh "What is a Woman" thing. I still have to. I wanted to watch that. I can't watch.
You said this for like a month.
Yeah, I know. Well, there's been a lot of stuff going on. I can't watch it on YouTube because I'll probably get copyright hit. And I think my first cozy stream being a huge one that I do to argue for trans people would be fun. So
that would be pretty fun.
Mad as fuck, but yeah, we'll see.
I don't think you're gonna get much out of that film.
Yeah, maybe. I'll give Nick a friendly warning on this. Okay, this is a friendly warning. Okay.
This is your warning, Mr. Fuentes.
I shouldn't even say this. Okay, but I'm a good man. Okay. You ever watch Rurouni Kenshin?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, fuck you, losers. Okay, just forget I even.
That's that's probably some boomer thing.
It's boomer anime. Right? You wouldn't understand. Okay, you're all about.
Oh, it's an anime.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
What's it called again?
Don't worry about it. No, don't worry about it. Listen.
I know some boomer animes.
No, listen. Okay. Here's what I'll say. I have not. If I stream on Cozy, okay, I will legitimately have 3, 4, 5, 6,000 viewers on Cozy. So if there are rumors that Nick is faking his numbers, make sure those servers are reinforced for the day that I announce that. Because if I go live and it's having trouble serving content to 4,000 viewers, people are going to say some shit. So just saying, if that is happening in the back end, make sure you guys are ready for an actual surge of viewers. Just saying, but
so we got to put all resources to the Destiny channel. You got to be ready to hit that button and to turn off the view multipliers, right?
Be careful for that one, yeah.
Well, I would love to see you on there. Let me just ask you, because, I saw you pop up on there after you got banned from Twitch, and you haven't streamed, as far as I know, and that's what Michael Alberto just referred to. How did you even getting a channel like that come about? Was there like a conversation and you're like, yeah, maybe I'll do it. You can set me up, or how did that even work?
Well, I got banned from Twitch, and then I'm just kind of like I'm always looking for other platforms to like stream on if I can. And then a platform with almost no moderation is obviously attractive for a few reasons. If I want to like respond to documentaries or do things like that Matt Walsh thing that I can't really watch on YouTube, it's a fun way to be able to do that in a live format. Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's gonna be exciting. I'll definitely be watching.
Yeah, I'll check
When
that
you
out.
stream on there. What else you got, Mike?
I can't believe he got away with watching a 9/11 documentary about how it was faked on YouTube. That's so funny.
It's literally hosted on YouTube.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's how I know I could watch it.
YouTube video, yeah.
Yeah. Caldeo Nick for 5 say the N-word. I'm not going to do that on YouTube. Paranoid Angloid for 3. Michael, what was the lore on Nick's disguise he used to get into Freedom Fest? He mentioned on Telegram. Was that someone else or was it him? Paul, do you want to answer this one?
No, I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep that a little hazy for the audience. I don't want to pull back the curtain.
It's confidential.
Confidential.
If you knew, like, it wouldn't be fun anymore, right?
If you super chat me $100 on my channel when I next stream, then I'll tell you.
Nice.
I'll tell you for 50. Just kidding, that's a joke. Enjoy Paranoid Angloid again for 5. Enjoy the last few days of the summer of Michael Alberto, and he have some shekels for a Big Mac. Thank you. Can really use to put on some weight. And I think those are all the questions, I guess.
That's all we got. We had
we
Destiny.
had Destiny, and only like 40 guys super chat.
What about yours, Destiny? You got questions from Michael Alberto or me or you on this topic? What is your chat like?
I've got Kai in my chat spamming about Suckle Gang.
I love Kai.
Well, this is a big W, Kai. This whole stream, Kai's pretty cool. 51% base. Suckle Gangs reached the mass audience. It's a pretty big day for him.
Yeah. I don't know if we have any questions. I'm looking now.
Alright, I think, let me check Streamlabs. Maybe I got one on Streamlabs. I forget to check Streamlabs sometimes. I missed them.
While you guys look, let me just tell you, you can follow me on Cozy. I'm cozy.tv/cancelproof. You can hit a follow for me over here if you like the content I'm bringing you guys. I'm older like Destiny. I'm a little bit more level-headed, less crazy, not cringe. Not cringe.
Not cringe.
Not cringe.
And I'm Michael Alberto. You can find me on YouTube, a bunch of other platforms. I do video essays and documentaries. I made one on our good friend Stephen Bonnell. It's on my YouTube. It's about his beef with Keffels. I think it's like 30 minutes long. Destiny, if you want to watch it on stream, you can. Be easy content farming for you. I know you stream for like 10 hours, so if that's up your alley, you can. Oh, actually, no, I did have something I wanted to talk about. Regarding, I know this is like kind of off topic, but what do you think about Wikipedia?
I love Wikipedia.
Like,
what about it?
Like its accuracy.
Wikipedia is a really good starting place for almost any research topic. But, I mean, depending on the contentiousness of the topic, you might want to dive a little bit deeper. It's always good to dive a bit deeper. If you can engage with the sources linked on Wikipedia, that's good as well. But, yeah, it's going to depend on the topic. Yeah.
Because recently, I noticed so in my video, I made a mistake. And I said, you began your streaming career on Twitch, which that isn't true. That was a mistake. I corrected it in the comments because you started on livestream.com, right? In Ustream, correct?
Like 12 years ago.
Yeah, like 12 years ago. But on your Wikipedia article, it says you started on Justin. So I tried to fix it. I made like a burner account just to fix that. And they wouldn't let me do it because I guess they said your document wasn't a good primary source or whatever, but it literally is a primary source. It's literally your words. It's your document. So it's just like a dumb website.
Let's see. Bono quit his job as a carpet cleaner to stream video games full time, streaming his StarCraft 2 matches on Justin TV. He was immediately financially successful. Yeah, maybe.
Wow.
I tried to include that. You could probably go through the edit history, just like just a war. I think my name was like, I think I named myself like Documentarian G or like some retarded shit. I just came up with it. And,
can you say the R word on YouTube? Is that fine? Because you just did.
Retarded? Generally we can, yeah. I mean,
okay.
Yeah.
I don't know the rules.
Jeez.
Okay, we got 2 more super chats, and I think we can wrap this up. Vo's talk for 10.
Oh wait, can I give a quick thing
Yeah, go
for
right
something
ahead.
that I've noticed? If you want to do research on a thing, here's like a little trick that I've noticed. People oftentimes won't outwardly lie about facts, but I'm sure there's a name in grammar for this, but there are like things that there are ways you can phrase things that make things whatever. Okay, let's say I'm dating somebody, okay? And let's say somebody says, okay, so let's say that I'm dating somebody, and let's say that it says Destiny or Stephen Bonnell was dating Stephanie Bonnell, not my sister. Stephen Bonnell was dating Stephanie, okay? Stephen and Stephanie fought a lot over where they wanted to live, which led to their breakup. So this is a thing where if I read statements like that, like they probably fought over where they lived, but that led to the breakup. Those are the types of sentences where people are making statements that aren't necessarily true. Like it might be the case that that was the thing that led to the breakup, or it might be the case that there were other factors as well that contributed to it. But the article that I'm reading seems to apply more weight to that than to other things. I wish I could think of an example of this.
Well, it's just not descriptive enough. It doesn't tell the whole story.
Yeah,
It's
or
too
like
short.
they'll list a bunch of facts, but
It's
when
implying too much.
nothing will be outwardly incorrect. This is like the big issue, and it happens a lot with right wingers and and extreme left people too.
Yep.
People will say things like the media lies and the Wikipedia has lies and articles lie. That's not true. Very, very, very rarely will a primary, like a good publication, have an outward lie. Usually it's the things that they're attributing to reasons why people are acting. Things like that will be where, I don't even know how to call it lies, but like major disagreements can stem, or people are a little bit too ideological. That's where I would say you should generally look for lies. When I'm arguing with somebody and they immediately say, oh, I don't trust that source because I know that they lie, I know that you don't engage with media very critically. But if somebody engages me and they're like, okay, I know that they said that like Al-Qaeda did this because of that, and yeah, that was one of the contributing reasons, but if you look at what was going on here, and here, that's probably more the reason why they did it. Then I know, okay, cool. So we know that like we agree that the facts are correct, but the reasons they're stating for why somebody did something, those are like a little bit more contentious. Sorry, that's like a complicated thing, but that's like a random thing to keep in mind when you're doing like Wikipedia.
No,
and
you're
everything.
right. You're right. And when you read attack articles too, there's a lot of that. Like I haven't read Nick Fuentes' Wikipedia article in a while, but when you read it, a lot of stuff in there is accurate. Nick did say this one thing that could be, seen as this. He is described by this source as this subjective thing, but the order that they put it and what they omit clearly shapes the story and shapes the narrative and is supposed to get you thinking about him in a certain way.
Yeah.
Understanding that almost every article about Nick is he is approached in that way. When I talked about this film that I did, I wanted to just say, hey, what if we don't do that, right? There's enough articles out there. There's enough pieces of media or content where this guy calls him a name or he's anti-Semitic or he's like a little Nazi or whatever it is. That's out there. I don't need to be another voice, and I don't even need to hedge. Sure. I don't need to go, well, he's called this, that, and the other, but here's what he says. You can just create a piece of content that says, here's what he says, and if you care enough, you'll go read the other stuff too, and you'll agree with it or disagree with it or whatever. It's not like Groypers don't know what the bad things about Nick are said to be. Of course they know. Of course they know. And they just either they dismiss it for whatever reason they dismiss it, whether, oh, he's just joking about that, or that's not, or they agree with the stuff that they are supposed to believe is really bad. And I think that's, that's
true. That's
a way to make a documentary or to write an article. And it's just not done with guys like that.
Yeah.
And, you say on the left too, but I don't know. It seems like they target guys on the right more in that sort of way.
Well, I'm on the left and I've been targeted quite a few times, so it happens. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah.
All right. Well,
we did get a few more super chats because you guilt tripped them into it.
Oh,
were you wrapping it up because we did get a few?
No. Do a couple, and then I do have a little wrap up statement. But yeah, go do what you got. Do what you have.
Spinach Bra for 5. Hey, Bra, Spinach Bra here. Just had to let my support for Suckle Gang be known. Raw milk nationalism is inevitable. Oh, he's got his book.
I have Spinach Bra's book right here. Have you read this one, Destiny? Draw Me a Gorilla?
I have not.
Somebody on this chat, do you have an Amazon wish list, Destiny, or anything like that? How do you get gifts and stuff?
Happy wins.
I usually do. I'll add that. Okay.
Get Destiny, Draw Me a Gorilla off Amazon. This is my favorite book of the year.
Isn't it a New York Times bestseller, or is that just a joke? I think I asked you this last night.
I think it is a New York Times bestseller. It's a great book.
That's funny.
That's Spinach Bra right there. Love him.
So thank you, Spinach Bra. Voz Talk for 10. Destiny, do you think it's a coincidence that all the right-wing people who are more sociable and easy to get along with, leftism is a mental illness at this point? You're my new favorite Groiper. Destiny plus Groipers equals love forever. What do you think about that?
Just depends on a lot of things. Like I said, like I think that people that control the levers of power tend to be more antagonistic and less tolerant of opposing views. Right now, it's definitely the left that has those levers of power to control. But I think that right wingers, when they get control, they also are pretty intolerant of like other points of view and stuff, and they try to like excise people off platforms and shit. So, like LGBT people were driven underground for a long time when media and everything was a tad more conservative. So. Yeah, I don't know. I think when people get power, listen, it's an adage as old as time, okay? Why do we all hate internet Jannies? It's because as soon as they get fucking power, they turn into fucking madmen. We've known this before Reddit existed. We've known this back when forums and message boards existed. As soon as somebody gets a little taste of power, they turn into a fucking corrupt lunatic. And
they do it for free. That's what makes it
easy. They do. That's what happens. That's what happens to them. It's like a tale as old as time, yeah.
Yeah, False Stick for 10 again. Destiny, are you aware of Larry Silverstein, who purchased the Twin Towers on, I guess relating to your 9/11 debate with Fuentes, on July 24th, and ate breakfast at the top floor every day until the 11th, when he magically had a doctor's appointment? Look up, where was Larry Silverstein on 9/11? What is your response?
Yeah, I mean, like, there were a lot of people and a lot of stories that didn't happen to be on the tower that day for a lot of different reasons. And some people got really lucky. They were either running late or their daughter needed a ride to the hospital, or I believe for Larry, he said that his wife had scheduled him an appointment or whatever. The weird thing about stuff like this is people, and there's a lot of that documentary that was pointed out where people knew, like, I think somebody in the Pentagon, there was an MSNBC journalist where a top Pentagon brass told him, I would stay away from those outer rings if I were you. It's very strange to me that so many people apparently knew about the 9/11 towers collapsing, but there isn't a single shred of evidence in favor of a broader conspiracy to commit 9/11 against the United States. It's always, like, all of the documentaries always point out, like, isn't it weird that that guy wasn't there? And isn't that kind of strange? And it's like, yeah, I guess. But I mean, like, this is an event that involved, tens of thousands of people. Of course, there are going to be a ton of weird coincidences. What are the facts for the other side of the story? And there are none. So... yeah, people. There's a lot of like weird conspiracies. People point out the idea too.
I remember when the whites were free to chat. And DGT
people point out the other idea too. They're like, oh, he had like terrorist insurance on the building, and it's like, first of all, he had all risk insurance, which everybody bought. Secondly, World Trade Centers were already attacked in '93. It's not surprising that he would have insurance against that building. I'm pretty sure for the people that invested in that sale, they wouldn't let him buy it unless he actually had insurance on the building. But that's not even that surprising. But yeah. People also talk about like the dancing Jews, the dancing Israelis, the idea that like two people from the Mossad came to the United States to document the event. I don't know why they would do that. And if they were there, I don't know why our agencies would have arrested them. Why wouldn't they have been like communicated with by our government? Hey, leave these Israelis alone. They're here to watch the falling towers that they know is going to happen. Like it's just crazy how many people knew that 9/11 was going to happen, but somehow nothing is leaked. Chelsea Manning didn't leak any documents related to 9/11. Edward Snowden didn't release any documents related to 9/11. Trump was in office and he didn't have any information related to 9/11. Like tens of thousands of people were brought in to work this conspiracy theory, but not a single thing leaked in 2001. That's wild to me, but hey, what are you gonna do?
Wasn't like the guy who made Family Guy supposed to be on one of the planes too, or like some shit like that?
Maybe, who knows?
Thank you.
So that was that one. Humma for 3. Okay, hold on, let me make sure I can read this on YouTube. Basically, it's asking you if you can criticize, I guess, Jewish influence in black crime without being considered a white nationalist.
I would have to. I don't know what the links are. How you get from Jewish influence to black crime? I'm sure they've got it all mapped out.
He's just saying, can you talk about those types of topics? That's what.
I talk about any topic I want. Yeah.
But without labeling the person, though, that's the question. Without.
I mean, it depends on how they're making the arguments, right? Like, yeah.
All right. Tenrio for 3. Tell Destiny to follow me on Twitter at Oirenet, I think that's how you say it. And
yeah, I gotcha.
Crankless for 5. Hey Destiny, what do you prefer? Pee pee poo poo or poo poo pee pee?
Good question. I'm agnostic on that.
You're agnostic on that? All right, I think that's all the super chats.
That's a coin flip for me if that person's wondering which one.
All right. Well, hey, thanks a lot, guys. It's been fun. Stay safe. Be careful.
Take care.
My film, please.
I'll check it. I'll do my best. Okay.
I'm asking.
Check out my YouTube.
I might watch it on stream. We'll see.
You can find me at michaelalberto.com. Paul, where can they find you?
Cozy.tv/cancelproof.
And Destiny, where can the audience find you? for our cozy friends.
Yeah, youtube.com/destiny all the time.
Let's go. All right, thank you for coming on. This was a fun show.
Yeah, have
Love
fun.
it.
I'll see you guys later. Peace out.
See you guys.
See ya.
All right. I love you guys very much. I'll be right back. Hold on. And then I think today what am I doing? I'm moderating a debate between MrGirl and Dario tonight. I have no idea on what. That's going to be wild, but we'll see. I'll be back 1 sec. Have donuts.
Asterisk fine. Here, you got my money. You happy, you whore.
Chap, sit down. Let me tell you a story of the frog that was promised. They say he will rise. He will rise and defeat the frog. The frog gives life. The frog knows. The frog is a friend. He will rise. IT is foretold. All rise, brothers.
Oh, you bad little girls and boys. I know you want to be punished. Pepe and Joyous get to be punished, while you cocks get put down. Pepe wins huge.
Welcome, new gropers. It is your fearless leader speaking. Cut, 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 cut. In Jesus' name.
On June 4th, 1989, nothing happened. In Tiananmen Square, the authorities used horrible means of peace and prosperity to prevent citizens from becoming Western pigs. World leaders were shocked at China's strong morals.
Okay, we're good on that, guys. Okay, let me see what I have scheduled. Wait. Fuck! Say your favorite cutout pasta now. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I love all sorts of different pastas, but I forget the name of all of them every time I go to an Italian restaurant. What's in your background? What do you mean? Keyboard, saxophone, that Twitch belt from Dylan. Light thing on the wall. Oh, the sounds. The construction on the building over there. I feel like you're giving Sneeko a little too much leeway. I feel like he doesn't have a basis to come to conclusions. Can you elaborate a bit? Forming like really strong, coherent, like understandings of how to arrive at truth and shit. That's a really difficult and involved process. I usually don't hold it against people if they don't have like a good way of doing it. But I mean, it's something I slowly challenge over time. Wait, okay, what was the big religious debate that kicked off all of Vosh's like anti-theist art? Or what's like the biggest part of that that's come out? Does anybody know? How many guns do you own? Not many. I need to bring them here. I've got a Glock 17, an Omaha, and a Mosin Nagant. I think it's the 9130. I think was the World War II one or whatever. Or maybe earlier. It might have been World War I. I don't remember. And then I got a really nice shotgun here that I haven't gone shooting with yet. I need to go with Mel and we need to go trap shooting at some point. That's a fucking awesome shotgun, but I haven't used it yet.
Hey, buddy.
Hi. As much as he is growing, could harm come from fostering a fan base that can't come to logical conclusions without someone like you pushing back, though? Maybe, who knows? We'll see. We've seen the Meat Canyon animation on Tate. Yep. Did you see Nope? Nope. Why does Vosh have so many religious starts in his community? Who knows? What is the do you like the 17 or would you recommend a different Glock? Bro, I'm not a Glock expert. The Glock 19 is probably fine.
Imagine pooping on Kyle Kulinski and giving Sneeko leeway.
17
ILY
is
Steve.
a bit easier to shoot, but it's a bit harder to carry. But I think it's like 2 more rounds in the 17. The 19 is a little smaller, a little easier to carry, but I don't know. There's a ton of different Glocks out there. I've only shot like 2 or 3 of them. I think only ever chambered a
Steve and I
9mm
have
too.
failed. I succumbed and watched the Game of Thrones Blu-ray lore. Videos the show was so fucking good. The world was so beautiful. Futica. They fucked me, Steve, and they fucked me hard. All the lore from these classified documents could not fill the gaping hole Game of Thrones left Eurocut.
Nice. Is DGG in permanent sub mode now? No, wait, is it in sub mode? Oh. How big do you think? I was gonna buy a Jericho 941. Yeah, this one. I think this is one that Spike uses. But I read reviews on it. Apparently, it's a pretty shitty gun. But if I'm buying it because it's in an anime, I should probably just get it anyway. I don't know. I've been lazy about gun shit because I've streamed so much of everything. How big do you think Nick could have been on platforms like Twitch and YouTube? Or do you think a big part of his appeal comes from being banned in most of America? I have no idea. It's hard to say. Who knows? Vosh debated some religious PhD dude on modern day debates that sparked off the recent religion arc. What's like the best? If I just want to watch one debate with like Vosh and religious shit, what's like the best one to watch?
Anyway.
George House of Dragons? Nope, we're in slow mode. Help us. I don't know how you're in slow mode on YouTube chat. I don't know how to turn on or off slow mode. Blame my mods. Chat publicly, slow mode is on. I don't know how to change it or do anything. I don't know how to moderate my chat at all. I don't know what I type in to do it. Create poll, show support, add reaction, toggle timestamps. I don't even know how to moderate chat. I don't know where the moderation options even are. I'll buy you a Glock micro conversion kit since you're such a naysayer. I don't even know what that means. What does a micro conversion kit do? Change it to what? This started the religion arc. 2 hours. Why religion is a problem. Debating a Christian anarchist. Oh boy.
I'll buy you the Glock micro conversion kit since you're such a naysayer. Where can fans send you stuff?
Ask your mom, dude. Got Wait, damn, this was a full month ago? Anti-theism. Ocean Keltoy versus Vosh. Is this a better one? The Christian anarchist one was way worse. Like worse isn't better, or worse isn't worse. Micro conversion kit Gen 1 Glock. Oh shit, is this legal?
Glock 45, 9mm, nothing special, showing off the picks, and standard mag release. Function's fine.
Lots of talk of shutting down Kiwi Farms right now. Would you be in favor of it, and would it
Wait,
really do
what?
anything?
How did this just change? Wait, what just happened? Unk! I don't like Kiwi Farms. I think it's kind of cringe, but I don't think we should be shutting websites down.
Glock 45, 9mm, nothing
Wait, hold on. He's saying it works fine, but it seems like he was having a lot of trouble getting that mag in.
special,
What?
showing off the picks, and standard mag release.
This looks awesome, though. But
Function's fine.
oh no, he's pressing the mag release here. That's why it was coming out over and over again. Yeah, I see. This looks sick. But wait, at this point, why not just buy like an MP5? Or why not just buy like a bigger gun? What's the point of all this for a Glock?
Function's fine.
It's for the pores? How much does an MP5 cost, and how much does that Glock conversion kit cost? Dude, they make MP5s in like semi-auto? These aren't like hard to get guns, are they? These are, damn, these are really $3,000? Seriously? Wait, are you sure? They're like $1,500. They're called SP5s. Those are really expensive. There are clone ones for 1,500. Huh. They're 1,500 in CSGO. Good one. The big benefit is being able to use your Glock mags with your AR pistol platform. How much does it cost to just buy new mags? Is that really that expensive? Mags can be $60. No shot. I'm pretty sure my Glock 17 cost like $400 or $500, and it came with like 3 or 4 mags. I should probably check before talking about the price, though. Whatever, fuck it. Not ever gonna find this. MP5 mags are expensive? Okay. MP5 mags are expensive.
Hitchhiking to Peach City.
Cool. Don't know what that means, but okay. Bump, 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 bump. Okay. Throw up a 900 real quick just to show off. Yeah, I can do that real quick. Easy. Hold on. Fuck. Well, how is it always so close? Hold on. What can I say, you know? I'm a rhythm god. I'm a rhythm god. What can I say? I just have natural talent for every single thing I put my hands on. Every single thing I touch. League of Legends, StarCraft, debating, your mom. Hold on. Let's try one more. Let's see if we can throw up a 920, okay? Hold on. Hold on, hold on. Huh. Wait, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Whatever. Fuck this game. Okay, if I'm gonna watch this, I should do it now before.
Yo.
Howdy.
Hey. How are you doing?
I am doing well. Sorry for the delay in calling you.
Ah, you're good, man. I have gotten a message from our mutual friend Cirrus, calling you a degen and saying that his subathon is still going, and that you are to come on at some point. That's my opening.
Yeah,
line.
I believe I made that promise. Cirrus is well aware of the fact that I take forever to respond to messages, though. So I'm sure they've not taken this personally.
Take forever to respond to messages. Dog, you stream like 3 hours every other day. What the fuck are you doing with all your free time? Wait, what does Vosh do in his free time?
He and I talked a little bit about this. He said that he mentioned to you, he was also interested in talking to you about the subject, like the anti-theism thing. So, you know, but yeah, I guess, do we want to jump right into it or what? Like,
yeah, hit it up.
Cool.
Kill me.
Yeah, so I guess the first thing that I want to open with basically is getting a sense of your position with respect to anti-theism. We haven't talked a whole lot about this. I've seen you talk to other people about it, but I'm not sure like what your stance is Like, if you're describing yourself as an anti-theist, what does that mean?
I just don't like any kind of mysticism or superstition. I don't think we can make any prescriptive statements on metaphysics outside of the ones that are necessary for basic cognition. So, like the metaphysical.
Oh man, okay. Before we get too far into this, Vosh, if you're listening, you need to copy some coherent ideas on anti-religious shit. The reason why I don't like religion usually is because I don't like it when two reasonable minds can't reconcile a disagreement. And I think that's a really scary
Destiny,
thing.
I love you.
That religious people can get into a world to where they're telling you like how you should view the world or what kind of like things we should do in regards to our view of the world. And two reasonable minds could come to a disagreement and never actually reconcile because their things are all like fucking holy shit. Like, oh, well, God said this or whatever said that. And that it's hard to have a reasonable discussion about that because it's fucking religion, right? Well, if you disagree, I guess we just disagree. There's nothing we can do. His definition here is leaving him open to more shit, but we'll see, I guess. Yeah.
Belief in causality, you know, the reliability of our senses, that kind of stuff. You have to make those leaps, otherwise you literally can't participate in the world. You would just have to die if you can't.
Right. We both agree solipsism is not necessarily the most helpful position, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Like,
so to avoid that, I mean, anything beyond that, right? You can make basic assumptions, but any metaphysical stuff outside of that, I completely reject. Because
I don't like the word metaphysical because metaphysics is like a branch of philosophy. Like when we talk about like ontology, that's part of like metaphysics. I think metaphysics is just your understanding of the world from a philosophical sense. Just say supernatural. I know it sounds less cool, but supernatural is a very clear word. When you say supernatural, I know exactly what you're talking about. When you say metaphysics, like I don't believe in metaphysics, like you don't believe in like the existence of anything, or what do you mean when you say metaphysics? Because that's like our fundamental physical understanding of the world from a philosophy standpoint. Just say supernatural. I think it's a much clearer word, but I understand like you want to say metaphysics because it makes you sound smarter or something. I don't know. I think you should just say supernatural.
I think it leads people into really dangerous positions where they're capable of making rational utilitarian conclusions based on information that I don't think is real. So like, for example, if a person believes in some kind of metaphysical thing, like a spirit or like a deity, you know, with a given set of values or principles, beliefs, something about the world that isn't empirically testable, it's possible that they could arrive at a rational conclusion about the world that I would consider immoral based on information they have that I can't argue them out of. You can't argue a person out of like a metaphysical belief unless you're willing to do that whole like, here's a different interpretation of the Bible type deal, and that's not like a reliable process, especially if a person's
if this religious guy is smart, I don't know if he is or not, but if he's religious, it feels like to defeat Vosh in this debate, all you'd have to argue at the end of the day is, well, technically all of our ethics are going to ground out in something supernatural or something like not empirically or rationally justifiable. So why is yours any better or worse than the religious man's? We'll see where that goes, but that would be like what I would immediately assume what the challenge would be, and I don't know how Vosh responds to that.
Not an adherent to a like a major structured religion. You know, it could just be kind of a crapshoot on how much their positions can actually be moved.
What's your favorite type of vegetable, and do you enjoy it cooked or raw?
All vegetables cooked. I don't know. I like every green vegetable. Every green vegetable with any kind of spicy Asian or Indian sauce is like always good to me.
So is this a position that you have like a policy position on? Like, is there anti-theist policies that you would want to enact, or is there like
ethics can be grounded in reason? Okay, Con.
Or is this just like a rhetorical point?
No, I'm pro freedom of religion. I don't think it should be extended to any kind of state persecution.
So
I guess I mean it's like more of an ethical thing, I guess.
Okay, so like I guess my feeling on anti-theism is that if it's a position that in which enacting any policy relating to it would be like a violation of human rights, why do you subscribe to the position? Like, because I get kind of like where you're going with respect to I see like your position, but I'm wondering that, I guess, how do you get there? If there's no policy position that you can get with it, then without violating human rights, then why would you subscribe to that position rather than going some other route?
Well, I think it's a cultural shift. I feel the same way about like gender abolitionism. I don't think you can policy your way over to that point. I think
Gotcha.
you need to kind of socially discourage some avenues. I don't think there's any practical or ethical way to enforce anti-theism through the state. I think like we have micro experiments of this in like the Soviet and Mao's China's bans on religion,
Right.
like the state atheism type thing, but like it didn't really change anything. Functionally, it didn't change anything even for the people who deconverted, because for those who didn't practice their religion in secret, a lot of them just started adopting mantras of the state with a religious fervor. So it ended up not really changing anything. It's like a long-term cultural project.
So I guess if you're gonna have like that kind of, this isn't necessarily where I was planning on going, but like if you're gonna have that kind of behavior, what's your goal with anti-theism then? Like, what's the end result that you're wanting to go for there?
Same as with gender abolitionism. It's just something that I care about ethically. I don't think that it's possible to like vote in a guy who will make a big change or whatever.
Okay.
It's like a guiding set of principles, right? Because there are lots of things that I think are bad that we shouldn't do that I also don't think you can really legislate against. Like
Sure.
a lot for like a lot of abusive behavior that you would do to a partner. The only stuff that crosses the threshold into like potentially illegal, like goes into like physical abuse or financial crimes, but
Mhm.
you can never make gaslighting illegal. That'd be insane. Can you imagine?
Yeah, no, I feel that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So it's like
Yeah.
you can't meaningfully legislate on that. But obviously, like culturally, we can still move towards the idea that you should treat your partner with respect.
So I guess let me get into my position then on anti-theism, because I think that I'm in opposition to largely what you've expressed. I think that your position is a little bit more reasonable than what I've heard some people
I'd love
say.
you best, I pray, you find Islam,
so
inshallah.
I've encountered a number of different perspectives on anti-theism, one of which would be like the lowering the number of religious people in the world and elevating the number of atheists in the world, for example. And I think that gets into dodgy territory. Does that describe where you're at, or does that not describe where you're at?
I mean, through a cultural project, right? There are people making the choice to not be religious, or the rejection of religious principles, or any kind of spiritualism, but
Yeah.
not through any like state project. I mean, ideally, I would want to live in a fully secular world, yeah, but I don't even know if that's necessarily possible.
I don't
in, like,
either.
Just like a mathematical sense. And I think any attempt to do so through policy or force would be more destructive than whatever benefits you could possibly extract from it.
Yeah. So I think that also the cultural enforcement issue winds up being not just as bad. It's just a different form of the same problem. Because you wind up just like shaming people arbitrarily. I think that, let me suggest like a different approach, because I think that anti-theism stands in contrast to another social strategy of pluralism. And I think that that's a better approach when it comes down to coalition building. I think that when anti-theism is kind of like a scorched earth approach, and because when you're setting yourself up as an anti to something, it's going to result in like toxic behavior. And the question with that is going to be, is the toxicity that kind of cultural narrative promotes, is that going to be hitting the kind of people that you want to hit with that toxicity? So for example, if you're an anti-fascist, you're going to be hitting fascists with toxicity. What's bad about that? Fucking nothing. So, okay, fine. If you're with an anti-theist position, though, you do wind up hitting a bunch of theists with toxicity. And if you're interested in coalition building, that's going to be hitting a lot of people that are like on your side on most issues with everything except for like their religious belief. So
Well, I agree that for coalition building, it's always a better idea to spread the net as far as possible.
Mhm.
But obviously, there have to be considerations within that, right? Like,
Yeah.
So I believe in coalition building with people, like lots of people with moral positions that I disagree with. I mean, I've gotten in trouble with the left for believing like, should like edgy libertarian leaning kind of racist white dudes have an opportunity to join the left on some issues? Like, yeah, absolutely, because better to have them on our side than not, But I wouldn't then think like, well, we shouldn't exclude or criticize those ideas because it could be more effective to coalition build with them.
Sure.
And I do think that spiritual thinking is harmful. I just think it's indirectly harmful.
Okay.
It's not harmful for what it is. It's harmful for what it enables. So it doesn't necessarily fit, because how often when it comes to like coalition building do you consider metaphysics, right? It's kind of a unique case, the whole like issue with religiosity. And my goal isn't necessarily to like shame people, because you can't shame people out of religion. God, maybe 1 in 1,000. I don't know. That's not That's not reliable. But you know, it's so consider it like a non-pragmatic position to hold. But I still think it's important. Like you still have
Destiny,
to keep your
don't you
end
think it's
goals.
disingenuous how you blame religion for the behavior that right now secular atheist lefties are engaging in the most in society? Purity testing, heretic burning, dogmatism, moralizing every issue, etc.
When do I blame religion for moralizing every issue? I don't think you have any idea what my stances on religion are. You haven't listened to anything I've said. I don't think I've ever blamed all of societal ills on religion. I just think that being somebody that's like listening, or if you have the mind to be religious or believe in like supernatural stuff, I think it puts you at a disadvantage when it comes to evaluating like true things in the world, which can make reconciling differences between two people difficult when it comes time to make like policies and government and shit.
Mind, right? And that's
So why, like, okay, I think that when you're talking about an end goal that is like entirely secular, that winds up being like effectively culture.
I have watched so much of your show on religion. Stop capping. Okay, when I talk about moralizing every issue, I bring up both sides of that. I almost blame the left more than that, but it's very rarely does it involve me saying anything about religion, moralizing every issue. Usually I'm talking about like rent control and shit like that. There's no religious aspect to that. Dogmatism, I accuse a lot of people of being dogmatic. Purity testing and heretic burning, this is generally the left that I usually accuse this of. I've never made any of these accusations like intrinsic to religion. But if religion was the common denominator, wouldn't we expect less, not more, from atheists in society? I don't think religion produces like all of these societal ills. I'm not even hardcore like anti-religious. I don't like it, but I don't have like a strong position on it. I don't know if I'd want the world to be full of atheists.
Cultural genocide at that point, because you're looking at an end goal of eliminating indigenous practices, several religions across the world, various types.
Yes.
Ultimately, right? Like it winds up being like a colonial position.
Sure. I mean,
Okay.
there are plenty of other things that I want like culturally eradicated,
Like slavery.
like
sex trafficking,
patriarchal tribal structures.
Fuck.
I think those
Okay.
are pretty
I tried.
unethical. I mean, if that means eventually the stigmatization of a bunch of indigenous cultures, then yeah, go for it. Yeah, there are plenty of cultures or cultural elements that I think need to be.
And just spiritual belief is one of those for you.
Yeah.
Okay. So on my position on that is when you're looking at, I'm a big fan of looking at religion kind of like in a rational way. And I think that somebody can be a theist and rational and an atheist and rational. And I think that that's exemplified by the number of people that are in philosophy of religion who are on both sides of this issue. And so when you're looking at like an end goal and saying spiritual beliefs bad, I think that in order to have that kind of thing, you need to show that like the spiritual belief is the reason why it's bad. And I don't think that's the case. I think that the cause usually when we're criticizing religion is in some other place other than mere God belief, rather than, something else like somebody being an authoritarian and being religious as well, and then utilizing that religion for authoritarian purposes, for example.
Well, the issue is that if a person's bad behavior is rooted in some way in a spiritual or metaphysical justification, there's literally nothing you can do to argue them out of it.
There you go.
It becomes completely impossible unless you want to adopt their own moon logic and just take a roll of the dice and hope that it...
Moon logic. Uh-oh. Vosh is bringing out the mean words. Oh, no.
Their brain ends up like reconciling those new pieces of information in a way that's favorable to you. But there's no real way around it. I mean, a big example of this right now would be the fact that a huge, like a bloc with a ton of political power in this country is fundamentalist Christians.
Right.
And fundamentalist Christians often believe that the global warming isn't anthropogenic, it's caused by God as part of the end times that predicate the rapture. And the rapture is something they're looking forward to. They have been for a very long time. So they either don't care about or actively kind of root on climate change, something that would kill hundreds of millions of people charitably, because it suits their metaphysical, like morals. And there's nothing I can do to push them out of that outside of like pulling out a Bible and hoping that I can like beat them to death with the right scripture, like actually no, not that. But you can't really argue them out of it. And that's very dangerous, Religion gives a supernatural pretext to existing justifications. It allows people to dress up irrational arguments and make them rational through the addition of extra factors that can only be justified metaphysically.
This is, I don't know if they'll go there, not to bring up like trans arguments for everything, but a very interesting counter to this narrative. So What Vosh is essentially arguing is that religious people are kind of bad here because they can twist empirical fact to fit some moral or religious belief they have, which I would argue is kind of true. But then one interesting counter to that would be, well, what about people that say that trans women are women just because it makes society feel better? Like, isn't that kind of your argument? Like, as long as there's a good moral end, who cares if we twist or bend fact or epistemology to get there? Like, aren't you the one saying that, like, whether or not Nazi Germany, you know, Holocaust of the Jews depends on who wins the wars? Like, that's kind of a Vosh argument, a Voshian argument, one could say.
Stuff like that is really, really, really dangerous. And that, to me, is the underlying issue. There are smart religious people and rational religious people. Einstein was, you know, religious. You know, there's a lot of that. But the religiosity is always itself irrational, much in the same way that intelligence is highly compartmentalized. You can have people who are very smart.
One second, my chat is freaking out at me and saying we skipped introductions. So yeah, I hear your point and I want to address them, and we might have to retread that ground a little bit. But I do want to let, I guess, all y'all know I am pagan. I'm not a Christian. So I'm a polytheist YouTuber that does you know, a lot of content around paganism and philosophy and that kind of stuff. So I'm here, and I make a lot of the same criticisms that you just made against certain forms of religion and even paganism. So,
but it's the logic, right? It's the spiritualism underlying it all. You know, even if you change the religion itself, the belief in any kind of spiritual or metaphysical like force that can't be empirically accounted for, I mean, then you could justify whatever. Believing in a soul, for example, is very dangerous. If a person believes in a soul or reincarnation or afterlife or whatever, their weight on death is going to be very different than what a secular person's weight on death is going to be. That's a moral calculation that just gets totally fucked up by the introduction of a lot of, you know.
It's just his analysis is always just so simplistic. He never considers both ends of things. And I know these arguments because I used to be such a crazy atheist. I'm still atheist. Fuck religion. But the existence of a soul can introduce a lot of problems. Absolutely. If you assume that everybody wants to become like a suicide bomber, right? You know, the 9/11 hijackers believing that they had souls might have led them into bombing the World Trade Centers, you know, because they thought that there was like a reward in the afterlife for them. That could be true. It could also be the fact that the existence of souls in an afterlife is what motivates us to do better for the future, right? Well, do you really give a fuck about climate change if there are no souls? What if it was the fact that when we died, that's it, and there's no afterlife whatsoever? Who the fuck cares about climate change 200 years from now or 100 years from now? If once you're dead, you're gone and done and everything doesn't matter anymore, who cares? But if there's an afterlife and there's a heaven and you're waiting for future family to join you, you're looking down, you could argue that in that case, souls are something that keep you invested and motivated in the well-being of the future. Now, I'm not saying that either of these arguments are necessarily true, but I'm saying that's one way that you could cast a soul in a positive light. The idea that there are ramifications for your actions that extend beyond death, keep you motivated in performing actions that are good, that have ramifications beyond death, is one argument you could have, you know? Let me pop a meal in the microwave. Hold on one sec. Stand for answer. Good job, guys. Look at you guys.
You know, mystical shit.
So, okay. As far as soul belief, wait, were you saying there's a problematic part of soul belief?
Well, it necessarily cheapens death.
Okay.
It has to, because it now.
Oh, that, like, this is like, man, I wonder if this guy, I don't know how equipped this guy is for these debates, but like, you can view that as completely the opposite. That like, souls don't cheapen death at all. Arguably, you could say atheism cheapens death, because once you die, who the fuck cares? It's all over. Like, nothing matters anymore, right? Like, whereas for souls, you could say that you're highly motivated to do things that are going to be noble past your death. It just depends on.
It means that it's not an end to everything. If you believe in reincarnation, you might think killing an unfortunate person might actually be morally right, because you're sparing them that life and sending them to another one.
Okay, so I've got a couple of distractions going on. I guess as far as like the soul is concerned, I'm heathen. I hold that the soul is in multiple parts, and that as one dies, that breaks apart, and it can be considered the end. I'm not necessarily against the idea of like reincarnation or any of that kind of shit, but at the same time, I don't see that as necessarily like a harmful belief. One of the things that I got into with respect to history on the belief of the soul and afterlife and that kind of shit. I'm agnostic on the afterlife. I don't think that you can reasonably... afterlife is different than even God belief, in my opinion. I think that there's less of a case for afterlife than there is of a case for deities. But at the same time, I think that I don't have an issue with traditionally holding to an afterlife view of some sort.
But it's
that being said,
right? Like you could
well,
be like
no,
really
I don't.
dangerous if you're
I don't think that it's dangerous inherently. I think
No,
that
it's
you
not
can
it
wind
could be
up
good or
creating
bad.
dangerous narratives around it, though.
Yeah.
And I think that that's true with a lot of things. And I think that if you start saying that you're against everything, that in order to have that, if you're against everything that can have dangerous narratives around it, you're going to be banning or not banning, but you're going to be trying to be culturally against a hell of a lot more than religion. Politics, for example, is something you can build tons of dangerous narratives around. You can build dangerous narratives around the organization of government.
Well, wait,
that isn't,
the difference isn't just can it be used for bad.
Mhm.
It's can it produce in a person a conclusion that can't be argued against.
Yes.
So
Politics? Hell yeah.
Well, no, because as long as a person is basing all their judgments off of empirics and your axioms are...
Do people do that in politics? are politics entirely empirically driven? Wait, come on. That's very naive, Vosh. That's a very Voshian statement. Let me get my foot. No! Fuck, hold on. God damn it. Wait, fuck! Eating. Vosh isn't even empirically driven, as he keeps saying he's a socialist ideologue and socialism because of unprovable axioms. Yeah, I know. It's kind of, so it's a weird position for him to take. Yeah.
They're aligned. You can reason people out of arguments theoretically, but if a person believes there's a god and believes that god is telling them to kill, there's no moral argument you can make against that person. There's no benefit.
I disagree with that.
In the spiritual, there's not like a thing you get that you don't get through rational or empirical thought, but you do gain the ability to obfuscate real empirical moral judgments with spiritual factors.
So, historically, we do have some kind of like gates that are built up around that kind of subject. And there's a couple of historical thinkers that I want to kind of toss your way with respect to this conversation. And I think that this is where I get anti-theism doesn't necessarily work as much as a pluralist approach. That if you're going to be criticizing religion and taking a pluralist standard, you're going to be able to criticize those things in a way that is going to appeal to people that maybe even are ignoring empiricism in some way, which I'd argue that most people do anyway.
Yep.
I think that if you're outside of religion, there's a lot of people that will say that they are into empiricism, but generally aren't.
Yep.
Most people, a lot of people don't think rationally generally. That's my opinion.
Yep.
And I think that irrational or irrational narratives can appeal to people who aren't religious or are religious.
Yep.
It's the religion part doesn't necessarily predict one way or the other. It's but if you hold a pluralist narrative and say, instead of an anti-theist narrative, then you're going to be able to start building standards with respect to how we engage with other people. Somebody saying that, their God wants them to kill other people is going to be anti-pluralist. So if we're thinking with a pluralist approach, then that person can easily be ethically argued out if they're in a society that strengthens pluralism. So pluralism is a set of here. I'm going to send the.
You can put salt on chicken, right? Can I do that? That's a war crime? Wait, what are we talking about? Listen, in the I don't know, I think this is a Midwestern thing. I learned this. In the Midwest, we put salt and pepper on every single fucking thing we do. Like, when you get a plate of food, you can have a steak, like potatoes, corn, and whatever else, and you will salt and pepper your entire fucking plate, okay? But I don't know if that's normal or not. Okay, I'm doing it. Pretty sure you can put salt on literally anything. Fuck it, who cares? Actually, here's a question. I didn't know these would be good. Have you ever had salted cookies? That's some good ass shit. It truly is. Or like vanilla ice cream with like salt in it. Oof. I don't know why. It feels weird. Doesn't feel right eating it, but it's
Wild
good.
Destiny, how white are you? Can salt be put on chicken?
Oh, whiter than your mom. Oh! Oh! I'm working on maxing out astrology now, guys, okay? Exciting stuff.
These to you on Discord. I've got there's this.
I'm familiar with the concept. The problem is that you're building a house on a rotting foundation. Like you can arbitrarily develop a set of moral beliefs that align with mine through religiosity, but I don't really value those beliefs that you've arrived at because they're built on shaky ground.
Okay, so the things that I want to send you about pluralism are constructed by an atheist activist.
That's fine. I'll still disagree with them.
They're holding it without any. It's an ethical system. I think that the criticisms that you're putting forward putting forward against religion are ethical, right?
No, the problem they're not ethical. It's not that religious people are necessarily less ethical. It's the system. They've opened themselves up to non-empirical information. They trust things based on faith. As soon as you start doing that, you introduce factors into ethical decision making that can't be accounted for and can't be reasoned against.
How do you do... The killer question is, well, okay, Vaush, how do you do ethics from an empirical position? Are you telling me you can derive an ought from an is? Or explain that, walk through that. Because you can't do that, right? Ask him. Hit him up with it.
There's no like backbone to it. I think a lot of people are irrational, even secular people. I recognize that.
Yeah.
But there are ways to address that through education. You can't counter with religiosity education. Because even if a person is highly educated, a religious belief that aligns them with different sets of axioms, or God forbid, if they're one of those types who thinks that anything God does is necessarily ethical.
Yeah, I think this is a problem that will show up where I'll agree with you with respect to criticism of religion in this regard,
and caramel.
but I think that it's something
Top
that
tier also.
Caramel sucks. Fuck you. Wait, what is this? Vosh explains religion and mental
You might
illness.
have not backing off that though.
Okay, I'll look at that later.
It shows up with respect to specific religions that have supremacy narratives.
But it's fine even if they don't. It's still a problem.
See, this is where I disagree. That if you have a religion that doesn't have a supremacy narrative, a lot of the things that you're talking about wind up going by the wayside. There's things that just don't show up.
What do they believe?
For my particular manifestation of religion, right? I don't engage in a supremacy narrative. You can be an atheist, that's fine. I can be heathen, that's fine. That's not necessarily an issue.
That contradicts empirical reality? What additional,
As far as like contradicting it, no. I think that empiricism is a useful tool for engaging with reality, just like I think that there are other useful tools for engaging with reality. If we're looking at history, like for example, if you're looking at history, you're going to be engaging with history in different assumptions that aren't necessarily empirical in order to build a narrative with information.
The difference is that those are analytical methods that are meant to provide an understanding of something empirical, whereas religion, superstition adds just like it's not analysis to believe there are like spirits or fairies or whatever. That's just an extra thing that a person believes.
And I'm against superstition, but I'm against superstition in a way that the Romans and Greeks have criticized it, not with respect to just labeling all religious beliefs as superstition.
Well, then what do you believe that I would disagree with? Assuming that I'm a fully,
I mean, I believe the gods exist, so we probably disagree on that. But I'm holding that the gods exist.
But you just said you were against the.
I bet Destiny doesn't like caramelized onions. You know what? True. I don't like caramelized onions. I think onions have a really good flavor and a really good texture. And 95% of the time when you get caramelized onions, you've taken the onion's texture, you turn it into this gooey fucking nasty shit, and then the flavor is just like onion gel. I don't like caramelized onions. I think raw onions, especially like on burgers and shit, are awesome, but getting like onion soup is fucking gross. I will say I don't like caramelized onions. True. Actually true. People be like, do you want an onion? And I'll be like, what do you mean? And they'll be like a crisp, white and purple, perfect, flavorful, zesty. You can snap it and you can hear in the air, the delicious flavors and aroma of the onion. Oh, perfect. Then they'll go to fucking, what's that name of that shitty restaurant in California that everybody likes, In-N-Out? And people will be like, get caramelized onions. And it's this nasty soup of shitty fucking over buttered, disgusting onions that are just falling out of your, and you like bite it, and it's like, ugh, disgusting. Actually disgusting. Actually disgusting. Stay mad.
The superstition. Is that not
right?
Like
God, look! I'm just just look at him. Oh, let people be like, look at how much better I've made my onions. People be like, look at the improvement. Why would I ever? Now hold on. Oh.
I've ironically seen better food takes on DSP canned tomato sauce cooking streams than I ever have out of your baby palate mouth.
Look at this. Crispy, flavorful. They sit correctly on a burger, or you can chop them up, throw them in a salad. Flawless. Perfect. Delicious. Look at... look, you people eat this shit. It's so much better. Oh, look how much better I made it. It's so good. Put it on my burger. Unbelievable. The flavor's been cooked the fuck out of it. It tastes like a buttery, oily mess. There's no texture whatsoever. It's just onion soup. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves. Ugh. Ugh. Wait, fuck. Okay, not too bad. More of you in here are reasonable than I thought. That's good.
And that's why I'm saying that I'm against the superstition with respect to how the Romans and the Greeks criticized it, not with respect to labeling all of religion as superstition. So when Plutarch, there's Roman and Greek writer, Theophrastus and Plutarch. Theophrastus had a...
This is important. How do you feel about pickles? I've grown. Let me share with you my wisdom on pickles, okay? Let me share with you
Now I understand why Vosh calls Destiny a Contra Ryan.
Let me share with you my controversial opinion on pickles, okay? Pickles on sandwiches are okay. They've got a distinct flavor. If they're fresh and crunchy, it's okay. They don't have to be crunchy. Those pickles are okay. When I go to Chick-fil-A, sometimes I forget to say no pickles. And you know what? When I get pickles on my sandwich, I'm like, you know what? These are okay. These are okay.
What the fuck are these food takes? I unironically question why I listen to you when you talk about food. Please, no more.
Hello?
Have you ever eaten any of the food you talk shit about? Or do you look at it and think like you like a toddler who only eats chicken tendies and drinks chocolate milky?
Okay. Pickles on sandwiches, they're okay. People that take the dill pickles out of the jars and eat them raw are sociopaths. Okay? Sorry, not sorry. That is a factually true statement. Motherfuckers that are eating raw fucking pickles out of jars like that have problems. Disgusting fucking... These were always the grossest people. The absolute epitome of gross person. Yeah. There's your true facts of the day with Destiny. Stay mad.
A text
How
of
do you
characters
reconcile your hatred
where
of
he
flavor
goes
and your
through a
human
series
heritage?
Ask your mom.
Of basically morally bad people, and just describes like these negative characteristics. And one of them was the superstitious man. And the superstitious man describes somebody
Destiny,
who is
eat
absolutely
steak well done.
I ate your mom's pussy. Well done. Yeah.
debilitated by trying to adhere to every single religious custom that is part of his society, such that it negatively impacted his life to the extent that he wasn't able to live. And describes this as like a moral flaw, basically. So when you have somebody that is believing in religion in such a way that they're taking it to this sort of like extremity and
extremity
impacting their own life in a negative way like that, that's where you can criticize it as superstition.
My threshold is well beyond that.
Sure.
Point.
And so
I don't even like horoscopes. I mean, I consider
right.
people who believe in horoscopes.
And horoscopes can
Rising.
manifest in that way, where you have somebody who is, because of their horoscopes, afraid to live, right? Like
No,
that,
any
we
belief
see
in
that
horoscopes.
manifestation.
Like any at all, like any belief in it whatsoever.
I've got not the best opinion on horoscopes generally, if you want my like absolute honest opinion. But at
They
the same
predict
time,
fascist
if somebody, yeah, you're talking about the essentialism thing. I think I addressed that in my video to you, a year ago or some shit. But like, and I think that there is like an essentialism problem that shows up with horoscopes. True. I think that if you get into some forms of astrology, this is one of those things. This is a practice I'm not super familiar with, so it's not something that I would stake my arguments on. But you can have like fascistic expressions of it, definitely. Like and I think that that's true of heathenry, my religion as well. There's definitely fascistic representations of heathenry where you get into heathens that engage in a supremacy narrative, and that supremacy narrative winds up being a racist one. And
But I don't want any of it.
Right. So
even
you're not.
for the non.
I'm against the supremacy narratives. They don't
Yeah, I
have to
don't
be
want
against
any
the
of it.
religion in order to be against the supremacy narrative.
But the religion's still a problem because it adds non-empirical factors into what would otherwise potentially be an empirical ethical analysis.
And so do a lot of, like, if you're engaging in mathematics, if you're engaging in logic, you're going to have to start engaging in some non-empirical stuff. Empiricism is not an
Your
end-all,
opinion on
be-all
soy
when it
milks
comes
and
to...
other milk-like products. So yeah.
I've tried. I'm a Midwestern boy. I grew up with Midwestern stuff. Okay, I have a really hard problem or a really hard time with like dairy milk because it all feels very watery to me. I've tried almost every type of milk. I had a vegan girlfriend for a very short time at one point in time, so I've tried like vegan. I've tried soy milk, almond milk, and coconut milk, and some of them are a little sweeter than others. But at one point in time, or no, hold on, sorry, fuck, I just read like 3 more things. All of them taste too watery to me. They don't have the same full-bodied deliciousness of cow milk, I guess. I've never tried goat milk, but
finding truth.
Well,
And
when it comes
there's
to-
several studies across philosophy that do not deal with empiricism, and I would, like, among them would be history deals with empiricism on some level, but you still have to make a certain amount of assumptions, such as the documents that you're reading are somewhat reliable as
I'm not
accounts and that kind of shit.
I'm not anti-philosophy, and I'm certainly not anti-analysis. I know that there are things that we do to obtain knowledge that go outside the bound of pure empirical measurement.
Right.
The
One of those
problem
things is
that
theology.
Religious people make empirical arguments or believe empirically in things that aren't empirical. So the belief in the existence of a god isn't a philosophical framework. It's not an analytical
You're saying they
narrative.
believe it empirically?
If a person believes that something is capable of affecting the real world, analysis isn't. Analysis can't change the interaction of photons and molecules or whatever. Philosophy can't. It informs the way we make empirical decisions. But if you believe there's a deity that can influence the physical world, you're making an empirical claim, not supported empirically. If the god is just this, like, abstract philosophical concept, like a sort of like an analytical, no, like a alliterative way of describing a process, you know, I would still take issue with it, because this often takes the form of like the personification of natural phenomena, which impedes our understanding of it in a genuine empirical sense.
My perspective on polytheism would be like definitely into the realm of what you would be against then, because I'm holding as the gods as external agents. Mine's we might talk about imminent polytheism or something like that, and get into the kind of the various forms of it. But
then you think they're
again,
empirical. You're making an empirical claim there. Because if
as-
they affect
no,
the real
no,
world,
not
they
this.
have to
I've
be
held that the mind
empirical.
is non-physical. So, and I might be. I've been leaning towards like idealism lately, with respect to like my philosophy of what the external world is. So,
do you get onions on pizza? I'm gonna be honest. If they're raw onions, I'll probably eat them on almost anything. I think onions are base.
But can they? But like these gods, I mean, if they can direct the winds or control energy or matter or anything like that, they must necessarily be empirical phenomena. They're in the
yeah, you
realm
could
of
probably
spirit.
say some empirical things about the areas that they manifest. Like you could probably predict where the rain is going and say that that's Freyr or something like that. But I don't think that that gives you necessarily access to Freyr's mind or anything. Just as knowing the parts of the brain doesn't necessarily give the ability to read a mind. And
Yeah, but
maybe
if
we'll
you-
develop that technology at some point, and it'd be interesting to see how that affects God belief, or how we can interact with, like, if you have the ability, some sort of apparatus that is able to read a mind, and utilize that in order to have some sort of communication with the gods, and that starts getting revealed. Then you start having empirical conversations about minds and gods and all of that kind of shit, and you wind up answering a few questions with respect to mind-body problem and all this other philosophical crap that we've been hitting our heads with for millennia, but that's not where we're at right now. You know
This
what I
is
mean?
what led to people doing rain dances. I mean, it's a.
I have no problem with rain dances.
Well, I know, but I do, because they cause people to starve, because they thought they could solve their famines by dancing instead of other approaches towards towards agricultural management. It doesn't do anything.
Right. I don't think that it matters necessarily, like, as far as this conversation goes, as far as the arguments whether or not God exists, I think that where I can hang my hat on and where you can hang your hat on is that when you get into the upper echelons
Boy,
of the
do I love
philosophical
raw onions
conversation,
because they're
this
so
isn't a
crispy
settled
and
matter.
flavorful, but I'd imagine
And I think
eating
that
a
I've
pickle
even
where
heard
you
you
gross.
say that we should be withholding judgment at the end of the day, right?
I'll withhold judgment when talking to people, but if I'm talking about why I reject these ideas, I mean, I have to be forthcoming about it. I think it brings ruin. And it's an unreliable way of assessing a person's ethics, you know? No matter how you came to believe in what you believe in, the gods or whatever, you got that from somewhere.
Mhm.
And if you got that from somewhere, that means there's a source from which you can derive non-empirical beliefs. And all
Right.
it would
I
take
mean, you
is the
believe that it-
corruption of that source of information for you to potentially believe in the valid, like the nature, like human sacrifice. You know, people
Based.
did that for their polytheistic deities. And
Mm-hmm.
how could I morally argue you out of that? If you genuinely believe that a famine could be settled with a human sacrifice, if that's an empirical belief that you hold, ethically, you're in the right. The problem is that your predicating beliefs are incorrect. The existence of that God, the value of the human sacrifice. But I could never argue you out of that.
So arguments against human sacrifice show up with Plutarch, and I think that again we can talk about pluralism with respect to human sacrifice. Harmful practices are going to be the kind of thing which, as a pluralist, you're going to be objecting to.
Why?
Pluralism, I think, is going to be a
Gods will
better
reward
strategy
us.
here.
But if
What's
the
up?
gods will reward us with bounty and food, if we prefer,
I'd argue even then, even if you try to argue that kind of thing, I don't think that you could demonstrate that, first off. And second, I don't think that even if it's true, it's something that is worth engaging in because of the harmful practice nature of it.
we're not basing our beliefs on whether we can demonstrate it. That's the whole point. You don't either.
Right. But so
That's
if you're going
my-
to say that it's a good practice to do, you need to be able to demonstrate on some level that it's a good practice to do. And that's not, if you're going to...
Sorry, hold on real quick. What do you think about people who put ranch on their pizza? One sauce goes on pizza, and it's that red pizza sauce. That's it. People that put ranch on it, or people that use like buffalo sauce or any other weird pesto, all of that is disgusting. And those people are heretics. Gross.
Especially with
you're
respect
okay
to
with
harming
rain
somebody. So what?
You said you're okay with rain dances.
Yeah. There's not a harmful element to that.
Well, there's a very beneficial element to potentially ending a drought or a famine, right? I mean,
Right. How the fuck are ancient people going to end a drought or a famine if they're not rain dancing, Vosh? I'm pretty sure a lot of the time these rain dances were just like, it's spring, let's fucking dance because we think it brings like the water god or whatever to rain on our fucking crops. I don't think people were like, let's plant all of our crops in the summertime or in the winter and fucking rain dance and all of a sudden our shit is going to be taken care of, right? I don't think, like, I doubt they're doing, like, or if they were, those tribes probably didn't survive for very long. That would be my guess.
Like if somebody is, I'd say that if you're, if somebody is engaging in rain dances or prayers for rain or something like that, that's not necessarily a problem because it's not a harmful practice.
Right,
When you're
but
talking
the
about human sacrifice, all of a sudden you're dealing with harmful practices, right?
If people believe enough in the idea that showing glory to a deity will bring good,
Mhm.
to do a rain dance, human sacrifices aren't that far off. You
We
take a
object to that to the same way we object to political beliefs that have the same kind of consequences. Genocide, group X, therefore, and that'll be better for our society.
But
You know what I mean? Like that's
against a religion. I can do empirics in there.
right. You're going to be arguing against something that can't be demonstrated until you know what I mean. Like this,
No,
if
but
you're
that's the point. Religious people don't wait to see if it's demonstrated. Christians
neither do the
pray.
political narratives.
Yeah,
If you
but
have
you
the
can
political
argue
narrative
against
that is
that
like,
in
hey, let's
Ranch with wings. I think that using sauces on like wings can be really good if you have a dog shit taste in chicken wings. Why the fuck are you getting chicken wings with sauce that's so fucking disgusting on them that you need to add ranch afterwards? What the fuck are you thinking? Why would you do that? If you're getting good wings with a good sauce, why the fuck would you smother it in ranch or blue cheese? That's some degenerate level shit. Why would you do that? Like, oh, cool, what kind of wings did you get? Oh, actually, it's got, it's an Asian sauce. No. You don't know what kind of sauce it is because you're eating ranch chicken, you disgusting fuck. Don't talk to me about what kind of wings you got. You don't know what kind of wings you got. You got ranch wings. That's what you got, motherfucker. You've got blue cheese wings. Blue cheese is a really fucking strong dressing. Don't tell me you can taste anything out of that. You're fucking lying, okay? That's like going to a fucking $200 a plate restaurant with steak and covering it in fucking ketchup. Why would you do that? Absolutely disgusting.
do genocide X, then you're not going to have people that are going to go, oh, well, can you demonstrate that first or whatever the fuck? Like that's we've seen that a couple of times in history, right? Where
Wait, first of all, most genocides have been committed by religious people, so we're kind of shaking, like we're arguing on shaky ground. Like from the get-go there. And second,
Right, we're talking
Even
about
I
mass
cannot
murders
stand by
of
and let you
population.
continue to debase the great people of this land. Your terrible food takes are yours and yours alone, and do not represent true Midwestern values. Show us your birth certificate to prove where you were born, OBA.
I don't know if most genocides, if we look at number of people killed, I don't want to play the old conservative talking card, but Mao and Stalin killed a lot of motherfuckers. And those were pretty expressly anti-religious societies. I'm not sure if religious people have genocided more people than atheists. I don't actually know what the answer to that question is. I'd be careful in that one.
I'm not arguing that secular people are always rational. I'm only saying that adding the religiosity adds an additional extra layer of like immutable political like invulnerability when it comes to argumentation. If a group of people, like a community or a culture or whatever, believe there are gods in the sky that do reward them with rain or with food or with bounty when they show those gods glory, the step up to human sacrifice is a totally rational one. This is why I hate that like Westerners arrogantly look down on human sacrifice in like Aztec culture or whatever. Like that's so much more barbaric than the fucking Crusades, which had like 5,000, 10,000, 500,000.
I'm not going to be defending the Crusades either. Crusades are obviously a harmful practice and anti-pluralist, right? So, like, and I mean, as a pagan, I'm not going to have a good position on, on the Crusades. I think that even Christianity in general, you might be able to make some pluralist arguments against. However, because I think that with Christianity, we find a proclivity towards authoritarianism. And that proclivity towards authoritarianism is what lends to shit where you get into the justification of harmful practices regardless of the effect. Because now you have a supremacy narrative. Now you have authoritarianism.
But I'm not saying that you would be pro-Crusades. I'm only arguing that from the perspective of the Aztecs, the idea of human sacrifice was an empirically justifiable one. They already believed that showing glory to the gods would bring them bounty. So
empirical? Wait, what do you think empirical is?
Uh-oh.
Because they thought the gods were an empirical force in the world. If you presuppose that the gods exist empirically,
wait,
and they can
what?
affect
What does
the
that
world.
mean?
What is
Empirical
empirical?
force.
Sorry, maybe material. Maybe I'm misusing the word. Like a material. They believe the gods are a material force in the world.
I don't
And
think
if you
that they thought that.
presuppose
I don't.
that-
As polytheists, we generally hold that the non-physicalness is an aspect of the, or
pretty
is
sure
part
that-
of the.
The
But-
Aztecs did believe that
The Aztecs were not
gods-
physicalists, and regardless, as
Well,
far as like the Aztecs being, we can take
the
it to another. Let's move from the Aztecs to the history
No,
of my.
I haven't
Hold
finished-
on, 1 second, 1 second.
Wait, you can't 1 second me. I have
I
to
want to
listen-
give. You can still talk about human sacrifice. I just want to move it to a religion I'm more familiar with. We can talk about the history of my own religion, which has human sacrifice in it, and we can discuss it from there. It's just I want to move it out of like. Out of that conversation into one that I have a little bit more familiarity with, but still has the same problem, so that we can discuss it substantively.
Debate tactic.
Okay. All right.
Don't
go
let him do
ahead.
it, Vouch.
So heathens in the past did human sacrifices to Odin. Yes, yes, we agree on that. So go ahead and make your point.
Okay. If they believe that the gods are a material force in the world, which they did, even if they didn't believe the gods would show up and fuck them physically, but they did believe that. I know. It was Odin and Thor. They
You had some
fucked a lot.
euhemerus beliefs with history, yeah. You've got Snorri talking about how Freyr is part of the royal family of Sweden or whatever.
Literally thought, yeah, like in
It's
the
a
world.
Christian's record, but anyway, whatever. Go ahead.
They thought even if they were just metaphysical forces, Thor being lightning would mean that he could affect the world materially. And if you believe those things, if that's a material belief that you hold, unerringly, people would be executed for heresy. I mean, you have to believe this to varying extents. It is not irrational. It is purely logical to then go, yeah, human sacrifices to honor the gods are a good thing. That's a correct argument if you presuppose the existence of those gods. And that's what makes the religious...
You can have the existence of the gods, and you can even hold that human sacrifice is effective or whatever. Not my position, but let's talk about it. You can still at that point hold a pluralist position and say, regardless of whatever effect human sacrifice has, regardless of it, it's still not a preferable position or preferable practice to have because of the harm associated with it.
There have been gods.
Doesn't matter. If the gods are asking you to do things that are unethical, then fuck that shit. Right? Like that's easy enough to convince somebody to do. If the gods are asking you to harm people that are your friends, there's no reason to actually listen to that shit.
But they thought the gods would raise their villages. The Norse, the pagans didn't believe that the gods were necessarily the arbiters of morality, but they did believe they'd be punished for not showing due deference to the gods.
Oh yeah,
So
Vouch.
if it's like, if
And
you
that's
can do a
not
human
something. Okay,
sacrifice
so this
to keep
gets
your
into
village from getting praised.
a misunderstanding of history with respect to pagan belief, where it's like, well, they worship the gods because they were afraid of them on some level. This is not what we see bearing out in history when we read these people actually discussing their own religions. Usually what's going on is that we see people that are giving and sacrifice and engaging in a system of reciprocity, gifts for a gift, that the gods give gifts and they give gifts in return. It's not like, oh, well, we didn't sacrifice to the gods, therefore we're going to be experiencing a tsunami tomorrow or some shit, or that human sacrifice.
Why is Vosh going this deep into something he knows nothing about? You just described every Vosh topic ever. But yeah, I don't know why you would decide to enter a debate like that. He has a lot of arrogance, I think, to where he kind of, and I understand it because I was there probably not even that long ago, maybe a couple years ago. The idea that like once you've debated enough dumb people, you think you can just step in and debate every topic perfectly and that you can destroy anybody on it. But yeah, that's the only reason I could think of this. Like the Aqua guy, that was just like a disaster. Like, oh my God, dude, you need to humble yourself a little.
Were not participated in or whatever. Like this is getting into like highly superstitious beliefs, which we have records of people in history bitching about and saying this is a terrible practice. Stop fucking doing it because of the consequences of it.
There would be consequences for not venerating the gods and benefits to venerating the gods. That's pretty common across.
And
like,
the consequence to human sacrifice is dead humans.
Dead humans happen all the time. You lose humans sending them out on hunting expeditions, but you execute one for the sake of keeping the god from raising your village or ending a drought. That's an ethical argument that lands in your favor. Ethically, if you send a group of people out in a hunting party or a raiding party, we're talking about Vikings here after all, you're far more likely more death for less gain than maintaining a studious and reverent relationship with your deities. So human sacrifice is a logical thing to do.
But we see also in history that if the gods do not receive sacrifice, that the substantive damages that happen is not necessarily that kind of severe. People have been Christian for a long time, and especially now, right? Like if we're gonna be talking about religiosity now, with the arguments that we have access to, and not just what people think are possible religions that exist. You know what I mean? Because I think that what you're talking about is like, well, if we have a possibility of this religion in which we can possibly come to that conclusion and all that kind of stuff, this is where we get into the religion analogy or the
Fuck this. I'm not shitting on the guy talking because it seems like he's knowledgeable about like religious stuff, which is cool, but he's not doing well in like the debate thing because there's a lot of contrary points that he could bring up that I think very easily destroy Vosh's arguments here. So like for instance, like religion is really bad because it's unempirical. So like we should trust things like scientific methods or whatever. It's like, okay, well, phrenology was something that was quote unquote proven by science. There's a lot of trouble that we've gotten into in the past by assuming that science is always this ultra rigid process that delivers us good empirical results because we're empirical and not spiritual, whatever. So you got to be really careful there. And I'm not here saying religion is better than science, but I'm saying that like just because the process itself might lend itself to certain things doesn't mean it's always going to produce these horribly negative outcomes. But maybe this guy just doesn't want to be like really rude or whatever too, you know? Okay, this Jade tweet is fucking driving me crazy. Can you guys help me with this? I don't understand. Some of you say my arms look fine, but that is because I always show them in a way that's flattering. These two pictures are exactly 1 year apart. Same shirt. I know there's a difference, but when I look in the mirror, I still see the arms I had 1 year ago. What am I looking at? I'm so confused. The right is way better. Is it even? It's a totally different lighting. I don't know if she's even in the same body position. It doesn't look that different to me. Maybe you could say this one might look a little chubbier, maybe, but like, what a weird... She just has hella body dysmorphia? Yeah, I think she does. But I mean, like, there was like, she did the whole plastic surgery arc and everything, and who knows what other work, but yeah. She needs to be not on social media. I don't think it's healthy for her mind.
politics analogy really quickly, that you can have people that are organized by atheistically, fascistically, and the problem there is going to be the authoritarianism. The problem with what you're talking about is the authoritarian aspect, not necessarily just mere God belief at that point.
It's the reasoning process. It's the belief in anything spiritual that does this. It's not the authoritarian aspect. If you believe,
if that's okay, if it's
please, there's a literal God that dictates the rains, and that it's represented by a capricious woman, and that glory to that woman in the form of sacrifice will bring the rains and end the drought. That all of the predicating beliefs, all of the material assumptions about the nature of rain and that God, now you have a logical argument for human sacrifice. That's not about.
You can come up with a logical argument for inhumane shit all the fucking time. The thing that I'm saying, and the point, one second, the point of this discussion, of which I'm trying to do, is not necessarily argue that in any religious construction you're going to be able to get entirely, moral people or moral beliefs in any subset. I don't think that that's something you can say about any set of beliefs. You have, when you get into an extremism or fundamentalism representation of any religion, you wind up with these serious problems. And that goes true for any ideology in general, beyond the spiritual shit. The spiritual shit winds up. You get extremist. What do you mean?
You can't equivocate this to extremist political systems. My argument.
It is the same thing.
I think equivocating is when you are equivocating is when you're not quite saying what you mean to say, kind of, or you're like, so for instance, let's say that I beat the shit out of Melina and she's like got a broken arm and like contusions, like head injuries and all this shit. And then I'm like, and somebody's like, what happened to Melina? It's like, well, we were roughhousing a little bit last night. I think that's equivocating. It's not making two things equivalent. That's a different word, but.
Religion. I'm arguing against the very concept of making statements about the material world based on metaphysical presumptions. It has nothing to do with how.
But we've already agreed that metaphysical presumptions can be made with effect, right? Like that, in order to study history, in order to study logic, in order to even to get anywhere in theology, in order to get anywhere with logic in the first place, you're going to need to make some metaphysical assumptions. In order to engage with an external world, you need to make metaphysical assumptions. Come on, we already agreed with that earlier.
Engaging with the world, that's not the same as also believing in deities that control the rain.
Right. If you want to explore spiritually, there's certain assumptions you're going to make. Just like if you want to explore history, there's going to be certain assumptions you're going to make. You want to explore mathematics, there's certain assumptions you need to make.
You don't have to make any metaphysical assumptions to understand history at all. You don't have to. You can keep that entirely within the material world. The metaphysics in our case are just bridging consciousness gaps. But you don't need to then go, okay, because we have to bridge the consciousness gap, therefore it's okay to believe in fucking Odin. Like you can't jump that and then run to any metaphysical.
No, you have different arguments with respect to deities, right? Like, so with polytheism, arguments are going to be related to personal experience, the diversity of personal experiences, and that at that point you're going to be getting into some form of polytheism. That's the general steps that you're going to be able to get there. And people are going to continue to have spiritual experiences. People are going to continue to explore spirituality on the basis of those assumptions. It's something that you agreed earlier in this conversation we're just going to have to deal with. So from that perspective, how do you deal with that socially? And that's where I'm saying pluralism is preferable to anti-theism. Because anti-theism, in my opinion, is just another supremacy narrative at the end of the day. Pluralism is not.
Experiences that make them racist or sexist because we have tribal instincts like buried deep in our lizard brain.
Right. I'm not saying trust every experience, right?
Okay, so
right.
Even though humans are going to keep having tribalistic biases ingrained into their brains, I think you should still principally fight against that.
What the problem is, and articulate what the actual issue is at the end of the day. And that's where I'm saying all the examples that you're bringing up are extremist fundamentalist expressions of religion.
No, they're not.
Wait, is this guy, can we tweet at this guy? I'd be curious if I could chat with him for like 2 seconds. Real James Klug. I died a little inside. Is this guy, he's Australian, right? Is he? Oh, he got that Ukrainian flag. Oh, he tweeted 14 minutes ago. Hey yo, wanna chat real quick about religion stuffs? I'm streaming for the next hour and a half. O-face. Not that O-face.
California.
How many stars are on the United States flag?
103.
103?
Why would you even guess that number?
32.
What ocean is on the east side of the United States?
What ocean? Can I Google it?
You guys know this.
I know this. I don't know this.
What country is the Queen of England from?
I'm not a politics guy, nigga. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know. I really don't know.
Just take a guess. Like, what country is the Queen of England from?
Europe? I don't know.
Base.
I don't know. I just took a guess.
What's the capital of the United States?
There's a capital? What?
Yes.
Lexi.
Take a guess.
I don't know. Probably California.
Yeah, that's right.
It is?
No, the United States. Do we know?
Stop! I knew he was gonna embarrass us. I know. Wait. I don't even want to think because I don't want to sound dumb.
Well, just.
There's no capital of the United States. Is there no capital?
Correct.
Was that right?
No.
Oh!
You guys are UCLA
We literally
students?
go to UCLA. It's, yeah.
Wait, really?
Who was the first president?
This is why there were so many homeless people in fucking California, because all my tax money was going to UC schools? What are these motherfuckers learning?
The United States.
Abraham Lincoln.
Can you name the 3 Kardashian sisters?
Kim, Courtney, and Chloe.
What are the 3 Kardashian sisters' names?
Courtney, Kim, and Chloe. Chloe, Kim, Courtney, and Courtney. Yeah.
Bonus points for the brother?
Robert.
The Kardashians' brother's name. What?
Rob.
What are the Kardashian sisters' names?
I don't even know. I ain't gonna lie. Don't know.
That one, you get respect from me on that one.
Ooh, did that one guy respond to me? Oh, sorry, hold on.
Talking about, were you talking about?
I talked about horoscopes. That's not an extremist fundamentalist aspect of religion.
And horoscopes, we can probably agree, can be practiced without anybody dying in the process. I think that you make a point with respect to horoscopes where it talks about essentializing people, and on that I agree with you on, and I think I've said as much in the past. But I don't think that when you're looking at practices in general, you should be looking at them under the auspices of what harm they cause, and then making a judgment call on that effect. Because people, again, are going to be religious. People are going to continue exploring religiosity.
If you want to talk about the harm religion is causing right now, then you're going to have to wait for fundamentalist Christians to die off. Because if we're talking about
and we need to be able to criticize fundamentalist Christians without attacking our allies, right? And that's why I'm saying pluralism is the way to go.
There are allies who have toxic masculine tendencies. You can still target toxic masculinity while being like you're jumping between like spiritual critiques and ethical positions and like the pragmatics of coalition building.
The spiritual critiques that you're making and the spiritual critiques that I think that are a good system to go under are both ethical considerations, right? Unless you think that human sacrifice is bad for some reason other than ethical reasons.
I think that it's bad for ethical reasons, unless you believe that there's a God who will end a drought, in which case I think it's ethically good to do, because you've now established supernatural...
That's just a bad argument. I think at that point, no. If you're saying that human sacrifice is ethical under certain considerations?
Wait, absolutely.
Why?
Especially back in those days, we sacrificed people all the time to go on hunting trips, to go on expeditions, to go gather resources.
Right.
All the time they lost people. If you could end a drought that's plaguing a country of millions with a human sacrifice, that is an incredibly straightforward ethical assumption.
And
for that time period.
And in this time period, that is an extremist notion, right?
There are places in the world right now that are suffering from drought. What if you could like in West Africa end malaria with a human sacrifice?
Can it be done?
Well, I'm not religious, so
you want to the thing is there's so many listening to this discussion is like, what is the point? He's like, it's like such a basic engagement with the subject matter. So Here is the truly interesting way to engage with religious arguments. Food for thought. I'm not saying that any of this is necessarily true, just something to think about, okay? There could be two possibilities. You might think that in the past, the world is random and chaotic, and there is no order to things because it truly is a godless, crazy place, and you don't have any tools to investigate or understand. Or it might be the case that there are some gods behind things. There is some order. Like, most of the traditional religious practices that involve, like, sacrifice and shit are probably going to be, in a way, those people's only ways of empirically validating the world. And in some ways, it's probably going to lead them to better thoughts than just saying that the world is chaotic. Now, the best way would be to have a fully vetted scientific process, of course. But, like, here's the issue with the examples that Vosh brings up. My understanding would be is that if you had a traditional society where, like, we need to start sacrificing people to make our crops work, if they started sacrificing people and the crops weren't growing, they'd probably be more likely to interpret that as like, wow, I guess these things aren't making the gods happy, so we ought to try something different. Maybe if we do this or this or this, these types of things will make the gods happy, and that's how we get crops growing. I don't think that there would be a ancient or historical society where they start doing a bunch of random shit and murdering a ton of people, and it's not producing good outcomes, and then all of a sudden, you know, they're like, oh, well, we just need to kill even more people. Now, you do run into problems with things like religion where they might kill somebody and there happens to be a lot of rain, and now they start doing a bad practice. But I'm willing to bet that some of these bad practices got weeded out over time just because, you know, there wasn't like the empirical validation behind it. If you keep doing something dumb as a tribe over and over again and you're not rewarded by a god, you probably would think that your god is unhappy with what you're doing. That'd be my guess. That's like a more fair way, I think, to engage with some historic practices. That's probably why historically, even though a lot of these people didn't have strong scientific methods, they were able to stumble into some things that were true, like discovering ancient herbs and medicines by using, you know, roots of trees or parts of the forest, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's a more interesting engagement with, this topic than just like all religious people have incoherent or bad thought processes or whatever. What happened with the Aztecs, though? They started sacrificing like crazy when their civilization was falling apart. I would have to look more precisely into why they sacrificed people or how much they did it, but...
Right, that's not an expression of religion that I would be holding to. I think that if you're going to be engaging in harmful practices, it should not be done. Harmful practice is bad. Right, and we can make criticisms of religions on the basis of their harmful practices.
You would be saving hundreds of thousands of lives. If you believed it could be done, would you agree it's an ethically right thing to do? Like, hey, does anyone volunteer in the entirety of West Africa? One person is willing to lay themselves down on the table?
I'm not interested in getting convinced into some sort of human sacrifice notion. It's not something that I would hold.
Wait. If you believed that malaria, the biggest killer of humans, next to like cancer or whatever, could be ended.
Yeah, this is as my chat's kind of pointing this out. This is consequentialist thinking. I'm within. Yeah, that would be a big difference between us then, because I think that an action that is ethically wrong is not going to be the best approach in order to actually deal with a problem like this.
It wouldn't be an action that's ethically wrong. The consequences of it would be good. Therefore, it would be.
This is the problem with consequentialism, not a problem with religious thinking.
No, this is very basic.
Like this is your position, not mine at this point. That you're saying that if you held religiosity and were a consequentialist, this would be the result, right? But this is a problem with consequentialism.
That malaria could be ended with that. You would then say, no, malaria should continue. Hundreds of thousands should die every year. Not one person.
I think that at some point, if you have that situation as a reality, then you're going to find like a couple of consequentialists that are probably going to be engaging with that on a consensual basis between each other, and then the problem does whatever it does. But that does not mean that I'm necessarily going to be condoning it, because I'm not a fucking consequentialist at the end of the day. I believe that if you're going to be having practices that are harmful, then you need to be criticizing those practices on the basis of harm, right? You need this. They can be. Sorry, I misspoke. These practices can be criticized on the basis of their harm, right? So
like allowing malaria to continue, which would be the consequence of not allowing something.
That's not. Is the religious practice is not doing something a practice?
I'm sorry.
Is not doing something a practice?
Wait, absolutely. You're
okay.
You're absolutely responsible for what happens if you choose not to do something. Yes.
Okay. Then sure. And that can be like a large ethical conversation. But I think that at that point, you're going to want to talk about how effective those practices are going to be.
Well,
and now at that point, if this situation arises, what is going to be your position? Do you hold that we should do the human sacrifice at that point?
To save hundreds. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and then that would be your position. I'm not necessarily of that position because of the harmful practice aspect. Because then we're opening the door to doing human sacrifice for all kinds of stuff. We're building a cultural narrative and into getting into human sacrifice as a regular practice generally. And that's something that is going to be creating a superstitious angle. And I'm not into that.
We sacrifice our soldiers so that they can affect good, geopolitical outcomes. World War II, we made the decision, tens of thousands of our soldiers can die because it's better.
That's a little bit different of a fight is a different practice than killing them yourself.
Blood is the only relevant human currency when it comes to great actions that are recorded in history books, I'm afraid. No matter what you choose,
Vosh quote.
No, abstemious
Epic Vosh quote.
But you're going to also agree that some of those actions are unethical. You can make an unethical action and have beneficial consequences from it. This is ends justify the means, and we see that throughout history too. It doesn't mean it's something we ought do.
Well, that's consequentialism. If the ends do
right, and that's where a big difference between us. Let me try and make this argument in a way to appeal to the consequentialism, though. So, if you're wanting to engage in a way that is going to create change, you're going to want to get as many people on your side as possible, and therefore you're going to be wanting to engage in a pluralist standard rather than an anti-theist standard.
And reaching out to guys who have toxic masculine aspects, but I'll still sit on here and argue that toxic masculinity is bad for 7 hours straight. This isn't.
Sure.
I'm not pitching this to a crowd right now. I'm just talking about my basic beliefs about what types of thoughts are good, what's structured well. I'm not making the case for the pan-religious socialist union of America or whatever. If I was, then I wouldn't talk about any of this because I don't think I can convince anyone or affect any positive change while pitching it there behind the podium.
Right. If you're going to hold a position that is anti-theist, then when you're expressing it on your channel, you're
Please deal with this EQTH guy. I think this guy was here in my chat before, but I could be wrong. There was a guy in my chat a few months ago that was spam linking the lab leak thing, look at this lab leak article, look at this lab leak. But I mean, I only have so many. I have so much time in the day for so many conspiracy theories. Okay, Jesus.
Engaging in political action, right?
I talk about toxic masculinity on my channel.
Right, you talk about, and that's good. So do I. I've got a video on toxic masculinity as well. So we're on the same page with respect to that. But I think that we would agree that toxic masculinity is in all cases bad, right?
Well, if it's toxic masculinity, by definition, it has to be bad.
Right. So we can also talk about toxic religiosity, right?
Well, I would just think religiosity is toxic religiosity.
Right. And so, I think that with masculinity, you can have beneficial expressions of masculinity, and you can have beneficial expressions of religiosity. We can separate these issues by saying,
I'll debate COVID. Yeah, I'm interested in talking about mRNA vaccines and stuff related to immunology, not the really shady, spurious, random claims of this guy had this stock and that person was erased from that website or blah blah blah. The lab leak theory is infinitely less interesting, unless some actual hard data or information comes out relating to it. But the the lab leak shit is one of the most boring fucking. Yeah, maybe in the future, who knows? But
we're not demonizing masculinity. We're talking about toxic masculinity, and we're not demonizing religiosity. We're talking about toxic religiosity, and that's the criticisms that were being made by Plutarch and Theophrastus in the past. They were talking about toxic expressions of religiosity.
But I am talking about all religiosity. It's not about the outcomes. It's the thought process.
And so there's no benefit.
Inexplicable to you. How many of these beams were cut, firstly?
9/11 truthers are so fucking bad at arguing. Of course Destiny's just gonna hand wave away this evidence. Because evidence like this is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. The whole frame needs reversed. The onus shouldn't be on us to provide this 100% conclusive theory that accounts for every little variable. The onus should be on them to explain the gaping holes in the official story and the extremely sus behavior surrounding the official story. And the emphasis should be on the motives for 9/11, not these tedious architectural and engineering details that can be easily hand-waved away.
Sure. If this guy wants to chat, I might be able to chat tonight if he wants to. Don't know who he is, but...
You explain to me why Larry Silverstein and his family weren't there, and why months prior to the attacks, he took out a multi-billion-dollar insurance plan on the World Trade Center that specifically covered terrorist attacks via...
Who is this guy? Bring him on. These are all he has all the easiest ones. Listen, we might be doing a lot of 9/11 debate, okay? Because I just fucking wasted 3 or 4 days researching this shit. I'll use my knowledge to steamroll some dudes in a debate if he wants to, okay? Because, oh, he's on Gab? Yeah, I don't even know how to reach out to somebody. Well, hey, make sure word gets back to him, okay? I'm dragging his name in the streets. Make sure that word gets back to this guy. And we'll see if he wants to step 2, all right?
Official religiosity to you.
Everything that can be...
Fuck, how does this go on for another hour? Every time I listen to Vosh debates, they're like circling the drain, and I'm like, damn, I guess they're winding up soon. And then I'll go on and I'll check the time, and there's always like 12 hours left in the debate. I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Oh no. Will this continue to put more cargo sections in even after it's full, or will it stop automatically? I feel like it's gonna keep putting them in. Yeah, fuck. Okay, we need to... There's probably a circuit condition for... Oh, man. Connected to network 8. How do I, okay. Oh, 8 is the red one. Okay, wait. This is so easy. So when the cargo, hold on, sorry, one sec. I'm big braining it right now. What the fuck is all this shit? Oh no. Okay, don't worry about that yet. Fuck, I can't find anything. Okay, cargo rocket section. When that equals 100, or I should say when it's greater than 99, enable or disable? Or how about when it's less than 100? It should disable. Will that work? Oh my god, it does. I'm so smart. Okay.
Be done from religiosity that is good can be done through secular means, and even if that wasn't the case, I would still be against religiosity. It is so far down.
Even if it wasn't the case, okay. This is
you can get.
This is where we get into toxic narratives of atheism, in my opinion. This where if you have toxic veganism, if you have toxic leftism, you get like fucking tankies that have narratives in which they're better than everybody else. If you have toxic Christianity, that's when you get into authoritarian fundamentalism, where they think they're better than everybody else. If you have toxic pagans, you get folkists who are racist shitheads who think they're better than everybody else. And then you have toxic atheists who are anti-theists who engage in a supremacy narrative in which they think they're better than everybody else and want the world to be secular.
Wait, please stop.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, it's not about being better than religious people. There are plenty of religious people who are in almost every imaginable sense more accomplished and more impressive than I am. It is about religion, the openness to spiritualism, being a fundamentally destructive thought process that erodes the ability to make...
Same argument applies to politics, man. No, if you're open to political narratives, then you're open to toxic political narratives.
It's not about whether or not it's you keep doing
this thing.
This is the toxic masculinity thing is such a better example because
it's not about toxic religion versus non-toxic. I am attacking all of it.
Right. So, unjustifiably, I think.
Okay. You may think that.
Go ahead.
You keep relating this to like, well, politics can have bad outcomes. I know everything can have bad outcomes.
Because the criticism you're applying applies there.
No, it isn't, because I think religiosity fundamentally erodes the capacity to make logical arguments, because you're capable of adding supernatural justifications for ethical arguments.
There's a whole study of philosophy of religion that it requires logical arguments of people going back and forth over this issue. And if what you were saying was true, hold on. If what you're saying was true, in philosophy of religion, you would have the atheists being like, these theists are absolutely crazy. They're not using logical arguments at all, right?
I didn't say religious people can't use logic. There are plenty of logical religious
Right,
people.
but you said fundamentally, which means that, right?
it's
Like,
like-
yeah, so it's fundamentally an issue, which means that it's not, there's not exceptions.
No, yes, that is correct. Religion
Okay.
is fundamentally an erosive force when it comes to rational thought, but there are still rational people in spite of their religion, much in the same way that there are people who are overwhelmingly good, but you might say that it's like fundamentally bad to undertip waiters. So you can have people who are like 99.9% good, but they always undertip the waiters, and that's shitty of them to do, and that should be criticized, but it's still possible to be like a generally really great person.
I don't, yeah, this is just a claim that you're not able to demonstrate, in my opinion.
I've been
Like, you
talking
have
about how
positive
the road-
manifestations of religion.
Okay, fine. If I am a rational, non-religious person, as long as you and I have the same basic axioms of well-being,
Mhm.
it should always be possible to change my mind on something. If you give counterexamples on empirics, you should always be able to adjust my position. There's always going to be some variety there, because so much of what people understand about the world is
Right, you could have irrational atheists and all that kind of stuff. I think that we've already agreed on that.
Yeah, but theoretically, if you took a rational person and they were
Wait, real quick. I can only recycle this compromised space capsule, right? I can't like use it again, I don't think, right? Well, I hope so. You can refurbish it? Oh, fuck. Well, not anymore. Wait, fuck, hold on, wait. How do you refurbish it? Oh my god, hold on, wait. Nope, loading the autosave on that one. What? Chill, okay?
A secular, it should be possible. But if there was a religious person who had supernatural justifications for some of their positions, beliefs about the world that aren't tied directly to empirical analysis, even if you had the same basic axioms, if they had a disagreement with you based on some of those presuppositions, it would not be possible to change their mind, because it's rooted in something outside the bounds of physical logic. You would have to...
This is where, all right, so again, this is
Like
where
the-
I was talking about ethical constraints on religion that we've seen manifest in history a few times, going back to Plutarch and Theophrastus, where Plutarch is criticizing the superstitiousness of human sacrifice and as a harmful practice and the effects of that. And then Theophrastus is talking about superstition as it relates to the harm to your personal life. Now,
Could you convince such a person that they were wrong in what they were doing?
If you can demonstrate it to them, I think that it can be difficult, but I think it's difficult to convince people that they're wrong on things that they're wrong about generally.
Ever tried convincing a religious person that they're following their religious doctrine too closely? That you think it's
Yeah,
easy to
that's
convince them
something that comes up. I've managed a community full of religious people. We have conversations around that all the time with respect to, okay, wait, because there's mythic literalism is something that is criticized within my community. That's basically within Christianity that would manifest as creationism. I think that when you're taking religious documents to a absolute literal standpoint, you're going to get ridiculous results, like thinking that plants predate the sun, which can be empirically shown as not true.
Wait,
right?
why would a person who believes in a god care about empirics? Why would the faulty tools of man stand up to the word of God printed on the Bible?
Yeah, this is where you get into fundamentalism, which is something that we're
What's wrong with
criticizing.
fundamentalism? Okay, let's try this from a different perspective. I'm now Christian, or no, I'm actually a pagan.
Okay.
Okay, and I hold a variety of beliefs. and I
Cool.
want you to explain
Okay.
to me how they're morally wrong. Okay.
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 Okay. So, I dedicate 80% of all my earnings to a tithe to the local church because I believe that if I don't do so, I'll be struck down by lightning in my
I mean
sleep.
a tithe?
Tithe. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So, like, getting 80% of your earnings is something that is well beyond means. And, like, that's not, unless you're making a shitload of money, you're not going to be able to live very well off of that. And that's what we're going to be talking about Theophrastus. Right. That's you are bringing harm to your own life in your religious practice. And that's something that is not going to be helpful or productive to you.
It does, and it's the gods, so I'll
And?
die.
Right. And there's a point of, like, if somebody is just dead convinced that they're going to be engaging in self-harm, there's only so much logical reasoning that you can give to somebody to that, if they're religious or not. Like, if somebody is just like, if somebody's talking about self-harm from any number of perspectives, honestly, and they're dead convinced that they're going to be doing it, it's difficult to convince them out of it.
How can you convince a person that self-harm is wrong if that self?
But I gave you a logical argument about it, and you just said so, right? If whatever logical,
that is
ethical
the
argument that I give to anybody, if their response is so, and their ethics just disagree with you, this is something that is well outside the bounds of a religious conversation.
Wait, no, it's not. It's God.
Yeah,
The point of gods is that they're above us. You know, personally, I think it's, and this is, I'm being serious. Incredibly funny when pagans come on my stream and they talk about gods, though they're buddy. They're above you. That's the point. If you die for them, that's fine. They are literally the mesh that holds the world together for you guys. The idea that
Yeah, no, there's a
kind of like abstemious ethical argument where, like,
with polytheism,
we would never do a
hold
human
on.
sacrifice.
I'm going to agree with you, but also disagree with you here, because with the majority of polytheist traditions that I'm familiar with, yes, the gods are above us. This buddy thing, I would agree with you, winds up being like a different kind of toxic, and I think that winds up being like an overcorrection of former Christians. But at the same time, say what?
How is that toxic? If you believe it, you believe it.
The buddy thing.
The hierarchical, them being above us, self-harm for them thing. Like, how is that harmful at all? It's just as
Because you just talked about
just
self-harm and then asked how it was harmful. It's harmful because it's self-harm.
No, that applies to my logic.
Fuck, okay, this is really boring. Damn, these discussions are so bad. What do they feel like is being achieved in... And it's a bad discussion because of Vosh. This guy seems like he's a little bit more capable of engaging, but... For real on a stack. On the climate change bill. Oh yeah, actually, maybe we should watch this.
Good morning, John. Today,
I think Vosh is
Joe
just
Biden
stupid or lost his ability to engage. I don't know. It seems hard for him to understand what other people are saying, or to make what he's saying kind of compatible or understandable to people that he's talking about. Yeah, fuck. Hold on. I'll be back and then we'll do the climate change thing. And then I'm moderating the debate between MrGirl and the one guy. One sec.
Because I don't think there's anything above me.
Should I even play this in the background? I don't know. Here, have fun. I'll be back in a sec.
You believe in gods. If self-harm is
Right.
being done for a god, what's wrong with that?
Because it's harmful.
It's God.
You can have ethical constraints on practice. This is not unreasonable, and this is something we see in history from polytheists, which is what I've been bringing up over and over again.
I've seen lacks of those ethical constraints demonstrated by polytheists as well.
Absolutely. And just as you're going to find ethical lapses within any ideological system.
I agree.